Preface 1, written by Navukkarasi ஞானவாணி முத்தமிழ் பேரறிஞர் திருமதி இளம்பிறை மணிமாறன். Read by Lakshmi Adekalavan. I'm happy to say that Sri Ramanathan Palaniappan, the founder of Visalakshi Palaniappan Trust, is a thinker, a voracious reader, a well-known writer, and, above all, a good human. Though an engineer by profession, his love for divine literature has made him bring out so many valuable books. In sharing with people what one has learned with much effort, gives pleasure both to the giver and the receiver. The books he has published are treasures, and they contribute a great lot to those who are eager to learn about divine lives. I had a chance to go through the text of humble life, poetry, and teachings of Saint Thirunavukkarasar, presented by Sri Ramanathan Palaniappan. I should say that the author has done a great job. This genuine effort would be very useful both to the younger generation and to the experienced. Sri Nani Palkiwala, the political philosopher of India, says, "The golden voices of ancient India have come to us down the ages in unbroken continuity through countless rishis and saints. Our Saiva saints, Thirunjana Sambandhar, Thirunavukkarasar, and Sundarar, are endearingly called Moovar Mudaligal. Their songs, Thirukkadaikkaappu, Thevaram, and Thirupattu, respectively, are a spontaneous overflow of divine ecstasy. They visited an enormous number of temples. They traversed dense forests, banks of the rivers, and remote places unfrequented by people in search of Shiva temples. They worshipped the Lord to their heart's content, but they did not stop with worship alone. They also concentrated on the dedicated service to the poor and the suffering. Though Thirunavukkarasar was born in a Saivite family, at one level circumstances pushed him to move over to Jainism. Lord Siva wanted Appar to be back at his lotus feet. As a result, Appar suffered from acute stomach pain. So unbearable was the pain that the Jain monks could not find a remedy to cure him. Appar then made up his mind to meet his sister Tilagavadiyar. He met her at Thiruvadigai Thiruveettanam and got Thiruvalan Thiruneeru, the sacred ash. She made him chant the Panchaksharam. By the grace of Lord Siva, he was totally relieved from the colic pain. He then sang the rhythmic padigam, Kootrayinavaru Vilakkagilir. His faith got strengthened and he surrendered himself to Lord Siva. The author states that the rhythmic style of Appar is something special, for it enables the reader to remember the padigam. The author has described crisply, to the appreciation of all, the meeting of Sambandhar and Appar in the outskirts of Sirgali. He brings before our eyes the sangamam of two oceans, one of love and another of grace. In Sekilar's words, Arul perugu tanikadalum ulagukku ellam anbu seri kadalumam. There is much clarity in Thirunavukkarasar's Thevaram. Our saints used to pray to God that they must be merged with Almighty at the end of their lives and that they should never be born again. But Appar goes to the extent of saying that he would like to be born again provided he could get the divine darshan of Lord Nataraja's celestial dance again and again. He underwent a hazardous journey to Kailash. The terrible physical sufferings he experienced in this regard are beyond words. But his willpower was such that he strongly decided not to go back. Maalum inda udal kondu meelen. The author answers the question, what is bhakti? Incredibly well. Devotion is the seed, faith is the root, service to adiyars is the shower, self-surrender the flower, and communication with the Lord the fruit. This is bhakti. I can understand that a lot of sincere work has gone into the making of this book to bring the real spirit of the poetic lines while translating the verse from one language to the other is a difficult job. The author has succeeded in his attempt wonderfully well, and he deserves applause. I hope and pray he will continue to unveil such valuable treasures in the days to come by the grace of Lord Almighty Siva. With prayers and best wishes, Ilampirai Manimaran. Preface 2, written by Gnana Tamilvani, Arulmozhi Arasi, Dr. Sudha Seshayan. Read by Lakshmi Adekalavan. Lives of divine men inspire us to tread the path of service and humility. One such life was that of Saint Thirunavukkarasar. Ramanathan Palaniappan has attempted to capture the essence of Saint Thirunavukkarasar's life in a simple and lucid way with utmost success and sensitivity. The very title of the book, Humble Life, Poetry and Teachings of Saint Thirunavukkarasar, reflects well not only on the simple, dedicated life of Thirunavukkarasar, but also on the clear approach of the author. The life of Thirunavukkarasar was replete with several turn-twister and trend-setting episodes. While narrating such episodes in modern times, a balanced approach is required to transport the reader or listener to such surroundings without a reverse effect. What appears to be the miracle element may distance the modern reader or listener. The author has handled such situations with great care and utmost sincerity that the narrative takes the reader or listener on a journey wherein the latter can enjoy every step and experience the same sentiments. Thirunavukkarasar's Thillai experience is a classic example of such a situation. The saints saw all species of life accompanied by their respective mates. In the author's own words, he saw them all not as themselves, but as Siva and his consort. The author describes the incident further. It was an ocean of bliss in which he bathed to his full satisfaction. In addition to capturing the life situations of Thirunavukkarasar, Ramanathan Palaniappan, with a vast knowledge of the scriptures and spirituality, also offers additional points of analysis wherever appropriate. The statements Kandeen Avar Thirupadam and Kandu Ariyadana Kandeen have been analyzed and explained with clarity. The author's explanation to Kandu Ariyadana Kanal reminds one of Tirumular's Marattai Maraitthadu Maamadayane, Marathil Maraindadu Maamadayane. Apart from the bhakti and spiritual elements of Thirunavukkarasar's life, every aspect of his poetry has been clearly etched out. The explanation for the Tandagam style of poetry and the enumeration of the various poetic elements like rhyme, rhythm, alliteration, and metaphor are worth noticing. Creativity is often used as a jargonistic expression. The author attempts to bring out the built-in creativity of any simple situation by quoting one of the famous verses of Thirunavukkarasar. "Is your sea comparable to this well?" asked a tortoise living in a small well to another tortoise living in the roaring seas. What ignorance is what one may think. Thirunavukkarasar thought further. He compared the tortoise of the well to those who cannot comprehend the glory of the Lord. Explaining this verse, the author categorizes a definition for creativity. Creativity is the ability to transcend traditional ideas and create meaningful new ideas. As one goes through the joyous experience of this book on Thirunavukkarasar, he is captured by the force of the above definition of creativity. This definition fits the present author's capacity too. I wish and pray that this proposed audiobook shall enrapture many, many listeners and carry them towards the Kailaya bliss as experienced by Thirunavukkarasar. My sincere pranams to Thiru Ramanathan Palaniappan, and as I bow to his scholastic clarity and lucid simplicity, I also beseech that he brings out many such works and books. Thanks very much. With pranams, Sudha Seshayan.
This is Ramanathan Palaniappan, the author of the book, rendering it himself. Humble Life, Poetry and Teachings of Saint Thirunavukkarasar. திருவாக்கும் செய்கருமம் கைகூட்டும் செஞ்சற் பெருவாக்கும் பீடும் பெருக்கும் உருவாக்கும் ஆதலால் வானோரும் ஆனை முகத்தானை காதலால் கூப்புவர்தம் கை. He will get you wealth, make you successfully complete what you do, give you the power of eloquence, bring you fame and good looks. Hence, even gods in heaven worship him, the elephant-faced Vinaika, with folded hands. புழியர்கோன் வெப்பொழித்த புகழியர்கோன் கடல் போற்றி ஆழிமிசை கல்மிதப்பில் அணைந்த பிரான் அடி போற்றி ஆழி திருநாவலூர் வந்தொண்டர் பதம் போற்றி ஊழிமலி திருவாதவூரர் திருத்தாள் போற்றி போற்றி. Praise be to the holy feet of Sambandhar, who cured the acute fever of King Pandian, of Appar, who crossed the ocean floating on a piece of granite, of Sundara, the determined devotee hailing from Tirunavallur, of Manikavasagar, who is endowed with eternal fame. Part 1. Humble Life of Saint Thirunavukkarasar. Introduction. Saivism is one of the oldest streams of Hinduism. This is the religion in which Lord Siva is worshipped as the omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, immanent, and transcendent Supreme Being. He creates, protects, dissolves, conceals, and grants grace. A being from its original state of a single-sensed one has progressively evolved with the grace of the Supreme Being to a sixth-sensed human being. This is the being that has a possibility to attain salvation or freedom from rebirth. Salvation, mukti, is the ultimate desire of an evolved soul leaving its worldly body behind and reaching the lotus feet of Lord Shiva himself. This is the eventual goal of every Saivite. This, in other words, is the union of Pasu, the soul, after releasing itself from the clutches of pasam or attachments to worldly matters and objects, with Padi, Lord Shiva. Several paths have been laid out in the scriptures of Saivism to attain this salvation. This grand edifice of Saivism is supported by 4 strong pillars, namely, pillar number 1, 12 Thirumurais, Thirumuraigal, forming the hymns Thottirangal, which were born out of the love for Siva, the god. Murai means book, set in some order, and Thirumurai is a holy book. And 14 Thirunerigal, forming the scriptures, Sathirangal, which were born out of the wisdom of the poets who loved Siva. Neri means path, and Thiruneri means holy path. Pillar number 2, concept of 4 holy paths to mukti. Path of service, Sariyai. Path of devotion, Kiriyai. Path of meditation, Yogam. And the path of wisdom, Jnanam. Pillar number 3, 4 saints who followed these 4 paths. Thirunavukkarasar, path of service. Sambandhar, path of devotion. Sundarar, path of meditation. And Manikkavasakar, path of wisdom. And the 4th pillar, grand old Siva temples built out of granite. All the 4 saints have sung Thirumurais. Although Thirumurais sung by the first 3 saints are collectively called Thevaram, individually they are known as Thirunavukkarasar's Thevaram, Sambandhar's Thirukkadaikkaappu, and Sundarar's Thiruppaattu. That of the 4th one, namely Manikkavasakar, is called Thiruvasakam. I should draw attention of the readers to the fact that some of the verses from Thirunavukkarasar's Thevarams are repeated in the book to go with the sequences. Hence, kindly do not treat them as repeating what has already been said. Kuriyadu Kural. Saint Thirunavukkarasar has 4 names: Marulneekiyaar, Dharmasenar, Thirunavukkarasar, and Appa, and in this order chronologically. However, in the book, the name of Appa has been profusely used irrespective of its chronological sequence. Chapter 1, Birth of Marulneekiyaar alias Saint Thirunavukkarasar. We are now about to have a look into the hagiography of one of those 4 saints, Saint Thirunavukkarasar, who followed the path of service or Sariyai. Hagiography, in other words, is the holy biography of a saintly person. Sundara, who is another of those 4 saints, is said to have been an attendant to Siva in Kailash and was sent down, presumably, to sing the praise of the devotees of Siva amongst his other activities. As ordained, he did sing Thiruttondathogai at Thiruaroor with the holy line, Thillai Andanardam Adiyarkum Adiyen, given by the Lord of Thiruaroor himself. This hymn contains the names of 69 Mars and 9 group servitors of Siva. Sundarar had sung only 11 verses containing mostly just 1 or a couple of lines about each 9 Mar. This brief Thiruttondathogai was then expanded by another poet, Nambiyandar Nambi, in his work called Thiruttondar Thiruvandadi, containing 90 verses, with each one of them having some more details about each of those 9 Mars. While Sundarar's is known as Thogainul or the source, Nambiyandar Nambi's is known as Vagainul or the derivative. Nambiyandar Nambi had also included 3 more 9 Mars, namely Sundarar and his beloved parents, Sadayanar and Isaignaniyar, making the total number of 9 Mars to 63. Sekular, who hailed from Kundrathur in Tondenadu, was a very capable and a pious prime minister of a Chola king by name Kulothunga Cholan II in 12th century. The kingdom then had plenty in terms of prosperity and what's more, no fear of any war from neighboring countries. Being so free, the king engaged himself by listening to Jain epics and more particularly to Sivaga Chintamani, which contained graphic details about the amorous exploits of Sivagan, the hero. Obviously, this was not to the liking of the God-fearing Saivite Prime Minister Sekular. Sekular tried and finally succeeded in his attempt to divert the attention of the king to the moving stories of the 63 Nayanmars as briefly told in Tirutondar Tiruvandadi. The king promptly took to it like a fish to water. He was immediately keen to know a lot more about those 63 Nayanmars. So, he promptly released Sekular from his office as Prime Minister and instead retained him to write the detailed hagiographies of all the 63 Nayanmars. Here is the brief that he gave him. He wanted Sekular to research and cull out their places of birth and residence, the communities into which they were born, their respective names and those of their parents, their nature of services to Lord Siva, categorization of all of them. He continued that if he were to complete the task in this format, it would indeed be immensely interesting to listen, retain and follow. அவரவர்கள் நாடு அவரவர்கள் இருந்த ஊர் வந்து அவதரித்த திருமரபு திருப்பேர் செய்த சிவசமய திருத்தொண்டு இப்படியே அடைவுபட பிரித்து கேட்டால் யாவருக்குமே தரிக்க செவி நா நீட்ட ஒப்புரிய பொருள் தெரிந்து விளங்கி தோன்ற உவமை உடைத்தாய கதை கற்க நிற்க தப்பில் பெருங்காவியமாய் விரித்து செய்து தருவீர் என்று அவருக்கு விடை கொடுத்து வேண்டும் செப்பரிய திரவியமும் கொடுக்க வாங்கி சேக்கிழார் குடிசில் திருத்தெல்லை சேர்ந்தார். He wanted him to make it a grand epic, gave him the required wherewithal and sent him to Thillai, the holy Purnambalam or golden Sabha of Nataraja, the dancing Siva. It was Nataraja who then gave Sekular the auspicious word Ulagalam to begin the epic with. This indeed is a lesson on how to delegate a job to a subordinate. This could very well be an example in a textbook on delegation. Let me also quote an apt couplet from Thirukural. இதனை இதனால் இவன் முடிக்கும் என்றாய்ந்து அதனை அவன் கண் விடல். After having thought about in advance and in depth that this man would complete this job, delegate it and leave it to him. As ordered by his king, Sekular, being the erstwhile Prime Minister, was able to collect more details about each of the Nayanmars through his laborious visits to their revered places of birth and arduous visits to the holy temples that they had sung about, and brought out a magnum opus known as Periya Puranam, which is called the Virinul or the Descriptive, containing 4,286 verses of poetic excellence. It is said that there is no other work in this world that is as historical, geographical, sociological, political, and enlightening as this epic. Let's then begin our hagiography of Thirunavukkarasar with a couple of holy lines from Sundarar's Thirutondat Thogai or the Thogai Nool. திருநின்ற செம்மையே செம்மையாக கொண்ட திருநாவுக்கரையந்தன் அடியார்க்கும் அடியேன். I am the servant of the servitors of Thirunavukkarasar, who always held only the ever blissful righteousness as their mainstay. Then, let's have a look at what Nambiyandar Nambi said in his Thirutondar Tirundadi or the Vagai Nool. Natravan Nalloor சிவன் திருப்பாதம் தன் சென்னி வைக்கப் பெற்றவன் மற்ற இப்பிறப்பு அற வீரட்டர் பெய் களல் தாள் உற்றவன் உற்றவிடம் அடையாரிட உள் அமுதா துற்றவன் ஆமூரில் நாவுக்கு அரசு எனும் தூமணியே. A moralist on whose head the holy feet of Siva of Nalloor were placed, further released from rebirth by the Lord of Veeratam, and who drank the poison given by the foes as elixir, he is the Puritan hailing from Amur. This was about the person, and now about his poetry. மணியினை மாமரைக்காட்டு மருந்தினை வன்மொழியால் திணியன நீள் கதவம் திறப்பித்தன தென்கடலில் பிணியன கல் மிதப்பித்தன சைவ பெருநெறிக்கே அணியன நாவு கரையர் பிராந்தன் அருந்தமிழே. That gem, the cure for the strong door of Thirumuraikaadu to open, was his powerful language, made the firm stone tied to him to float. This embellishment of holy Saivism is indeed the splendid Tamil of Thirunavukkarasar. Now, Secular, the author of the Virinul, who sang the hagiography of Thirunavukkarasar in 429 verses, glorifies his birth as அலகில் கலைத்துறை தழைப்ப அருந்தவத்தோர் நெறிவாழ உலகில் வரும் இருள் நீக்கி ஒளிவிளங்கு கதிர் போல மலரும் அருள்நீக்கியார் வந்து அவதாரம் செய்தார். For the flourishing of limitless sacred scriptures as well as the holy paths of saints, Marulneekiyaar descended to this earth like the sun that dawns to dispel the darkness around. Thirunavukkarasar, originally named as Marulneekiyaar, was the only son of Pugalanar and Madiniyar in the village of Thiruvaroor within the kingdom of Thirumunaipaadi. He was the younger brother of Thillai. The family was well placed in life and known for their charitable disposition. But unfortunately, Marulneekiyaar lost both his parents when he was just a child. Kalipagayar, an army chieftain to whom Marulneekiyaar's sister Thillai was betrothed, also lost his life in the war that he fought for his king. Having lost the betrothed groom, his sister Thillai, the bride, decided to put an end to her life. Shocked, Marulneekiyaar responded, "Even after the passing away of our parents, I held on only because of you, my sister. If you also want to leave me alone and put an end to your life, I shall then do that before you do." அந்நிலையில் மிகப் புலம்பி அன்னையும் அத்தனும் அகன்ற பின்னையும் நான் உமை வணங்கப் பெறுதலினால் உயிர் தரித்தேன். என்னை இனி தனி கைவிட்டு ஏகுயர் எனில் யானும் முன்னம் உயிர் நீப்பன் எனமொழிந்து இடரின் அழுந்தினார். So, as beseeched by her brother, Thillai abandoned her attempt to die and instead embraced the tradition of becoming a self-proclaimed widow, a practice that was prevalent then. She nurtured her brother with great care and concern, just as their own mother would have. My brother should live in this world. This concern for him is the one that held me back and made me continue my living, wearing care and compassion as my ornaments instead of thali, the sacred symbol of a married woman. தம்பியார் உளராக வேண்டும் என வைத்த தயா உம்பர் உலகனைய உருநிலை விளக்க உயிர்தாங்கி அம்பன் மணிநூல் தாங்காது அனைத்து உயிர்க்கும் அருள் தாங்கி இம்பர் மனைத்தவம் புரிந்து திலகவதியார் இருந்தார். Saying so, she stayed at home and proceeded with her daily meditation and prayers while taking care of her brother. Here is a verse from Thevaram, sung by Marulneekiyaar himself, and recalling this incident that he sang later at Thiruaroor after he became Thirunavukkarasar. I neither have my parents to take care of me, nor the mental strength to be on my own. My mother-like sister could do that, but she too wanted to put an end to her life. I cried aloud, "Who is there to look after me as a mother would do?" Hence, Lord of Thiruvaroor graciously made my sister change her mind and gave her back to me, not as my sister, but as my beloved mother. எம்மையார் இலை யானும் உளேன் அலேன், எம்மை யாரும் இது செய்ய வல்லரே, அம்மை ஆரனுக்கு என்று அரற்றினேற்கு அம்மையாரை தந்தார் ஆரூர் ஐயரே. Chapter 2. Moving over to Jainism. The name Marulneekiyaar means dispeller of delusions. He attained manhood and had completed learning all about this worldly life. He then moved on to spiritual learning. That led him to realize the impermanence of everything in this world. Hence, he promptly gave away all his wealth through charities of different kinds. He was probably guided by a couplet from Thirukkural. Arka இயல்விற்று செல்வம் அது பெற்றால் அர்க்குப ஆங்கே செயல். Wealth is impermanent, and when you have it, use it forthwith for doing good deeds to others that last long. He was all the time keen to know about the absolute truth, மெய்ப்பொருள், and was seeking the right path, நல்வழி, that would lead him to it. Here is a couplet from Thirukkural. எப்பொருள் எத்தன்மை தாயினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. Irrespective of the appearance and nature of everything, it is wise to know the one that is absolute and permanent. நில்லாத உலகியல்பு கண்டு நிலையா வாழ்க்கை அல்லேன் என்று அறத்துறந்து சமயங்கள் ஆனவற்றின் நல்லாறு தெரிந்துணர நம்பர் அருளாமையினால் கொல்லாமை மறைந்துரையும் அமன் சமயம் குறுகுவார். It appeared to him that everything in this world was impermanent. He renounced all that he had, saying, "I do not want to continue in this ephemeral worldly life." He set out in search of the religion that shows the right path to God among all the religions. Since the good Lord did not bestow His grace and guide him through, he chose on his own and embraced Jainism, which was flourishing then under the cloak of non-violence. Marulneekiyaar must have presumably been bewitched by the four laudable precepts preached by the Jains. Food for the hungry, Annadanam; medicare for the sick, Audadadanam; education for the illiterate, Vidyadanam; refuge for the destitute, Abhayadanam. Marulneekiyaar, in his pursuit of absolute truth, had thus got drawn into Jainism. During his stay of several decades, he delved into the depths of Jainism, trying to know if it was the religion that he had been seeking. Meanwhile, Jains awarded him the title of Dharmasena, for he had by then learnt all about Jainism and won for them several debates with the followers of other religions. However, it is to be noted that even then he hadn't mentally quit Saivism. His embracing Jainism was only the beginning of his pursuit of the Absolute. This could be known from his first padigam that he sang before the Lord of Thiruvadi. Meanwhile, Thilagavadiya resolved to forsake all her kinsfolk at Thiruvaroor and moved over to Thiruvadi. She committed herself totally to service to the Lord Siva of Thiruvadi, Siva Thirutondu. She would get up before daybreak, sweep the temple yard clean, and smear blemishless cow dung on it, gather flowers from around, and weave them into garlands for the gracious Lord to wear, and many such services to the admiration of all servitors around. புலர்வதன் முன் திரு அலகு பணிமாறி புனிறு அகன்ற நலமறி ஆண் சாணத்தால் திருமெழுகிட்டு மலர் கொய்து கொடுவந்து மாலைகளும் தொடுத்தமைத்து பலர்புகழும் பண்பினால் திருப்பணிகள் பல செய்தார். She also continued her prayers, seeking the Lord's intervention to get her brother back from the clutches of Jainism. Thiruvaadiyaar, like a trimmed up lamp, pleaded to the compassionate Lord of Thiruvetkalam several times, stating, "If you intend to take me into your graceful fold, you had better then pull my brother out of the rut of that alien religion." தூண்டு தவ விளக்கு அணையார் சுடரொளியை தொழுது என்னை ஆண்டருளுவீர் ஆகில் அடியேன்பின் வந்தவனை ஈண்டு வினை பரசமய குழிநின்றும் எடுத்து ஆள வேண்டும் என பலமுறையும் விண்ணப்பம் செய்தனரால். She was very unhappy with Jains because she believed that Jains were those who hated women, held a mat in their armpit, shaved their heads off, ate while standing, and called all of those as parts of their penance. One day in a dream, the bull-mounted lord of Thiruvadi answered her prayers. "You may now get rid of your worries. Your brother, in his previous birth as an ascetic, was trying to reach us through penance. We shall take him back to our fold by making him suffer from colic pain." மன்னு தபோதனியார்க்கு கனவின்கண் மழவிடையார் உன்னுடைய மனக்கவலை ஒழினி உன் உடன்பிறந்தான் முன்னமே முனியாகி எனையடைய தவம் முயன்றான் அன்னவனை இனி சூலை மடுத்து ஆழ்வம் என அருளி. This is in keeping with the second sutra of Sivaஞானபோதம், the first of the Saivite scriptures, Thiruneris. அவையே தானேயாய் இருவினையிற் போக்கு வரவு புரிய ஆணையின் நீக்கமின்றி நிற்கும் அன்றே. Lord Siva is said to stay in three forms: with the beings, different from the beings, and integral with the beings. And it is He who makes the beings born and die based on their deeds, good and bad, done in their previous births. He stays as such forever. Marulneekiyaar had helped sinner Ravana in his previous birth. Consequently, and in keeping with the second sutra of Sivaஞானபோதம், he was made to move over to Jainism and brought back to Saivism after making him suffer the colic pain in his stomach. Chapter 3, episode with Ravana in his previous birth. Here is the episode of mighty Ravana, indirectly referred to by the good Lord in the above verse. Marulneekiyaar in his earlier birth was an ascetic by the name Vagisar and was doing penance at the sacred Kailash mountain. Ravana, the emperor of Lanka, was flying through the sky with his Pushpa Vimana. Holy Mount Kailash was blocking his way. Nandi, the guardian of the holy mount, recommended that he move along by circumventing it. But adamant Ravana persisted in shifting it. Mount Kailash shook a little and Uma Devi got scared. Lord Shiva just pressed the thumb of his foot. Lo and behold, it crushed the shoulders of Ravana, who started screaming. On hearing this scream, Vagisar came out of his penance, took pity on struggling Ravana, and gave him a piece of advice. As you know well, Siva is fond of music, so if you sing his favorite Samaveda, he may forgive you and release you. Ravana promptly pulled out one of his 10 heads and one of his 20 hands, made a tambura out of them, and sang Samaveda. Pleased Siva not only released him but also gave him a mighty sword and longevity of life. This episode of Ravana is recalled by Thirunavukkarasar himself in the last stanza of most of his padigams. Here is one such piece. Porthai angor ஆனையின் ஈருரி தோல் புறங்காடு அரங்காய் நடமாட வல்லாய் ஆர்த்தான் அரக்கன் தனை ஆழ்வரை கீழ் அடர்த்திட்டு அருள் செய்த. So it was that ascetic Vagisar then, and now Marulneekiyaar, was given the Thillai or colic pain for having helped stubborn sinner Ravana. But then, this is just like a mother reprimanding a child, not to punish him, but to correct him. The fact that this ascetic Vagisar was the one who was later born as Marulneekiyaar, alias Thirunavukkarasar, has also been confirmed by Secular in the opening verse of Thirunavukkarasar Puranam in his magnum opus, Periya Puranam. திருநாவுக்கரசு வளர் திருத்தொண்டின் நெறிவாழ வருஞான தவமுனிவர் வாகீசர் வாய்மை திகழ பெருநாமச்சீர் பரவல் உருகின்றேன். Incidentally, both the names mean the same. Vagisar are Vakku plus Isar, word plus Lord. Navukkarasar or Navukku plus Arasar, tongue or word plus king. True to the divine message that Thilagavadiyar received in a dream, Marulneekiyaar, who was at Padliputram, the abode of Jains, suddenly felt an acute discomfort in his abdomen. It eventually turned out to be the dreadful colic. Jain monks could not cure him with their mantra of Asti Nasti, that meant is, isn't, Kadavul Undu Illai. Their medicines also failed. He therefore sent a messenger to his sister Thilagavadiyar to inform her of his acute illness. She got the message but refused to go to Padliputram, for it was the abode of Jains. Suffering Marulneekiyaar turned Dharmasena had then no choice other than leaving the Jains and reaching his sister at Thiruvadi. Chapter 4. Return to Saivism. He was unable to bear the colic pain in his abdomen any longer. He promptly got rid of the Jains' relics like mat, kundigai, the water pot, peacock feathers, and the colored wrap around his waist. He wore just a plain white piece of cloth and left for Thiruvadi in the dark night. He was supported by a couple of his close friends. On reaching Thiruvadi, he fell at the feet of Thilagavadiyar. She was obviously waiting for such a situation to come her way. She said, "Get up, Ezhundirir," which symbolically meant that he should get out from the rut of that alien religion. Seeking the blessings of Lord Siva, she gave him Vibhuti, the sacred ash, anointing it with the 5 holy letters, Om Namah Shivaya, the Panchaksharam. Thus, she formally took him back to Saivism and enabled him enter the abode of Lord of Thiruvadi. என்றபொழுது அவர் அருளை எதிர் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு இறைஞ்ச நின்ற தபோதனியாரும் நின்மலன் பேர் அருள் நினைந்து சென்று திருவீரட்டம் புகுவதற்கு திருக்கையிலை குன்றுடையார் திருநீற்றை 5 எழுத்து ஓதிக் கொடுத்தார். This was perhaps the first instance when a widowed woman turned herself into a Saiva Acharya, gave Diksha to a devotee and brought him to Saivism. After this purification and re-initiation into Saivism, she took him inside the temple. It was just before dawn when inner darkness and external agony of Marulneekiyaar were fading away. Marulneekiyaar felt a strange transformation that was taking place within himself that induced him to spontaneously sing a Tamil hymn. உரைத்தமிழ் மாலைகள் சாத்தும் உணர்வு பெற உணர்ந்துரைப்பார். He promptly sang his first padiyam, pleading to the Lord of Thiruvadi to cure him of the killer disease that he was suffering from. I have not knowingly committed any act of cruelty, yet this acute colic pain in my abdomen is unbearable. Please do save me from this death-like disease. I shall worship you during day and night forever. கூற்றாயினவாறு விளக்ககலீர் கொடுமை பல செய்தன நான் அறியேன். ஏற்றாய் அடிக்கே இரவும் பகலும் பிரியாது வணங்குவன் எப்பொழுதும் தோற்றாதென் வயிற்றின் அகம்படியே குடரோடு துடக்கி முடக்கியிட ஆற்றேன் அடியேன் அதிகைக்கடில உயிரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. கூற்றாயினவாறு is split into கூற்று plus ஆயின plus ஆறு. That would mean the pain was the consequence of my earlier கூற்று or utterance to Ravana. It would also mean கூற்று plus ஆயின plus ஆறு. கூற்று also means Yama or the god of death. This colic pain has become like the god of death. Chapter 5, God-given name of Thirunavukkarasar. The Lord was so pleased with his singing and his choice of apt poetic diction to match his melodious verses in Tamil that he not only cured him of his disease but also gave him a new name, Navukkarasar, the king of tongue, literally, but king of verses to be precise. In appreciation of your poetic diction, couched in chaste Tamil, may you be affectionately known hereafter as Navukkarasar throughout these 7 worlds, said the divine voice from heaven that reverberated in the sanctum sanctorum of the temple to the surprise of all. பாவுற்று அலர் செந்தமிழின் சொல் வள பதிகத் தொடை பாடிய பான்மையினால் நாவுக்கரசர் என்று உலகேழும் நின் நல்நாமம் நயப்புற நன்னுக என்று யாவர்க்கும் வியப்புறு மஞ்சுரைவான் இடையே ஒரு வாய்மை எழுந்ததுவே. That was indeed the turning point in the life of Thirunavukkarasar, although so late in life. Yet immense was his determination, intense was his devotion, and total was his dedication to the service of the Lord, with his entire being, body, mind and word. வாகீசர் மனத்தொடு வாய்மையுடன் மெய்யுற்ற திருப்பணி செய்பவராய் மாறினார். Navukkarasar started his pilgrimage to temples around and set about clearing the thorny bushes from the pathways of temples with the hoe, உழவாரப்படை or புல் செதுக்கி in his hand and cleansing the minds of people with his many inspiring mellifluous padigams known as Thevaram. These are the padigams that we should learn, understand, assimilate and repeat every day. And if we do, we are sure to feel the bliss within ourselves. Chapter 6, Gruelling punishments initiated by Jain monks. The news of this transformation of Dharmasena back to Saivism and becoming Thirunavukkarasar reached the Jain monks at Padaliputram. Obviously, it was not to their liking. The Jain monks met together and discussed the possible consequences of this transformation of Dharmasena, which happened because of their inability to cure his colic pain. They were obviously worried that they might lose the confidence of the Pallava king Mahendravarman I, who had by then become an ardent follower of Jainism. Hence, they approached the king and told him that Dharmasena had faked this incurable colic pain just to get back to Saivism and that they were anxious that this incident might seriously affect the popularity of Jainism in his kingdom. They managed to get orders from the Pallava king to arrest him. Pretty interesting to note, the tailpiece in the orders of the king ensure that the guards do not take bribe and let him go. தெருள்கொண்டோர் இவர் சொன்ன தீயோனை செறுவதற்கு பொருள் கொண்டு விடாது என்பார் கொழுவாரும் எனப் புகன்றான். Thirunavukkarasar was duly arrested and taken to the king at Padaliputram. He was unperturbed. His was the first voice against monarchy as far back as in 7th century when he sang, "We are not the subjects of anyone, nor do we fear death, nor will we be dampened by the tortures of hell. We are not cheats, but we do have pride. We do not know disease, nor will we submit ourselves to anyone. It is always joy for us and certainly not sorrow. We have become irredeemable slaves and gone closer to the just blossomed flower-like twin holy feet of the one king who wears a conch shell ring on one ear and who has the honor of not being a subject of anyone. நாமார்க்கும் குடியெல்லோம் நமனையஞ்சோம் நரகத்தில் இடர்படோம் நடலையெல்லோம் ஏமாப்போம் பிணியறியோம் பணிவோமல்லோம் இன்பமே எந்நாளும் துன்பமில்லை தாமார்க்கும் குடியெல்லா தன்மையான சங்கரன் சங்கவெண் குழையோர் காதில் கோமார்க்கே நாமென்றும் மீள ஆளாய் பொய்மலர் சேவடியினையே குறுகினோமே. In total contrast to their avowed principle of non-violence, Jain monks influenced the Pallava king to subject Thirunavukkarasar to a series of tortures. It's a pity that the king had fallen into their evil net. நிலத்தியல்பால் நீர்த்திருந்தற்றாகும் மாந்தர்க்கு இனத்தியல்பதாகும் அறிவு. As water changes its nature depending on the nature of the soil in which it is, so will the wisdom of men become like that of their associates. He was put into a burning lime kiln, Sunnambukkalavai, for 7 days, but he came out unscathed, singing the Padiyam Maasil Veernayum. Sitting inside the kiln, he felt as if he was under the shade of the holy feet of his Lord, which was like the flawless music of a veena, like the gentle breeze from the south, like the cool twilight of the moon, like the comfort of the spring season, and like the humming of the bees hovering over a lily pond. மாசில் வீணையும் ஆலை மதியமும் வீசு தண்டலும் வீங்கு இளவேனிலும் மூசு வண்டரை பொய்கையும் போன்றதே ஈசன் எந்தை இணையடி நிழலே. Thirunavukkarasar makes us realize with the above verse that while he was sitting inside the kiln, he felt the bliss through all his 5 sense organs: music of veena, ears; twilight of moon, eyes; breeze from south, body; spring season, nose; lily pond, tongue or mouth. Jains, however, did not give up. He was then given Vidappal Adigal, milk rice mixed with poison. The poison turned into Amirtham, the elixir of life, about which he sang later in his Padiyam. துஞ்சிருள் காலை மாலை தொடர்ச்சியை மறந்திராதே அஞ்செழுத்து ஓதில் நாளும் அரணடிக்கு அன்பதாகும் வஞ்சனை பார்ச்சோராக்கி வழக்கிலா அமணர் தந்த நஞ்சு அமுத ஆக்கிவித்தார் நனிபள்ளி அடிகளாரே. Those who worship Siva with a 5-lettered mantra every day before darkness is dispelled by the sun in the morning and after the sun sets in the evening are bound to get his grace. It is the Lord of Nanipalli who converted the poison-mixed rice given to me by the Jain monks into ambrosia and saved me. The 5-lettered mantra or Anjaluthu is the most sacred Panchakshara, Namah Shivaya. Then they tried to trample him by the royal elephant. Thirunavukkarasar sang the Padiyam, சுண்ணவெண் சந்தனச்சாந்தும் சுடர்த்திங்கள் சூழா மணியும் வண்ண உரிமை உடையும் வளரும் பவள நிறமும் அண்ணல் அரண் முரண் ஏறும் அகலம் வளாய அறவும் திண்ணன் கெடில புனலும் உடையார் ஒருவர் தமர்னாம் அஞ்சுவது யாதொன்றும் இல்லை அஞ்ச வருவதும் இல்லை. We are the kindred of the one who wears lime white holy ash, sandal paste, shining moon, ruby pendant, dress made of colorful hide, serpent that encircles his broad breast that has the complexion of a living coral, and who rides a belligerent bull that represents Dharma and has his abode on the firm banks of sacred river Kedilam. We are not afraid of anything, nor there is anything that could frighten us. The elephant went around the undaunted servitor, placed its knees on the ground, and paid its obeisance to him and turned away. This was being watched by the exalted folks of the 8 holy directions. கொண்ட கருத்தில் இருந்து குலாவிய அன்புரு கொள்கை தொண்டரை முன் வலமாக சூழ்ந்து எதிர்த்தாழ்ந்து நிலத்தில் எண் திசையோர்களும் காண இறைஞ்சி எழுந்தது வேளம். Thirunavukkarasar recalled this episode later in one of his padiyams. "O people, don't be disheartened, even if a hill falls on your head, for you are the kindred of Siva. Could even a death-dealing elephant kill kin of Siva, the supreme lord of this world? மலையே வந்து வீழினும் மனிதர்கள் நிலையில் நின்று கலங்கப் பெரிதிரேல் தலைவனாகிய ஈசன் தமர்களை கொலை செய்யானிதான் கொன்றிடுகிற்குமே." The monks, though surprised, still persisted. They tied him to a heavy stone and threw him into the deep sea. Even that heavy stone floated, and he walked out of the sea at Karayeravittakuppam, near Thiruppukaloor, singing the very sacred Namachivaya Thirupadiyam. He is the content and meaning of Vedas, and is ever ready to help his devotees when in need. He is the effulgent Lord of heaven. If one contemplates his perfectly matched gold-like holy feet in his heart and keep worshipping him with his hands, he will be saved by his mantra Namachivayave, even if he is tied to a stone and thrown into the sea. So Tunai Vediyan Sodi Vanavan, Puttunai Tirundadi Purunda Kaidara, கற்றுணை பூட்டியோர் கடலிற் பாய்ச்சினும் நற்றுணையாவது நமச்சிவாயவே. Thirunavukkarasar confirms this episode later in a verse rendered in first person in one of his padiyams. "When the Jains tied me to a stone and tried to sink me into the sea, I came out of it uttering the sacred name of the Lord, abiding Tirunelakudi, which is full of fertile fields, filled with grown tall paddy." கல்லினோடு என்னை பூட்டி அவன் கையர் ஒல்லை நீர்புக நூக்க என் வாக்கினால் நெல்லு நீள் வயல் நீல குடியரன் நல்ல நாமம் நவிற்று உய்ந்தேனன்றே. Thus, Thirunavukkarasar was made to undergo a series of 4 punishments, which are known in short as Vendapodi, Vidam, Velam, Velai, or lime powder, poison, elephant, and sea. Yet, Thirunavukkarasar was undaunted. This is precisely what Valluvar told us. அடுக்கி வரினும் அழிவிலான் உற்ற எடுக்கண் எடுக்கட்படும். Even if griefs come in a row to one who is undaunted, griefs themselves would be put into grief. At the end of it all, Pallava king himself lost faith in Jainism, and not only did he take to Saivism, but also built several temples for Lord Siva. Chapter 7. Request to have the ensigns of Siva on his shoulders. Navukkarasar then set out on his pilgrimage, saluting and singing the praise of the presiding deities of all the temples he visited. When he reached Thiruppazhaiyaarai, he made a special plea in one of his padiyams to have the ensigns of Siva, the trident and the bull, sealed on his shoulders. He probably thought that his body had got tainted during his stay with Jains. Hence, he wanted it to get it purified by getting these ensigns sealed on his shoulders. Oh, the beaming, lustrous Lord abiding in the temple of Thiruthunganai Madam, located in cloud-cladded Karandai, I have a plea to thy gold-like sacred feet. If you would like to save me from the slander that I have spent the best part of my life with Jains, then please do imprint on me your trident that glitters like gold. பொன்னார் திருவடிக்கு ஒன்று உண்டு விண்ணப்பம் போற்றி செய்யும் என் ஆவி காப்பதற்கு இச்சை உண்டேல் இருங்கூற்று அகல மென்னாரும் மூவிலை சூலம் என் மேல் பொறி மேவு கொண்டல் துன்னார் கடந்தையுள் தூங்கானை மாடச் சுடற்கொழுந்தே. Siva promptly got it done through his attendants, Siva Bhudangal. Chapter 8. Visit to Thillai. He was then on his way to Thillai. One should read and appreciate the glorious verses that Seklar had penned in Tamil to tell us how the flora and fauna express their hearty welcome to this great Sivanadiyar in the outskirts of Thillai. With the followers who had gathered there, he entered through the western gate of the great grand temple at Thillai. It appears that there is a significance to this directional entry. Four saints or Saivisamayakuravars, as they are called, entered this temple of temples through four different gates. Sambandhar through southern gate, Thirunavukkarasar through western gate, Manikkavasakar through eastern gate, and Sundarar through northern gate. This temple at Thillai is the most important temple for Saivite. In fact, temple in Saivism means only this temple at Thillai. As for Vaishnavites, temple means only Srirangam. It is therefore important for us to stop here for a while and get to know some holy features of this temple. This is one among the Panchapudha Sthalas where the deities over there are worshipped as the corresponding Buddhas themselves. Thillai, sky or Akasam, Kanchipuram, earth, Thiruvaanaikka, water, Thiruvannamalai, fire, Sri Kalahasti, air. The geographical location of this temple is now said to be the center of the earth's magnetic equator. The forest adjacent to this temple was then full of Thillai trees. That's how this place came to be known as Thillai. However, it is now better known as Chidambaram. This temple, covering an area of 51 acres, has 6 prakarams, one inside the other, and including the outer open one. The temple has Pancha Sabhas or halls, Kanaka Sabha, Chit Sabha, Nirta Sabha, Deva Sabha, and Raja Sabha. The presiding deity of the temple is Tirumulanadar, a Swayambhulinga, yet Lord Nataraja is the ruling deity. As a mark of religious harmony, there are shrines for both Siva and Vishnu, structured in such a way that the devotee can have twin darshan of both Sri Nataraja and Sri Govindaraja Perumal from one spot. The Lord is worshipped in the gold-roofed Sanctum Sanctorum in 3 forms. Nataraja, the form in Panchalogam, Uruva Tirumeni, crystal Linga said to have been given by Adi Shankara, the semi-form Aruvuruvam, empty space, the formless Aruvam. The story behind this Nataraja in Chidambaram with his Ananda Tandava posture. Vyagrapada is depicted as a human being with tiger's legs and hands. Patanjali is an avatar of Adisesha. Both were keen to see the Ananda Tandavam of Siva. They came to Thillai and awaited the day when Shiva would arrive to perform his cosmic dance, the Ananda Tandava, the dance of bliss in Thillai Chidambaram. While waiting, they were joined by 3,000 munis who are now known as Thillai Moovairavar. Although they had to wait for a long time, they never slackened in their devotion. Eventually, their patience was rewarded. On the appointed day, in the Tamil month of Thai, on a Thursday, with the full moon in the lunar mansion Pusam, Shiva arrived in full glory and performed his Ananda Tandava in the Chit Sabha. Here is an observation about Nataraja by an eminent English philosopher. The whole thing is there, you see. The world of space and time, and matter and energy, the world of creation and destruction, the world of psychology. We, the West, don't have anything remotely approaching such a comprehensive symbol which is both cosmic and psychological and spiritual. Anything more about Nataraja? Oh, there's a lot. But as we have now come far away from Thirunavukkarasar, we should rather move away for the present and take it up when we peep into the hagiography of Saint Manikkavasakar. Navukkarasar's next stop, as we have seen, was at Thillai Chidambaram. Having entered the temple through the western gate, he was standing in front of the much sung about Natarajan. He was totally immersed in that divine vision. It appeared to him that the deity was asking him, "When did you come?" "ஒன்றியிருந்து நினைவின்கள் உந்தமக்கு ஊனமில்லை, கன்றிய காலனை காலால் கடிந்தான் அடியவர்க்கா, சென்று தொழுமின்கள் தில்லையுட் சிற்றம்பலத்து நட்டம், என்று வந்தாய் என்னும் எம்பெருமாந்தன் திருக்குறிப்பே." You'd have no problem whatsoever if you could achieve oneness with him by uniting your mind and contemplating on him, who rose and put an end to the dreadful Yama with his lifted left leg to save his devotee, and is dancing under the golden roofed hall of Tiruchitrambalam with the look on his face that would appear to be asking you, "When did you come?" Navukkarasar's reply was that he had gone there not as a devotee to sing his praise, but only to have a darshan of his cosmic dance. Oh, the predecessor among all predecessors, the transcendent being, the exalted yogi, the one who is unaffected by the triple malady of karma, please do not blame me for not singing your praises. But then, how am I to offer my obeisance to you, my father, who is dancing at Thillai Ambalam? I, your slave, have come here just to see your scintillating dance. பத்தனாய் பாடமாட்டேன் பரமனே பரமயோகி, எத்தினார் பத்தி செய்கேன் என்னை நீ இகழ வேண்டாம். முத்தனே முதல்வா, தில்லை அம்பலத்து ஆடுகின்ற அத்தா, உன் ஆடல் காண்பான் அடியனேன் வந்தவாறே. It is pertinent to recall here Sekalar's graphical commentary of Thirunavukkarasar as he stood before the Lord of Thillai. Folded hands above his head in obeisance, eyes letting out tears like pouring rain, the four inner organs of knowledge, intellect, mind, ego, and the determinative faculty are also in a state of melting in sympathy with the eyes. The frail body, blessed to behold the cosmic dance, prostrates on the ground, rises and falls again repeatedly on seeing this divine dance of the Lord, with his long braided lightning like lock two dancing in tune. The ecstasy of Appa then was of course limitless. கையும் தலைமிசை புனை அஞ்சலியன, கண்ணும் பொழிமழை ஒளியாதே, பெய்யும் தகையன கரணங்களும் உடன் உருகும் பருவின, பேர் எய்தும் மெய்யும் தரைமிசை விழும் முன்பு எழுதரும், மின்தாள் சடையோடு நின்று ஆடும், ஐயன் திருநடம் எதிர் கும்பிடும், அவர் ஆர்வம் பெருகுதல் அளவு என்றால். Maybe it would be pertinent to recall here and compare the state of Sundaramurthy Nayanar when he also stood before Natarajar at Thillai and had darshan. With his eyes having taken over all the five senses of sight, sound, smell, taste and touch, as well as the four antakaranams, mind, intellect, siddha and ego, and the three gunas, rajas, tamas and sattviga, that have now become absolute goodness and blossomed as limitless joy in Sundara, on seeing the joyful dance divine in the blissful space of Siva with his matted moon-bedecked locks. ஐந்து பேர் அறிவும் கண்களை கொள்ள, அளப்பெறும் கரணங்கள் நான்கும் சிந்தையே ஆக, குணமொரு மூன்றும் திருந்து சாத்வீகமே ஆக, இந்து வாழ் சடையான் ஆடும் ஆனந்த எல்லையில் தனிப்பெரும் கூத்தின் வந்த பேரின்ப வெள்ளத்துள் திளைத்து மாறிலா மகிழ்ச்சியின் மலர்ந்தார். Navukkarasar's emotional involvement with that divine vision of the cosmic dance of Nataraja was quite intense. Hence, while all other saints of most religions and sects were praying for no rebirth, he went on to the extent of saying that if only one could have the opportunity to see this most attractive divine dance of enchanting Nataraja, even rebirth as a human being in this world is most welcome. If one could get the opportunity to witness the arched eyebrow, the sprouting smile on the lips that are as red as kovai fruit, the matted hair that's wet with the water of Ganges, milk-white vibhuti spread on his coral-like sacred body, and the dancing holy feet that give you bliss. Even to be born again as a human being in this world is most welcome. குனித்த புருவமும் கொவ்வை செவ்வாயிற் குமிழ்சிரிப்பும் பனித்த சடையும் பவளம்போல் மேனியில் பால்வெண்ணீரும் இனித்த முளையை எடுத்த பொற்பாதமும் காணப்பெற்றால் மனித்த பிறவியும் வேண்டுவதே இந்த மாநிலத்தே. மலர்மிசை ஏகினான் மானிடி சேர்ந்தார் நிலமிசை நீடு வாழ்வார். Those who merge with the lotus feet of the Lord residing in their hearts will live long in this world. Yes, Thirunavukkarasar lived for 81 years in this world. Chapter 9, Thiruvetkalam. Thirunavukkarasar then moved on to Thiruvetkalam or Thiruveizhimizhalai, which is hardly 4 kilometers away from Thillai. This thalam got its name because this was a forest filled with vei or mungil or bamboo trees, as Thillai was then full of Thillai trees. 3 out of the 4 saints, Sambandhar, Thirunavukkarasar and Sundarar, had visited this thalam and sung Thevarams about it. Pasupadiswarar and Nallanagai are the presiding deities. Pasupadiswarar sounds a little familiar, isn't it? Of course, yes. It is here that Arjuna came, did penance at the instance of Lord Krishna, and got Pasupada Astram from Lord Siva. Hence, there is a separate Sannidhi for Arjuna too in this temple of Yo. There is yet another special feature related to this thalam. Annamalai University, with a sprawling campus of nearly 1,000 acres, is located at Annamalai Nagar, which is just adjacent to Thiruvetkalam. It was established almost a century ago by the great philanthropist Rajasar Annamalai Chettiar. Incidentally, it's my alma mater too, for I did my degree in mechanical engineering in this university during the years 1950-54. Getting back to Thirunavukkarasar, he then visited Thiruppukaloor, which is also not far away from Thillai. The presiding deities there are Palvannanadar and Vedanayagi. By then, Annampalikkum Thillai, or the place where cooked rice is graciously distributed to all, came to his memory again. There is also yet another interpretation to this name. Annam is also said to mean Mukti or salvation, the sacred place that distributes Mukti to the deserved. After singing a Thirukkurundogai Thevaram, he got back to Thillai. Panikkai Mummada Vedam Urithavan, Ninippavar Manam Koyilaga Kondavan, Anithum Vedamam Ambalakkuthanai, Thinithanippoழுதும் மறந்து உய்வனோ. Chapter 10, First Meeting with Sambandhar. He continued to stay at Thillai for a few more days, singing several popular padigams. It was then that he heard of child Saint Sambandhar, said to be the son of God. He was also told that Sambandhar had the privilege of being fed by Mother Periyanayagi herself with the milk drawn from her own divine breast and mixed with Siva gnosis, spiritual knowledge about Siva, Sivagnanam, as ordained by Thoniyappa, the Lord of Sirkali. Navukkarasar promptly decided to meet him, but before leaving Thillai, he rolled his body over the holy streets of Thillai, Anga Pradakshanam. This special form of worship probably was to purify his body yet again from the traces of Jainism. அப்பொழுதே அம்பலத்துள் ஆடுகின்ற கடல் வணங்கி அருள் முன் பெற்று பொய்ப்பிறவி பிணி ஓட்டும் திருவீதி புரண்டு வலங்கொண்டு போந்தே. After visiting Thirunaroor, he reached the outskirts of Sirgali. Sambandhar, having heard about Navukkarasar's journey to Sirgali, had already gone there to receive him. At the sight of Sambandhar, Navukkarasar straightway fell at the tender feet of Thirugnana Sambandhar. he lifted him up with both his hands and addressed him as Appare, O Father. Navukkarasar promptly responded saying, Adiyen, your servant. Secular describes this memorable meeting as a confluence of two seas, the sea of grace and the sea of compassion. அருள் பெருக்கு தனிக்கடலும் உலகுக்கு எல்லாம் அன்பு செறி கடலுமாம். Let's compare this meeting with a couplet from Thirukkural and enjoy. நவில்தொறும் நூல் நயம் போலும் பயில்தொறும் பண்புடையாளர் தொடர்பு. Like learning the friendship of the noble, the more it is cultivated, the more delightful does it become. After spending some time in the amiable company of Sambandhar, Appar, as Thirunavukkarasar was known thereafter, continued his pilgrimage. Chapter 11, Thiruvadi Thietchai at Nalloor. Not quite satisfied with the ensigns of Siva sealed on his shoulders by his attendants, and the rolling over of his body in the holy streets of Thillai, Appar still felt that his body had not completely got rid of the stain of Jainism. So, he placed a request yet again before the Lord of Tiruchathimuttram that Siva should place his sacred feet on his head before he was taken away by Yama, the Lord of Death. கோவாய் முடுகி அடுதிரல் கூற்றம் குமைப்பதன் முன் பூவார் அடிச்சுவடியின் தலைமையில் பொறித்து வைப்பாய். The Lord bade him to go to Nalloor. Appar did, and Siva also did give him Thiruvadi Thietchai at Thirunalloor. உன்னுடைய நினைப்பதனை முடிக்கின்றோம் என்றவர்தம் சென்னிமிசை பாதமலர் சூட்டினான் சிவபெருமான். The Lord placed his holy feet on his head, thereby removing his sins and totally purifying his soul and body. Let's look at this episode as narrated by Appar himself in one of his padigams. The very thought of the Lord of Nalloor made the heart of his devotees melt. He makes them more molten by getting rid of all their sins. He stripped the skin of the ferocious elephant that came on him and wore it as his blanket. He wore the crescent of the moon on his head, and he placed on my humble head his holy feet, which were wet with honey that dripped from the blossoming flower buds in the headwear of the heavenly folk who found him after a prolonged search and placed their heads on them. நினைந்துருகும் அடியாரை நைய வைத்தார், மற்றும் அவர் தீவினைகள் நில்லாமே நீங்க வைத்தார். சினந்திருகு களிற்றுருவை போர்வையாக்கிக் கொண்டார், எழுமதியின் தளிர் வைத்தார். சிறந்து வானோர் இனந்துருவி மணிமகிடத் தேரத்துற்ற இனமலர்கள் போதவிழ்ந்து மதுவாய்ப் பில்கி நனைந்தனைய திருவடியின் தலைமையில் வைத்தார், நல்லூர் எம்பெருமானார் நல்லவாரே. What is this Thiruvadi Diksha anyway? When a guru takes over a Shishya into his fold, he does it in 4 different ways. Nayana, through his eyes; Sparisa, through touch; Manasa, through his mind; and Thiruvadi, by placing his feet over the head of the Shishya. Chapter 12, episode with Appoothi Adigal. During his pilgrimage, Appar reached Thingaloor. As he walked into this holy place, he was in for a surprise. He found his name written everywhere: streets, tanks, groves, water booths, thanneer pandalgal, etc. On checking with the passers-by, he learned that the person responsible for all that he saw was by one devotee with name Appoothi Adigal. He was told that even his children were given the name of Thirunavukkarasar. He was obviously inquisitive as to why this person should resort to such an unusual gesture without having even met or seen him earlier. Getting guidance from the local people, Thirunavukkarasar reached the residence of Appoothi Adigal. On seeing the Sivanadiyar at the doorstep, the family gave him a cordial welcome without even knowing who he was. Appoothi Adigal's such an unusual gesture reminds us of the sloga 12 of Sivanyana Bodham. செம்மலர் நோந்தாள் சேரலோட்ட அம்மலங்கழி அன்பரொடு மறி மாலரநேயம் மலிந்தவர் வேடமும் ஆலயம் தானும் அரணெனத் தொழுமே. Wash off all your three malas, Anavam, Kanmam and Maye, which prevent you from reaching the lotus feet of the Lord. Mix with the society of Bhaktas, whose souls, having lost their dark ignorance, now abound with love. Contemplate their appurtenances and the temples as Lord Siva himself. When the customary formalities of receiving an adiyar at home, like washing his feet, placing flowers on them, were completed, Appar quietly asked Appoothi Adigal, "How is it that you have given the name of another person in front instead of your own name to the water booths that you have graciously put up for the benefit of the devotees of the one who sports a river on his matted head?" asked the king of blemishless expression. ஆறு அணியும் சடைமுடியார் அடியார்க்கு நீர் வைத்த ஈரில் பெரும் தண்ணீர் பந்தரில் நும்பெயர் எழுதாதே வேறொரு பேர் முன்னெழுத வேண்டிய காரணம் என்கொல் கூறும் என எதிர்மொழிந்தார் கோதின்மொழி கொற்றவனார். Quite perceptibly annoyed by this unexpected query from the Sivanadiyar, Appoothi Adigal quickly enumerated all the good deeds done by Thirunavukkarasar till then and asked back, "How could you, with all your saintly appearance, call this great saint, who by his sacred acts of service won over even a Pallava king back to Saivism from Jainism, as another person? Anyway, where are you from, and who are you wearing this auspicious appurtenance?" நான் இல் அமன் பதருடன் ஒன்றிய மன்னவன் சூழ்ச்சி திருத்தொண்டின் உரைப்பாலே வென்று அவர் தம் திருப்பேரோ வேறொரு பேர் என வெகுழ்வார். எங்குரைவீர் நீர்தாம் யார் இயம்பும் என இயம்பினார் மங்களமாம் திருவேடத்துடன் நின்று இவ்வகை மொழிந்தீர். Appoothi Adigal had piled up before him all the sacred services and the miracles performed by Thirunavukkarasar. In total contrast was the simple, humble and polite reply of Thirunavukkarasar to Appoothi Adigal. It is this humble self who was with another religion and suffering from an acute colic pain was rescued and graciously taken into his fold. It is me, the unworthy one, who lacked clarity in thought. பிறதுறையில் நின்றேற அருகு பெறும் சூலையினால் ஆட்கொள்ள அடைந்து உய்ந்த திருளும் உணர்வு இல்லாத சிறுமையேன் யான் என்றார். Here is an apt couplet from Thirukural for us to compare and enjoy. நிலையில் தெரியாது அடங்கியான் தோற்றம் மலையினும் மானப்பெரிது. Loftier than a mountain is the greatness of one who doesn't throw his weight around. Appar was the embodiment of humility. Appoothi Adigal promptly apologized for the mistaken identity and invited Appar for a meal in their house. Without any hesitation, Appar accepted the invitation and stayed back. இருந்தோம்பி இல்வாழ்வதெல்லாம் விருந்தோம்பி வேளாண்மை செய்தற் பொருட்டு. The purpose of pursuing a fruitful domestic life is only to extend the benevolence of pure hospitality to all. While the meal was being cooked, Appoothi Adigal's elder son went to the backyard of the house to cut a tender plantain leaf for serving the meal to Appar. But unfortunately, he was bitten by a tiny snake hidden inside the leaf. He died, but only after delivering the cut leaf to his mother. மோப்பக்குழையும் அனிச்சம் முகந்திரிந்து நோக்கக்குழையும் விருந்து. The anicham, scarlet pimpernel flower, is so sensitive that it will wilt away even when just smelt. Likewise, when expressions on our face aren't pleasant with our guests, the entire hospitality is spoilt. Hence, without showing any discomfort about the dead son, Appoothi Adigal and his wife laid out the meal on the leaf. However, Appar asked for the Seemantaputran, the son born out of the first conception, for blessing him to by putting vibhuti on his forehead before the meal. Adigal quietly replied, "He would not be of use to us here. Ingu avan namakku udavan." Appar was not satisfied. He intuitively felt that something wrong had happened. So he continued, "Please tell me the truth in detail. Mei virithu urayum." Mei means truth as well as body. The couple could not hide the fact anymore. They brought the dead body of the boy, rolled in a mat. As instructed by Appa, the body was taken and laid in front of the deity in the Siva temple at Thingalur. Appa then sang in that temple one of his very popular Thevarams, Vidamdirtha Padiham, as the Padiham that removed the poison and saved the boy. Undrugulam avar sindai uyarvarai. Appa started counting from 1 to 10 like they do in a boxing ring, but singing a verse for each of them. Before he came to 10, the boy got up alive. It is said that even now some of the saintly persons sing this padiham and save snake-bitten people. Although his son had come back to life, Appoothi Adigal was not quite happy, since the serving of the lunch for this honored guest was delayed. Aware of what was passing through the mind of the host, Appa promptly went back to their house. Not only did he have a meal there with the whole family, but also stayed with them for a few more days. அருந்தனையன் உயிர் பெற்ற அது கண்டு அமுது செய்யாது இருந்ததற்கு தளர்வெய்தி இடர்துழந்தார் துயர் நீங்க வருந்தும் அவர் மனைப்புகுந்து வாகீச திருமுனிவர் விருந்து அமுது செய்து அருளி விருப்பமுடன் மேவும் நாள். Appar, followed by a retinue of adiyars, moved out to Thiruppazhaiyaarai and sang a sweet padigam glorifying Appoothi Adigal as well as the presiding deities, Avatsagayar with Periyanayagi. This padigam is sung with Nayaga Nayagi Bhavam or style. In such poems, the deity of the temple is the Nayagan. The poet himself assumes the role of Nayagi. In the last stanza of the padigam, Appar pays a tribute to Appoothi Adigal directly, which is rarely done in poems praising the good Lord. O God of Palanam, where winsome swans with cotton-like feet and comely wings are around, here dwells Appoothi. It is on his tuft that you have placed your holy feet as adorning flowers. He fosters the triple fire ritual every day, seeing which Kali felt unnerved and flew away in fear. Though you deceptively took away my bangles and not returned till now, do at least bless me here and now to successfully complete my கூடல். வஞ்சித்து என் வளை கவர்ந்தான் வாரானே ஆயிடினும் பஞ்சிக்கால் சிறுகன்னம் பறந்தார்க்கும் பழனத்தான் அஞ்சிப்போய் கலிமெலிய அழலோம்பும் அப்பூதிய குஞ்சிப்பூவாய் நின்ற சேவடியாய் கோடு இசையே. கூடல் இழைத்தல் is a sort of witch-like attempt or a playful method of prediction. This practice had been in prevalence in life and literature since the great Sangam period. Let me now cite an example from Muthallairum, said to be from 5th century. Kudal Ilaithal is invariably done by a lass in love whose beloved has departed. She would sit down, close her eyes, and start drawing a pattern or a circle with her forefinger on sand. If the prediction is positive, when she opens her eyes, the pattern or circle should have closed at the point where she started. A lass in love with the king of Madurai closed her eyes and started to find out if she would succeed in joining her beloved, the king. But halfway through, she has stopped and is sitting with a worried look on her face. What is she worried about anyway? She is obviously worried about the consequences that would come on her if the pattern doesn't get completed by ending at the point of starting. Kudar Perumane, Kudalar Gomane, கூடப்பெருவனேல் கூடு என்று கூடல் இழைப்பாள் போல் காட்டி இழையாது இருக்கும் பிழைப்பின் பிழைவாக்கு அறிந்து. Now, back to upper. As an Nayagi is no exception, and hence requesting the deity of Palanam in the above closing stanza of the Padiyam to at least bless the Koodal to successfully close, even if he is not coming in person. Chapter 13, Pilgrimage continued. Let's now get back to his pilgrimage. After visiting several Thiruthalams like Tiruchotturai, Thirukkandiyur, Thiruvedikudi, Pasupati Koyil, Tiruchakkarapalli, Thiruvalandur, Upper crossed over to the southern bank of river Kaveri and reached Thirunalloor temple, where he was earlier crowned with the Thiruvadi of the good Lord. The presiding deities of this temple are Kalyana Sundarar with Kalyana Sundari. This temple has some special features. This is the holy place where sage Agasthyar was shown the Kalyana Thirukolam of Lord Siva with Annai Parvati, and hence the presiding deity of this temple got the name of Kalyana Sundarar. The Lord is also known as Panchavarneswarar, for he is seen in 5 colors during different times of the day. As was done earlier for upper, the Thiruvadi of this Lord is placed on the heads of all visiting devotees too. This is like the Sadari being placed on the heads of all visiting devotees in Vaishnavite temples. It is also here that Amarnidhi Nayanar, one of the 63 Nayanmars, was blessed with Mukti. Chapter 14, Thiruaroor. A desire then arose in the mind of upper to worship the Lord at Thiruaroor. So he passed through Pazhaiyaarai, Palloor, Thiruvalanjuli, Thirukkudamuukku, Nalloor, Thirucherai, Kodavayil, Narayoor, Thiruvanjiyam, and a few other places, singing hymns at each of these temples. When he reached the outskirts of Thiruvaroor, he was astonished to see all the streets of the town decorated with auspicious articles and materials. People of the town accorded him a grand welcome. Upper stayed at Thiruvaroor for a few days and humbly offered his prayers and padiyams at Thirumulutanadar, Valmiganadar, Araneri, etc. He sang 7 Tiruthandagams at this sacred town. Here is a lovely stanza from one of those. Praise be to the one that's like the fruit enjoyed by the evolved Adiyas, to the blessing received by those who reach your holy feet, to the nectar that you become to those who have no bondage, to your accepting me as your servitor after nullifying all my grief, to the one who has no equal, to the one who is hailed as a remedy by the celestials, to the one who burnt the 3 hostile fortresses, to the one who resides in Thirumulutanam. கற்றவர்கள் உண்ணும் கனியே போற்றி, கழலடைந்தார் செல்லும் கதியே போற்றி, அற்றவர்க்கு ஆரமுதம் ஆனாய் போற்றி, அல்லல் அறுத்து அடியேனை ஆண்டாய் போற்றி, மற்றொருவர் ஒப்பில்லா மைந்தா போற்றி, வானவர்கள் போற்றும் மருந்தே போற்றி, செற்றவர்தம் புறமரித்த சிவனே போற்றி, திருமூலட்டானனே போற்றி போற்றி. What is this kani or fruit? To understand this, let's look at a verse from Tirumular's Thirumandiram. Poets metaphorically refer to the revered name of Siva or the mantra Namasivaya as a fruit. ஒன்று கண்டீர் உலகுக்கு ஒரு தெய்வமும் ஒன்று கண்டீர் உலகுக்கு உயிராவது நன்று கண்டீர் இனி நமச்சிவாய பழம் தின்று கண்டேற்கு இது தித்தித்தவாறே. One God for all worlds, one is He, the life for all worlds. Lovely indeed is Namachivaya fruit, sweet it is to them who had tasted it. Thiruvaroor or Thiruaroor is one of the most important among Saivite Thiruthalams. Hence, we should pause here for a while and get to know a little more about this holy town. When we say Koil, we mean only Thillai, and when we say Periya Koil, we always mean Thiruvaroor among Saivites. as Koil means Srirangam and Periya Koil means Tirupati, Tirumalai to Vaishnavites. Here are some of the features of this thalam and the temple thereof. Thiruvaroor is one of the following 7 most sacred mukti thalams which bless the devotee with mukti or salvation or prevention of rebirth. If you are born in Thiruvaroor, live in Kanjipuram, bathe in Thirumuraikaadu, hear about Avinasi, utter the name Thiru Alavai or Madurai, think about Thiruvannamalai, die at Varanasi. 87th Thalam on the southern bank of river Kaveri, former capital of Cholanadu and where King Manunidi Cholan sacrificed his son for rendering justice to a bereaved cow. One of the Sapta Vidanga Thalams. These are 7 holy places where uncarved out emerald lingas worshipped by Indiran are consecrated. They are known as Tyagarajas. These are at Thiruvaroor, Thirunaagaikaronam, Tirunallaaru, Thirukkarayil, Thirukkuvalai, Thiruvaimur and Thirumuraikaadu. Tyagarajar is supposed to have danced at Thiruvaroor. The dance is known as Ajaba Nadanam. At this point of time, let's have a comparative look at the dances performed by Tyagaraja at Thiruvaroor and Nataraja at Thillai. Let's have a look at Tyagaraja's dance at Thiruvaroor. Ajaba, yoga, jnana, sitting, rid of rebirth and sit, and that of Nadarajas at Thillai. Ananda, Boga, Una, standing, rebirth possible, Sat. The streets of this thalam are blessed to have been walked upon by Lord Tyagaraja as a messenger to Paravainaachiyar on behalf of his companion Sundarar, one of the 4 saints. This is the thalam where Sundarar lived with Paravainaachiyar. The extent of the large temple here is 5 velis, and the Thirukulam with the name Kamalalayam is also of equal extent. 1 veli is equal to 700,000 square feet. 5 other Nayanmars out of the 63, namely Thandi Adigal, Kalar Singer, Seruthunai Nayanar, Viranmeendar and Naminandi Adigal lived here. The temple car called Aalithir is the largest among temple cars. There are 2 sannidhis for each, Vanmiganadhar and Tyagarajar for Sivan, and Kamalambal and Neelotpalambal for Ambige. This is the temple where Tyagarajar asked his companion Sundarar to sing about his most ardent devotees known as Nayanmars. He also helped him with a holy line to begin with. Thillaival Andanardam Adiyarkkum Adiyen. Upper has sung 21 Padigams at Thiruvaroor and 2 more at Thiruvaroor Araneri. Chapter 15, Thiruppukaloor. Upper then went from Thiruvaroor offering Aroot, his obeisance to the deities at the temples of Thiruvalam, Thiruvirkudi, Thiruppanayoor, and came back to Thiruvaroor with his retinue of devotees to have darshan of the dancing Lord on the sacred day of Thiruadirai. That done, Upper moved over to Thiruppukaloor and stayed at the Madam or Choultry that was run by another Nayanar by name Muruganar. Meanwhile, Sambandhar also dropped in with his retinue at Muruganar Madam. He was pretty keen to know from Upper about the festival of Thiruadirai at Thiruvaroor. Sekular says that this meeting of the 2 saints with their respective retinues of thunders was like 2 seas joining together and forming an ocean. Upper then sang for him the Padigam starting with Muthuvidanam, extolling the Thiruadirai festival at Thiruaroor. After a quick visit to Thiruaroor, Sambandhar promptly returned to Thiruppukaloor. They were joined at the Madam by 2 other Nayanmars. All the 4 enjoyed the fruit of good company. Visiting Nayanmars took leave of them a few days later. Upper and Sambandhar, being endowed with similar minds, jointly visited the temples at Thiruambur, Thirukkadavoor, and the holy crematorium of Thirukkadavoor Mayanam, staying at Kungulikkalaya Nayanar's Madam and singing appropriate padigams at each of those thalams. That done, they continued their pilgrimage and reached Thiruveezhimizhalai after visiting Thiruaroor. Chapter 16. Thiruveezhimizhalai is one of the most popular Thiruthalams and has been sung about by all three saints, Appar, Sambandhar and Sundarar. Here are some reasons for its popularity. The presiding deities are Vili Alagar and his consort Alagiya Vanamulai Ammai. Here is a verse from one of the padigams sung by Appar, listing out the reasons for the popularity of the deity of this temple. He, the divine core of Vedas, the honeyed fragrance of the blossoming bud, the ghee that's concealed in cow's milk, the solidified lump out of sugar cane juice, the fire hidden in firewood, is wearing on his matted crest crescent, snake, wreaths of Kondrai flower and river Ganga, and with all his varied pursuits, has accepted Thiruveezhimizhalai as his abode. Maraidai Purular, Mottin Malarvali Vasat Thenar, Karavidai Palin Neyyar, Karumbinil Kattiyanar, Piraidai Pambu, Kundrai Pinayal Ser, Sadayul Neerar, Virahidai Thiyar, Veezhimizhalayul Vihrudhanare. This thalam is known as marriage parihara thalam, for it is here that Siva married Karthiyayani, who was doing penance here and who is none other than Parvati Devi reborn. There is a panel behind the Swayambhu Sivalinga portraying this divine marriage. The name of this thalam has Vidi or I in it. There is an episode behind this name. Lord Vishnu was doing a penance here, uttering Siva Sahasranama and offering a lotus flower after each name every day, for he was seeking the weapon of wheel or chakra aidam. During his worship on a day, Lord Vishnu found to his dismay that he was short of one lotus for offering after the concluding nama. Unhesitatingly gouged out one of his own eyes and offered it in place of the missing lotus. Siva was so pleased that he gifted him with the divine wheel that he sought for, and also agreed to stay under the Vimana that was specially brought by Vishnu from heaven. In fact, a verse from Appar's Padiham too covers this episode. Neetrinai niraya poosi, nithal aayiram poo kondu, ஏற்றுளி ஒரு நாள் ஒன்று குறைய கண் நிறைய இட்ட ஆற்றலுக்கு ஆழி நல்கி அவன் கொணர்ந்து இழிச்சும் கோயில் வீற்றிருந்து அளிப்பர் வீழி மிளலையுள் விகிர்தனாரே. This being one of the holiest of Saivite thalams, has the third largest number of padigams. This shrine also has a differently designed mandapam, oval mandapam, an architectural marvel in which even bats cannot hang on. Appar and Sambandhar stayed along with their followers at two different madams located in the east and west of the temple. They were offering their obeisance to Thiruvadi Alagar every day. After a few days, the place was hit by one of the most intense droughts. Famine struck and no food was available for the people in the village. The good Lord would not obviously keep quiet. He appeared in the dreams of both the saints and told them, "Though you may yourselves bear good and evil with equanimity, yet I will enable you both to relieve the distress of your followers and the rest in the village by giving you each a gold coin every day." And as promised, they did get every day a gold coin each, which was exchanged, materials bought, cooked into food, and served to the hungry in both madams. But there was one hitch. Offering food at Sambandhar's madam was getting delayed every day. On inquiry, Sambandhar found out that the reason for this delay was the discounted value of the gold coin that he was getting every day. Sambandhar, however, realized that this was being intentionally done by the Lord to distinguish between the two. One who is doing yeoman service to the people personally and to the temples and its surroundings with his hoe, as against himself, the only qualification for him being that he was the divine son. So he went before Lord Thiruverumbiyur and requested him with a popular padigam, Vasidhirave, to give him also a coin of full value. The Lord, of course, obliged. Chapter 17, Thirumuraikaadu. When the famine faded away and prosperity returned to the place, the two saints left and reached another very popular thalam, Thirumuraikaadu, after visiting Thiruvaanaikka. The temple here is the abode of Lord Vedavananathar with his consort Vedanayagi, alias Yazhaipazhitha Menmozhiyal. They were surprised to see the main door of this temple closed. Devotees were daily using the only door on the side to get in and out of the temple. Inquisitive saints asked the local devotees. They were told that the front main door was closed long ago by the Vedas, who used to come in every day and worship the deity inside the temple. அறவச்சடை அந்தணனாரை அகில மறைகள் அர்ச்சனை செய்து உறவ கதவும் திருக்காப்பு செய்த அந்நாள் முதல் இந்நாள் வரையும் அடைந்தே நிற்கின்ற மணி நீள் வாயில். As since then no one who was equally well versed in Vedas did not come here, the door remained closed. Hence, local devotees were using only the side entrance. தொல்லை வேதம் திருக்காப்பு செய்த வாயில் தொடர்பு அகற்றவல்ல அன்பர் அணையாமை மருங்கு ஓர் வாயில் வழியெய்தி அல்லல் தீர்ப்பார்தமை அர்ச்சிப்பார்கள் தொழுவார் ஆம்படி கண்டு எல்லையில்லா பெரும்புகழார் இதனை அங்கு கேட்டு அறிந்தார். Sambandhar was obviously unhappy with the prevailing situation and made up his mind not to leave the place without opening the main door and worshipping the Lord inside through that door. He requested his senior Appar to sing a padigam to open the main door. Appar sang the famous Pannin Nermozhiyal padigam. Oh, the concert of Goddess Uma, whose speech is as sweet as music, the Lord of Maraikkaadu, whom the devotees of this earth circumambulate, do grant us your divine grace by certainly letting the door open and helping us see you with our eyes. Pannin Nermozhiyal umai vangaro, மண்ணினார் வலம் செய்யும் மறைக்காடரோ கண்ணினால் உமை காண கதவினை திண்ணமாக திறந்தருள் செய்மினே. Appar continued rendering verse after verse of this padigam, requesting the Lord to let the door open at the end of each verse. But the Lord persisted till Appar's 10th verse. Finally, Appar rendered his 11th verse saying, You who punish the Rakshasa by pressing your toe on his shoulders do not seem to have any sympathy for us. Do grant us your grace by causing to open this door quickly. அரக்கனை விரலால் அடைத்திட்ட நீர் இரக்கம் ஒன்றிலீர் எம்பெருமானீரே சுரக்கும் புன்னைகள் சூழ் மறைக்காடரோ சரக்கைய கதவும் திறப்பிம்மினே. And lo and behold, the door opened to the happiness of all around. Appar and Sambandhar promptly entered the temple with their followers through the just opened main door and offered their prayers to the deities with their padigams. On their way back, Appar requested Sambandhar to sing a padigam to close the main door, Thirukkadaikkaappu, so that the door would keep opening and closing every day thereafter. Sambandhar started singing his now popular padigam, Saduram Maraidan. It was quite surprising that the main door got closed immediately after he sang just the first verse of his padigam. Oh, the divine youth who is worshipped by the four Vedas and who lives in Maraikkaadu, that's surrounded by fauna and flora filled with sweet honey, please do have compassion and bestow your grace on us by letting this door of your temple close on its own accord. Saduram Maridan துதி செய்து வணங்கும் மதுரம் பொழில் சூழ் மறைக்காட்டுரை மைந்தா, இது நன்கு இறை வைத்து அருள் செய்க எனக்கு, உன் கதவம் திருக்காப்பு கொள்ளும் கருத்தாலே. And now let us leave Upper and Sambandhar for a moment and have a quick peep into the many features of this very popular temple on the seashore. This thalam, which is known as Vedaranyam or Thirumuraikaadu, because the four Vedas are Marais, Rig, Yajur, Sama and Atharvana, were staying here in the form of humans and were worshipping the Lord of the temple, which is located amidst a forest filled with punnai trees. At the birth of Kali Yuga, Vedas took leave of the Lord and went away. While going, those powerful Vedas closed the front main door. It remained shut since then. This is the sacred temple where Siva showed Saint Agastya his divine marriage Thirukolam. This is one of the holy 7 temples known as Saptavidanga Thalams, where the blissful emerald linga known as Tyagaraja is consecrated. Vedaranya Vilakku Azhagu. Yes, the divine lamps of this temple are well known for their sparkling brilliance. It is perhaps relevant here to recall a few more of such adages. Thiruvaroor Theralagu, Thiruvidimurdur Thiruzhalagu, Mannargudi Madilalagu, Kumbakonam Koyilalagu. There is also an episode relating to the lamp of the sanctum sanctorum of this temple. It was midnight one day when the wick in the lamp got burnt out in front and was about to extinguish. At that time, a rat that came inside, probably looking for some eats, saw the state of the lamp and with its nose protruded the wick further out. Its nose got burnt a little in this act, but the lamp got its glow back. Recognizing this timely act of the rat, it was made to be reborn as Emperor Musugunda. Thirunavukkarasar also recalls this episode in one of his padigams. நிறை மறைக்காடு தன்னில் நீண்டெறி தீபந்தன்னை கரை நிறத்து எலிதன் மூக்கு சுட்டுடக் கனன்று தூண்ட நிறை கடல் மண்ணும் விண்ணும் நீண்ட வானுலகமெல்லாம் குறைவரக் கொடுப்பர் போலும் குறுக்கை வீரட்டனாரே. There is yet another episode connecting Sri Rama with this temple. As we all know, Rama killed Ravana. According to the faith of Hinduism, such an act would bring in doshams to the killer depending on the premier virtues of the killed. In this case, Ravana, apart from being a Brahmin by birth, had 2 more virtues, heroism and expertise in music. So Rama had 3 doshams, namely Brahmahati, Veerahati and Chayahati. Rama did expiations or remedies for all the 3 as follows. At Rameswaram, to ward off Brahmahati dosham, at Thirumuraikaadu to ward off Veerahati dosham, and at Pattisaram to ward off Chayahati dosham. Vishwamitra got his compelling desire to become a Brahma Rishi fulfilled at this temple. Oh, we seem to have come again a long way off, leaving Upper and Sambandhar behind. Let's get back to them. They retired to their respective madams, but Upper couldn't sleep. He was wondering whether he had committed a mistake as the Lord delayed the opening of the door in response to his song, while he did respond immediately to Sambandhar's plea for closing. With this mood, he dozed off for a while. However, the learned people say that this delay in opening the door was because the Lord wanted to listen to his padigam in full, as he was captivated by his mellifluous song couched in chaste Tamil and choicest diction. Sleeping Upper was told in his dream by the Lord, "We are in Thiruvaiyur. Follow me." Upper promptly got up and anxiously followed the shadow-like figure. The figure, after playing hide and seek with Upper, showed a temple in front, went inside and disappeared. Upper was wondering again if he was being punished by the Lord for his seemingly unwise act. Meanwhile, Sambandhar had heard of Appar's departure, rushed to Thiruvaimur and joined him. Appar felt relieved and sang a padigam stating, "Now that Sambandhar who sang to close your door forthwith has joined me, how could you still hide yourself? திறக்கப்பாடிய எனினும் செந்தமிழ் உரைக்கப்பாடிய அடைப்பித்தார் உள் நின்றார் மறைக்க வல்லரோ தம்மை திருவாய்மூர் பிறைகொள் செஞ்சடையார் இவர் பித்தரே." Sambandhar had darshan of the Lord and showed Appar. He also finally had darshan of the Lord and sang the padigam, "Paadavadiyar Paravakkandeen." After this mystic experience and a brief stay at Thiruvaimur, both moved back to Thirumuraikaadu. During their stay at Thirumuraikaadu, royal messengers came from Mangayarkarasi, the queen of Pandiyanadu. They informed Sambandhar that Pandiyanadu and its king were in the tight grip of Jainism and its monks. On hearing this message, Sambandhar resolved at once to go there and combat the Jains at Madurai, the capital of Pandiyanadu, and restore Saivism to its former glory. But Appar, who had ample experience with the Jains, tried to dissuade him, saying, "I had very bitter experience with the Jains. I will not agree to your taking the risk now." Sambandhar was not convinced. Appar tried to tell him that the time then was also not auspicious, considering the planetary positions. That's when Sambandhar sang the very famous padigam, "Veyiru Tholivangan," which is now being sung in all Sivan and Navagraha temples. Sambandhar left for Madurai. Appar continued to stay at Thirumuraikaadu for a few more days and then started his pilgrimage again. After visiting more Thiruthalams, en route, Appar reached Thiruppazhaiyaarai. Chapter 18, Thiruppazhaiyaarai. On his arrival at Pazhaiyaarai, he saw a tower apparently looking like that of a temple. Automatically his hands got together and raised up for worshipping the tower. But onlookers told the saint that it was a fake tower raised by Jains on top of the walled-up Siva temple. Appar was obviously shocked to see that treacherous act of Jains. Promptly he located a place close to that tower, sat there, did not eat any food, and vowed not to leave the place until the old Siva temple was restored and enabled him see and pay his obeisance to the presiding deity of Pazhaiyaarai, Dharmapureeswarar, and his consort Vimalanayaki. "வண்ணம் கண்டு நான் உம்மை வணங்கி அன்றி போகேன் என்று எண்ணமுடிக்கும் வாகீஸ்வர் இருந்தார் அமுது செய்யாதே." The Lord would not obviously leave his devotee in such a state. He appeared in the dream of Pallava king and told him that his abode had been hidden by Jains and that his ardent devotee Thirunavukkarasar had resorted to a hunger strike till that temple was restored. What's more, the Lord also gave him the exact location of the temple. "அண்ணலாரும் அது உணர்ந்த அங்கு அரசு தம்மை பணிவதற்கு திண்ணமாக மன்னனுக்கு கனவில் அருளி செய்கின்றார். அறிவில் அமணர் மறைப்ப இருந்தோம் என்று அங்கு அடையாள குறிகள் அருளி செய்தருளி நம்மை அரசு கும்பிடுவான் நெறியில் அமன்தமை அழித்து நீக்கி போக்கு." The king responded immediately with necessary actions. The temple of Dharmapureeswarar was restored to its original state. Thirunavukkarasar was happy, had his darshan of the Lord, sang a padigam as usual, and broke his fast. எண்ணிய எண்ணியாங்கு எய்துவர் எண்ணியார் திண்ணியராகப் பெறின். The will to do achieves the deed when the mind that wills is strong indeed. அறத்திற்கே அன்பு சார்வென்ப அறியார் மரத்திற்கும் அகுதே துணை. The ignorant say that kindness is an ally of only virtue. Not quite. It is effective against evil too. Chapter 19, Thiruvaanaikka, After this successful campaign against Jains, Thirunavukkarasar continued his pilgrimage, visiting several thalams en route, including Thiruvaanaikka, and of course worshipping the presiding deities and singing padigams at each of them. Thiruvaanaikka is one among the Panchabhuta salas corresponding to water. Once Parvati mocked at Siva while he was doing penance for betterment of the world. Siva was obviously unhappy and directed her to go to earth from Kailasam and do penance. Parvati, in the form of Akhilandeswari, came down to earth and found a Jambu forest to conduct her penance. She made a lingam out of water from river Kaveri that was flowing close by, placed it under the Jambu tree and commenced her penance. The lingam is known as Appulingam, water lingam. Siva at last gave darshan to Akhilandeswari and taught her Sivanyanam. Akhilandeswari took Ubadesa from Shiva. She was facing east and Shiva was facing west. This is how we now find Lord Jambugeswarar and his consort Akhilandeswari in their respective sanctum sanctorums in Thiruvaanaikka temple. There is always water inside that of Lord Jambugeswarar's. There is also another interesting episode about this thalam. Two Ganas from heaven fought with each other, and this resulted in their cursing each other. Both came down to Thiruvaanaikka, one as an elephant and the other as a spider. Both were worshipping the Lord in linga form under the Jambu tree. The elephant collected water from river Kaveri and did abhishekam by pouring it over the lingam daily. The spider constructed a web over the lingam to prevent dry leaves from falling over it. When the elephant saw this web, it thought it was dust over the lingam. The elephant tore it off and poured water over the lingam. This practice of forming and tearing the web continued daily. One day, the spider became angry and crawled into the trunk of the elephant, bit the elephant to death, and killed itself too in the process. Jambugeswara, the Lord in the lingam, was moved by the deep devotion of the two. He relieved them from their curses. Since this place was also worshipped by the elephant, it came to be known as Thiruvaanaikka. Aanai in Tamil means elephant. The spider, in turn, was born in its subsequent birth as Kochengannan Cholan, meaning the red-eyed Chola king. He built around 70 Siva temples, and what's more, he built every one of them in such a manner that even a small elephant cannot enter the sanctum sanctorum. Temple in Thiruvaanaikka too is one such temple. He also became one of the 63 Nayanmars. Here is a verse from one of Thirunavukkarasar's padigams in which this episode is recalled. Selandiyum Aanaikkavil Thirunilal Pandar Seidu Ulandu Avan Irandabode Kochengananum Aha Kalandanir Kaviri Soul Sonatu Cholardangal Kulamdanil Pirapitittar Kurukkai Veerattanare. Chapter 20, Thiruverumbiyur. Let's now get back to Thirunavukkarasar, who continued his pilgrimage. He reached Thiruverumbiyur. It was there that he sang one of his rare Tiruthandagams in which his humility was in full display. Neither do I know the chaste Tamil, nor am I a poet, nor did I know him who is numbers, letters, music, arts, and all the scriptures. He did reveal to me a humble being, his greatness and the way to reach him. And when I did reach him, he showered on me so much love and affection as a father and mother would do. He who is the emerald abiding atop of the holy Erumbiyur hill continues to hold me as his servitor. I am indeed blessed to reach him, the ruddy flame. Panniya செந்தமிழ் அறியேன் கவியேன் மாட்டேன் என்னோடு பன்னிறைந்த கலைகளாய தன்னையும் தந்திரத்து அறியா பொறியிலேனை தந்திரமும் அறிவித்து நெறியும் காட்டி அன்னையையும் அத்தனையும் போல அன்பு அடைந்தேனை தொடர்ந்து என்னை ஆளாக் கொண்ட தென் எறும்பியூர் மலைமேல் மாணிக்கத்தை செழுஞ்சுடரை சென்று அடையப் பெற்றேன் நானே. Let me recall here a couplet from Thirukural that's pretty apt to Thirunavukkarasar. பணியுமாம் என்றும் பெருமை சிறுமை அணியுமாம் தன்னை வியந்து. Greatness humbly bends, but pettiness always adorns itself with praise. Chapter 21. Thiruppazhaiyaarai, Thirunavukkarasar, continued his pilgrimage, walking all the way and visiting thalam after thalam. He was obviously hungry, thirsty and exhausted. Anticipating this state of his servitor, Siva, the kind Lord that he is, wanted to quench his thirst and hunger and make him fit enough to continue his pilgrimage. So, he created a tank and a garden to relax and waited for him in the disguise of a simple Brahmin on his way along with some cooked rice in a bowl, podisor. As soon as Thirunavukkarasar arrived at the spot, he offered him food and requested him to quench his thirst by drinking some water from the tank. Thirunavukkarasar did that and was feeling fit again. பழிபோம் பொழுது மிக இழைத்து வருத்தமுற நீர் வேட்கையோடும் அழிவாம் பசி வந்து அணைந்திடவும் அதற்கு சித்தம் அலையாதே மொழிவேந்தரும் முன்னெழுந்து அருள முருகார் சோலை பையேறி விழியேந்திய நெற்றியினார்தம் தொண்டர் வருத்தம் மீட்பராய். காவும் குளமும் முன் சமைத்து காட்டி வழிபோம் கருத்தினால் மேவும் திருநீற்று அந்தணராய் விரும்பும் புதிசோறும் கொண்டு நாவின் தனி மன்னவர்க்கு எதிரே நன்னி இருந்தார் விண்ணின் மேல் காவும் புல்லும் மண்கிழிக்கும் தனி ஏனமும் காண்ப அறியவர்தாம். The Brahmin asked him about his destination. Thirunavukkarasar told him that he wanted to go to the temple at Thiruppazhaiyaarai. The Brahmin offered to show him the temple and asked him to follow. But when they went near the temple, the Brahmin suddenly disappeared. Thirunavukkarasar didn't take much time to realize as to who that Brahmin was. Yes, it was the Lord of Thiruppazhaiyaarai in disguise. If we look back, whereas Siva played hide and seek with Thirunavukkarasar at Thiruverumbiyur and made him worry a lot, he offered him food, water and pleasant garden to rest at this place. Believe me, many are the ways of the Lord dealing with these ardent devotees. And now, a word about the peculiar name of this Thiruthalam, Thiruppazhaiyaarai. Neeli is a kind of plant and tree which is the Thalaviricham of this temple and hence this name. Chapter 22. Thiruvannamalai. Thirunavukkarasar continued his pilgrimage. He crossed over hills and rivers and reached one of the holiest of hills, Thiruvannamalai, which by itself is worshipped as Lord Siva. There are two legends tracing the origin of this holy hill. According to Hindu mythology, Parvati, wife of Shiva, once closed the eyes of her husband playfully in a garden at their abode atop Mount Kailash. Consequently, all light was taken away from the universe. The earth, in turn, was submerged in darkness for years. Parvati performed penance along with other devotees of Siva. Then her husband Siva appeared as a huge column of fire at this place, returning light to the world. He then merged with Parvati to form Ardhanarishwara, the half-female, half-male form of Shiva. The column of fire eventually turned into the present Arunachala hill. This Arunachala or Red Mountain lies behind the present Arunachaleswara temple. The hill itself is sacred and considered as a lingam or an iconic representation of Shiva. Arunam in Tamil means red. Another legend. While Vishnu and Brahma contested for superiority, Shiva appeared as a tall column of fire and challenged them to find its source. Brahma took the form of a swan and flew to the sky to see the top of the column. Vishnu became the boar or Varaha and went down under to locate its base. Neither Brahma nor Vishnu could find the top or bottom of the column of fire. This column of fire eventually turned into the present Arunachala hill. This linga form of Siva with the swan on top and the boar at the bottom is called Lingodbhava and can be seen in the Goshtam in western wall of Sanctum Sanctorum of most Siva temples. As we have seen earlier, Thiruvannamalai being associated with the element of fire is one of the Panchabhuta Thalams. It is also one of the Mukti Thalams. Thirunavukkarasar circumambulated the hill, came to the temple of Arunachala Sira, prostrated before the Lord, got up and sang a couple of padiyams. Here is a stanza from one of them. Go seek his divine feet and praise their perfection. Then he, out of love, would come towards you and take you into his fold. If you worship this Lord of Thiruvannamalai, singing and dancing with folded hands, your current karma would certainly disappear in no time. தேடிச் சென்று திருந்தடி ஏத்துவேன், நாடி வந்து அவர் நம்மையும் ஆட்கொள்வர், ஆடிப்பாடி அண்ணாமலை கைதொழ ஓடிப்போம் நமது உள்ள வினைகளே, இருள் சேர் இருவினையும் சேரா இறைவன் பொருள் சேர் புகழ் புரிந்தார் மாட்டு. The twofold karmas or the effects of deeds, good and bad, done in previous births will not affect those who sing meaningful praises of the Lord. Chapter 23, Tirukkanji. Thirunavukkarasar resumed his pilgrimage and visited several thalams before reaching Kanjipuram in Thondainadu. A surprise awaited him there. Having heard of the program of this king of language, people of Kanjipuram accorded him a special reception. They welcomed him with faces glowing like lotuses that have blossomed in the morning, foreheads glittering with sacred ash, and what's more, hands holding holy brooms and other implements for cleaning the streets and temples. தொண்டர் ஈண்டி எதிர்கொள்ள எழுந்து சொல்லுக்கு அரசர்பால் கொண்ட வேடப் பொலிவினோடும் குலவும் வீதி பணி செய்யும் அண்டர் அறிதற்கு அரிய திரு அழகு முதலாம் அவையேந்தி இண்டை புனைந்த சடைமுடியார்க்கு அன்பர் தம்மை எதிர்கொண்டார். This place was then known as Tirukkachi Egambam. This was the capital of Thondainadu, ruled by the Pallava dynasty. Apart from this historical importance, it has a lot of spiritual eminence. It is in Kanchi, as it is generally known, that there are very popular temples for all the three, for Siva with the name of Yegambareswarar, for Vishnu with the name of Varadaraja Perumal, and for Devi with the name of Kamachi. The temple of Lord Yegambareswarar is a huge one, totally built with granite. The name of his consort here is Yelavar Kurali. Mango tree or Ambaram in Tamil is the Thalavirucham. It being associated with land is one of the Panchabhuta Thalams. As in the case of other Siva temples, this one also has an interesting episode. It appears Lord Siva was telling his consort Uma Devi the importance of worshipping him as prescribed in the Agamas. Agamas, the how-to holy book for building temples and worshipping gods. Impressed Uma Devi immediately decided to do one such worship of her husband and Lord. She requested him to guide her. He directed her to go to Kanchi in Buloga and do penance before the sand linga under a mango tree. She promptly came down, sat before the sand linga under the mango tree, and followed the procedure for penance as advised by Siva. While she was pretty deep into her penance, Siva in his characteristic manner wanted to play a trick on her. He made river Kambai, that was flowing close by, to get profusely flooded. Uma Devi was shaken up and tried to protect the sand linga that she was worshipping with her hands. Oh, that was inadequate. She promptly hugged the linga and hugged it quite tightly too. Lord then appeared before her and blessed her, but then her breasts and bangles had left visible scars on his chest. Yes, he had intentionally softened his otherwise strong physique to accept them. This episode has been sung by quite a few poets. Getting back to Thirunavukkarasar, he prostrated before the Rajagopuram, the front tower of the temple of Yegambareswarar, entered inside and circumambulated the sanctum sanctorum, as is usually done in temples. Then he walked into the sanctum sanctorum and offered his obeisance to the Lord, whose glorious frame grew supple when his consort, the daughter Himavan, hugged him. He stood there, poised in steadfast devotion, and sang a few padigams as usual under such circumstances. Here is a stanza from one of them. பொறிப்புலன்களை போக்கு அறுத்து உள்ளத்தை நெறிப்படுத்து நினைந்தவர் சிந்தையுள் அரிப்பு உறும் அமுது ஆயவன் ஏகம்பம் குறிப்பினால் சென்று கூடி தொழுதுமே. Let's group together, go and worship the Lord of Kanchi, who regulates the sense organs 5 and resides in the hearts of devotees who think of him. He is our ambrosia. He stayed there for a few more days, and in keeping with his regular habit, resorted to the cleaning of the inside and outside of the temple, as well as the streets of holy Kanchi, along with other devotees. Chapter 24, Thiruvetkalam. His next stop was at Thiruvetkalam. After visiting, cleaning and singing padigams at several other temples, including Thirukazhikundram, Thiruvaanmiyur and Thirumailapur en route, he was so enamored of the Lord of Uttriyur, Adipureeswarar, with his consort Thirupurasundari, that he sang 5 padigams there. Here is one stanza from one of those padigams in 4th Thirumurai. ஒருத்திதன் தலை சென்றாளை கறந்திட்டான் உலகம் ஏத்த ஒருத்திக்கு நல்லனாகி மறுப்படுத்து ஒளித்து மீண்டே ஒருத்தியை பாகம் வைத்தான் உணர்வினால் ஐயம் குண்ணி ஒருத்திக்கு நல்லன் அல்லன் ஒற்றியோர் உடையகோவே. He concealed one woman, Ganga, who descended on his head, and the world hailed it as good. With Umadevi, the other woman, in one half of his body, he willingly goes around begging alms, deeming that also good. But in fact, he is good to neither. This indeed is a surprisingly humorous verse from Thirunavukkarasar. But it is perhaps relevant to recall here a verse having a similar thought from Karaikal Ammayar, who was in fact the forerunner for singing padigams and setting them to music or pun. அவள் ஒரு குலமங்கை பாகத்து அகலாள் இவள் ஒரு சலமகளும் ஈதே தவளநீரு என்பு அணிவீர் என்றும் பிரிந்தறியீர் இங்கு இவருள் அன்பு அணியார் சொல்லும் இனி இங்கு ஆர். She who is from a family divine never leaves your left, and the other, the noble daughter of sacred water, wouldn't also leave your holy head. O Lord, who wears white sacred ash and skulls, please do tell us which of these 2 women is closer to you in terms of their love for you. Thirunavukkarasar continued his pilgrimage, reached Thirualangaadu, where Lord Siva performed his Urthuva Dandavam to the music of Karaikal Ammayar, sitting beside his holy feet, and paid his obeisance to the presiding deity Vadaranyeswarar with his consort Vandar Kulali. Chapter 25, Thirukkalatti. Thirunavukkarasar then moved on to Thirukkalatti, one of the Panchabhuta Thalams, being associated with air. This holy Thalam is known for 2 important events. The Lord here was worshipped by a spider, a snake, and an elephant, and hence the name Sri Kalahasti. It is also here that Kannappa Nayanar gouged and offered his eye as replacement to the bleeding eye of the Swelinga up the hill. This was perhaps the starting point for the modern day transplant of eyes or keratoplasty. Thirunavukkarasar had his bath in the sacred river Ponmugali. He went up to the temple at Thirukkalatti and had a soul-stirring darshan of the Lord Kalathiyapar with his consort Jnana Pirasunambigai. He sang a lovely Tiruthandagam. Here is a stanza from that padiyam. He dwells in my mind, head and speech. He is among his servitors who hail him loudly. He resides in the heads of the celestials. He is beyond the 7 spheres. He also abides here in the golden groves. He lives in the fragrant cornray flower. He is also resident of mountains, fire and air. he dwells in honor and at the crest of Kailash. மனத்தகத்தான் தலைமேலான் வாக்கில் உள்ளான் வாயார தன்னடியே பாடும் தொண்டர் இனத்தகத்தான் இமயவர்தம் சிரத்தின் மேலான் ஏழு அண்டத்து அப்பாலான் இப்பால் செம்பன் புனத்து அகத்தான் நறுங்குன்றை போதில் உள்ளான் பொறுப்பிடையான் நெருப்பிடையான் காற்றிலுள்ளான் கனத்தகத்தான் கைலாயத்து உச்சி உள்ளான் காலத்தியான் அவன் என் கண்ணுளானே. Thirunavukkarasar stayed at this thalam for a few days and rendered his customary service of cleaning the temple and its outskirts. However, setting his feet on this revered hill of Kalathi inspired him, the master of all truthful arts, to go to Kailash, the holiest of all mountains, behold its beauty and have a blissful darshan of the grand Lord of Kailash. Here is how Sekular describes this situation. சேண்ணிலவு திருமலையில் திருப்பணி ஆயின செய்து தாணுவினை அம்மலை மேல் தாழ்பணிந்த குறிப்பினால் பேணுதிரு கைலைமலை வீற்றிருந்த பெருங்கோலும் காணுமது காதலித்தார் கலைவாய்மை காவலனார். It is perhaps pertinent to mention here that Saints Sambandhar and Sundarar, who also came up to Thirukalathi, did not venture to go beyond. However, both staying at Thirukalathi itself, sang a padhiyam each about Thirukedaram, a Tiruthalam in Himalayas. Out of these two, Sambandhar's padhiyam, Thondar Anju Kalirum, is etched in marble and stuck on one of the walls of Thirukedaram temple. Further, this is where the great Adi Shankara is supposed to have left his mortal body behind. There is a beautiful memorial with his statue built at that place. Chapter 26, Sri Sailam. Let's now get back to Thirunavukkarasar. Once the thought of wanting to have a darshan of Siva with his consort Parvati at his own abode got into his mind, he started on that arduous journey. He crossed over several forests, hills and river Krishna and reached a hilltop. It is now known as Sri Sailam or Thiruparupadam in Thirumurais. He was immediately drawn by the immaculate presence of the presiding deity Mallikarjuna with his consort Brahmarambigai and sang a padhiyam praising both. Incidentally, it is Sri Sailam that drew the attention of Adi Shankara too and inspired him to sing his famous Sivananda Lahari as well as Saundarya Lahari, keeping his Lord and his consort in mind. Lord Mallikarjuna, a Swayambhulinga, is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas. Mother Brahmarambigas is one of the holy 18 Shaktividas. Chapter 27, Kailash. Thirunavukkarasar resumed his pilgrimage to Kailash. He walked and walked during days and nights through dense, impassable forests, crossed flooding rivers, climbed up and down mountains, and somehow reached Varanasi. He had a dip in river Ganga flowing close by and offered his obeisance to Lord Vishwanatha, the presiding deity. The remaining part of this pilgrim's progress to Kailash was going to be yet more hazardous. He asked his followers to stop back and moved on all by himself. He walked and climbed up. Food, nothing but leaves, fresh or dried. Tubers and fruits only when available. His endless walking and climbing continued up to a point beyond which he couldn't walk any longer. His feet and ankles had withered away. He leaped forward with both his hands. They also got worn out. But undaunted, he pushed his way up with the aid of his chest, creeping on the rocky surface. Flesh and bones also got burnt out. There it was that he couldn't move even an inch further, as all his limbs had withered away. மடுத்தவாயெல்லாம் பகடன்னான் உற்ற இடுக்கண் இடர்பாடு உடைத்து. For one who struggles against difficulties but still keeps moving like the buffalo pulling a cart through deep mire, all difficulties encountered by him will vanish away. Would the compassionate Lord of Kailash keep quiet and let his devotees suffer any longer? He took the guise of a sage and appeared with a sorrowful look on his face before the poor devotee lying on the rocky floor. He asked the devotee, "Why have you ventured to come here with all your limbs withering away?" The devotee replied with his trembling voice, "I have come here with a burning desire to worship the Lord of Kailash in his abode." Sage, with a made-up surprised look on his face, asked back, "What a folly is this? Do you think Kailash, which cannot be accessed even by the celestials, is so easy to get to by the humans? Your only job now is to return safely." Ardent Thirunavukkarasar vehemently refused, saying, "Without beholding my Lord who abides here, I will not certainly return with this death-bound body of mine. Maalum in the udal kondu meelain." Being convinced of the total resoluteness of his devotee, the Lord who came in the guise of a sage disappeared. Instead, a voice arose from the sky above. "Oh, the Lord of language, rise!" And up he rose with a flawless body, glowing with a rare lustre, and pleaded, "Oh, my Redeemer, please do confer your grace on poor me, and let me have a darshan of you with all your grandeur, and worship you in your own abode, Kailash." Condescending Lord commanded him, "Have a dip in this pond close by, rise up, and have darshan of ours as in Kailash at flawless Thiruvaroor." Thirunavukkarasar faithfully did have a dip in that pond, which is now said to be the holy Manasarovar, and no doubt got up at Thiruvaroor. Chapter 28, Thiruvaroor. Thirunavukkarasar rose out of the river at Thiruvaroor. Yes, it was a miracle indeed, at which the whole world was wondering. But then it was the doing of the Lord himself. The limitless mercy of the Lord struck him. He got up with a new body that had no trace of his stay with Jains, nor the disfigurement during his hazardous journey to Kailash, as he has sung in his Padiyam, Yadum Suvadupadamal. He was walking towards the temple. The tears that poured out from his eyes like torrential rain bathed him. And what did he see in front of him? All the species of life, animate and inanimate, accompanied by their respective mates. The elephant and its female, the pheasant and its hen, the male quail and its mate, the cock and hen, the peacock and peahen, the monkey and its female, the male crane and its mate, the parrot and its mate, bull and the cow, and a long row of devotees with their wives. He saw them all not as themselves, but as Siva and his consort. Humbled on seeing what he had never seen before, he quietly followed Siva's ardent devotees, who were going to his temple carrying water to bathe him and flowers to do puja in his shrine. Once inside the temple, he saw exactly what he was so longing to see in their own silvery Kailash. Lord Siva with his consort Parvati, the daughter of Himavan, holding court that's filled with the adoring orchestration of all the celestial instruments and the chants of the Vedas, mingled with the sweet music of the heavenly nymphs. All the divine rivers headed by Ganga were adoring their Lord and his holy feet with their flowing waters. It was almost like two Kailashas, one in the Himalaya mountains and another at Thiruvaroor. Yes, to sum up, it was an ocean of bliss in which he bathed to his full satisfaction. He raised his hands over his head and fell on the ground prostrating. He rose up with a trembling body, danced and sang in his ecstasy several padiyams. Here is a stanza from one of his most popular padiyams. "மாதர்பிறை கண்ணியானை மலையான் மகளுடன் பாடி போதொடு நீர் சுமந்து ஏத்தி புகுவார் அவர் பின் புகுவேன் யாதும் சுவடுபடாமல் ஐயாறு அடைகின்ற போது காதல் மடப்பிடியோடும் களிறு வருவன கண்டேன் கண்டேன் அவர் திருப்பாதம் கண்டு அறியாதன கண்டேன்." There are quite a few additional points in this song other than what is apparent. Thirunavukkarasar, who had the vision of Lord Siva, says, "Puhuvar avarpin puhuven." I am going behind those who are going into the temple. Could there be anyone with more humility than him? Kandeen our Thirupadam. He had the good fortune to see the Lord's holy feet, which could not be seen even by the protector Vishnu or by the creator Brahma. Mother Parvati was always worshipped with her consort and never alone as Devi in those days. The practice of worshipping Devi separately is said to have started much later. Thirunavukkarasar has also repeated the phrase Kandu Ariyadana Kandeen at the end of each stanza in this Padigam. What exactly does he want to say with this phrase? It is said that there are three modes of seeing and assimilating what we see. To understand this clearly, let's take an example of a statue of Devi made of granite. There is one who just sees it as a piece of granite. There is another who discerns it and knows that it's a piece of art. There is a third person who also sees that and says, yes, when we simply see it with our eyes, it's a piece of granite. When we just discern it, it's a piece of art. But when we, with the grace of God, look at it, we realize that there is Devi with her divinity in it. And that, I believe, is Kandu Ariyadana Kanal. So when Thirunavukkarasar with eyes then having the grace of Lord Siva saw what was happening in front of him, he was seeing Shiva and Parvati in every one of them. Thirunavukkarasar offered his obeisance to Lord Ayyarappar and his consort Aramvalartha Nayagi, stayed at Thiruvaroor for a few more weeks and continued his customary service of cleaning the inside and outside of the temple. Ulavarappani. He also sang a few of his divine Tiruthandaka, Tirukkurundogai and Thirunerisai Padigams. Before we move on, let's have a peep into the list of all those who were keen to go to Kailash. Karaikal Ammayar, one of the oldest among the 63 Nayanmars, she prayed and got a skeleton of a body, walked up the hill of Kailash with her head and hands, and had darshan of Siva with his consort Umadevi. In accordance with one of the 4 boons granted to her by the Lord, she walked back in the same manner to Thiruvalangaadu and sat beside his holy feet, singing to his dance. Avayar, the grand old Tamil poet. She was composing and reciting Vinayagar Ragaval, sitting in front of Lord Vinayagar. Her attention was diverted when Sundarar, mounted on Indira's white elephant, going up to Kailash, requested her to accompany him. Lord Vinayagar obviously noted her diversion, but asked her to continue and finish the Agaval and promised her that he would himself arrange to drop her at Kailash. On her successful completion of the Agaval, he did lift her with his trunk and extended it to reach Kailash and drop her there. Avayar attained Mukti at Kailash. Sundarar, after completing the job of compiling and singing Tirutondatogai, for which he was sent down, was staying with his friend and king Seraman Perumal at Thiruvanjikulam. As the job was done, he was picked up by Indira's white elephant and taken back to Kailash. Seraman Perumal was the king of Cheranadu and who also eventually became a Nayanmar, saw his friend going back to Kailash, mounted on Indira's white elephant. He also wanted to go to Kailash. He was quite familiar with the languages of animals. That's why he was known as Kalaritru Arivar, meaning one who can converse with any being. So, he muttered some mantras into the ears of his royal horse that was standing close by, jumped on it, and off he went to Kailash. Perumalai Kurumba Nayanar. Perumalai was a fertile little town belonging to the Miralai kingdom. This was mainly due to the town's chief, Perumalai Kurumbar. He was always deep in meditation on Lord Shiva. He led by example on how pious a Shiva devotee should be. He spent his vast wealth on selflessly serving the devotees of Lord Shiva. Under his guidance, the town flourished and Shiva devotees were revered. Perumalai Kurumbar also became highly proficient in yogic powers. He later became acquainted with a famous Shiva devotee named Sundaramurti Nayanar, and took him as his guru. Once Sundaramurthy Nayanar went to the Chola king Cheravan Perumal Nayanar of the Kodungalur kingdom. Perumalai Kurumbar foresaw this event using his spiritual eye. He also foresaw that Sundaramurthy Nayanar was on his way to Kailash, followed by Seravan Perumal Nayanar. Perumalai Kurumbar was unable to visualize his life in this material world without his Guru Sundaramurthy Nayanar, who had already left him. So, he also renounced this human world using his unique yogic prowess and attained Lord Shiva's holy feet at Kailash. Thirunavukkarasar, as we have seen above, tried to go to Kailash, but was advised by the Lord of Kailash to get back to Thiruvaroor, and he did get back without reaching Kailash. Out of these 6 who went to Kailash, only Karaikal Ammayar and Thirunavukkarasar returned to this world, for the Lord of Kailash wanted them to continue and complete their job in this world. Chapter 29, Tiruppunduruthi. Thirunavukkarasar resumed his pilgrimage from Thiruvaroor and offered his obeisance to the presiding deities at Thiruneithanam, Thirumalapadi, and reached Tiruppunduruthi. It is here that he built, with the grace of Lord, a madam, turrets of which were so tall that they were kissed by sun and moon. This is where he sang another of his pretty famous padigams, Thiru Angamalai. This is the padigam that tells us how to correct the limbs of our body and ensure that they are engaged in the holy service to God. Souls have come into this world with bodies that are tainted with all the ill effects of their previous births or malas. Soul by itself cannot get rid of these malas. It must get that done only through the limbs of the body that it has got in this birth. Hence, it is important to ensure that each of our limbs engage itself in the worship of the Lord and thereby progressively erase the malas. It is in this context that Thirunavukkarasar addresses and instructs each of our limbs to use its faculty in the worship of the Lord. He has addressed our heads, eyes, ears, nose, heart, hands, body as a whole, and legs, and tells them what each one of them should do. He concludes the padigam saying that he searched for Siva and eventually found him in his own mind, while he couldn't be found at all by the great Vishnu and the four-headed Brahma. Head, bow before him who goes about with a skull as a begging bowl. தலையே நீ வணங்காய், தலைமாலை தலைக்கணிந்து, தலையாலே பலிதேறும், தலைவனை தலையே நீ வணங்காய். Eyes, open and see him, whose throat holds a poison from the sea, and who is dancing with his 8 shoulders thrown about. கண்காள் காண்மின்களோ, கடல் நஞ்சுண்ட கண்டந்தன்னை, எண்தோள் வீசி நின்று ஆடும் பிராந்தன்னை, கண்காள் காண்மின்களோ. Ears, hear the praise of him who has a physique that's like red corals blazing fire. செவிகாள் கேள்மின்களோ, சிவனேம் இறை செம்பவள எரிபோல் மேனிப்பிரான், திறம் எப்போதும் செவிகாள் கேள்மின்களோ. Nose, smell him who has 3 eyes and lives in a crematorium. மூக்கே நீ முரலாய், முதுகாடு உரை முக்கண்ணனை, வாக்கே நோக்கிய மங்கை மணாளனை, மூக்கே நீ முரலாய். Mouth, praise him who is mantled with elephant skin and is dancing in the crematorium where the ghosts dwell. வாயே வாழ்த்து கண்டாய், யானை உரிவோர்த்து பேய்வாள் காட்டகத்து ஆடும் பிராந்தன்னை, வாயே வாழ்த்து கண்டாய். Mind, contemplate him who has matted locks and is the consort of the daughter Himavan. நெஞ்சே நீ நினையாய், நிமிர் புன்சடை நின்மலனை, மஞ்சாடும் மலைமெங்கை மணாளனை, நெஞ்சே நீ நினையாய். Hands, fold and worship him by showering fragrant flowers on him who has a snake as his waistband. கைகாள் கூப்பித் தொழீர், கடிமாமலர் தூவி நின்று, பைவாய் பாம்பு அரையார்த்த பரவனை கைகாள் கூப்பித் தொழீர். Body, of what use is this body? if he does not go round his temple, shower flowers on his holy feet with hands and praise him. ஆக்கையால் பயனன் அரண்கோயில் வலம் வந்து பூ கையால் அட்டி போற்றியென்னாத இவ்வாக்கையால் பயனன். Legs. Of what use are these legs if they do not circumambulate the temple with splendid towers of this dark-throated Lord? கால்களால் பயனன் கரைக்கண்டன் உரைகோயில் கோல கோபுர கோகரணம் சூழ கால்களால் பயனன். Relatives. Of what use are the relatives when life is taken away except the dancing Lord abiding in Kutralam? உற்றார் உளரோ உயிர் கொண்டு போம்பொழுது குற்றாலத்துறை கூத்தனல்லால் நமக்கு உற்றார் ஆருளரோ? Will I sit poised in blissful pride beside his feet and reckoned as one among his attendants? இருமாந்து இருப்பன்களோ ஈசன் பல்கணத்து எண்ணப்பட்டு சிறுமான் ஏந்திதன் சேவடிக்கீழ் சென்று அங்கு இருமாந்து இருப்பன்களோ? I searched for and eventually found him within my own mind, while Thirumal and four-headed Brahma went in quest of him, but in vain. தேடிக் கண்டுகொண்டேன் திருமாலோடு நான்முகனும் தேடி தேடோனா தேவனை என்னுடைய கண்டுகொண்டேன். Here is a quote in similar vein from Adi Shankara's Sivananda Lahari, verse number 7. Let the mind dwell on your two lotus-like feet. Let my words dwell on your praise. Let my two hands dwell on your worship. Let my ears dwell on hearing your holy stories. Let my mind dwell meditating on you. Let my two eyes dwell on your beauty. And after this, I do not find any use of other great books to me, O Supreme God. In this context, let's also recall what Seraman Perumal Nayanar tells us in his Ponvanna Thiru Andadi about the consequences of our limbs failing to do what they are expected to do. The tongue that does not utter the name of the Lord is not a tongue, but a steel plowshare. The ear that does not hear the name of the Lord is not an ear, but a piece of wood that cannot be penetrated by voice. The hands that do not pray are not hands, but are stones filled with sand. The mind that does not think of him, the head that does not bow before him, and all other limbs that do not worship him are just insensible objects. சொல்லாதன கொழு நாவல்ல, சோதியுள் சோதிதன் பேர் சொல்லா செவி மரம், தேறி தொழாத கை மண் திணிந்த கல்லாம், நினையா மனம் வணங்கா தலையும் பொறையாம், அல்லா அவயவம் தானும் மனிதர்க்கு அசேதனமே. கோளில் பொறியில் குணமிலவே எண்குணத்தான் தாளை வணங்கா தலை. The head that does not bow before the lotus feet of the Lord is as useless as the organs that fail to function. Thirunavukkarasar was staying at Thirupunduruthi doing his Ulavaarappani as usual. Sambandhar was returning after his successful journey to Madurai, the capital of Pandya Nadu, having heard that Thirunavukkarasar was staying at Thirupunduruthi. He was proceeding to Thirupunduruthi with his entourage. Meanwhile, Thirunavukkarasar heard of Sambandhar's journey towards Thirupunduruthi and rushed to meet him en route. It has been his long-time desire to bear Sambandhar's palanquin on his shoulders. Hence, he quietly joined the group, slowly squeezed himself in, and unnoticed by others, put his shoulders to the pearly palanquin of Sambandhar's. The group almost reached Thirupunduruthi. Sambandhar quietly inquired, "Where is Upper?" Upper, melted by the love shown by Sambandhar by calling him again as Upper, he replied, "I, your servant, Adiyen, am blessed to bear your gracious feet on my shoulders. I am right here below your feet." As soon as Sambandhar heard this reply, he jumped down from the palanquin and fell at the feet of Upper. The aged saint, anticipating this, Upper also prostrated in return, and they were locked together in embrace. This was indeed a blissful sight for the big crowd of devotees around them. Then they went to the temple and offered their obeisance to the presiding deity, Puyyaliyar and his consort, Alahal Amarnda Nayagi. While they were resting at the madam built by Upper, Sambandhar narrated to Upper in detail his having prevailed over the Jain monks at Madurai, winning the twofold debate with them, straightening the hump of Pandya king, establishing the glory of sacred ash, and above all, he sojourned with the lovable, mother-like Queen Mangayarkarasu and the capable, loyal minister Kulathirayar. It is pertinent to recall here that all three of them, the king, the queen, and the minister too, eventually became Nayanmars. Chapter 30, Madurai. On hearing this report from Sambandhar on his visit to Madurai, Appar was eager to go to Madurai and witness the great work that had been done by Sambandhar there. Appar promptly set out on his journey. உவப்பத்தலை கூடி உள்ள பிரிதல் அனைத்தே புலவர் தொழில். The learned meet with joy, and when they do part, it is not with their hearts, but only with their bodies. Appar reached Madurai after a brief halt at Thiruppukaloor. On the way, he circumambulated the great temple of the Lord Sokkesar, who had presided over the Tamil Sangam. He went inside, had darshan of the Lord and his consort Angayarkanni alias Meenakshi, and was totally immersed in bliss. He sang a Tiruthandagam. The king, queen, and the minister of Pandiyanadu welcomed him with royal honors and spent some time with him. He stayed there for a few days and started his return journey to Cholanadu after visiting Thiruppuvanam, Rameswaram, Tirunelveli, Thirukkanapper, and a few more thalams. Appar had by then totally immersed in devotion, with his eyes shedding tears, mind fixed on the holy feet of Siva, and his heart heavy with devotion. Chapter 31, Thiruppukaloor. Appar finally returned to Thiruppukaloor. He was keen to get rid of any remnant delusion and bonds. Staying there at Muruganar Madam as he did earlier, he sang Padiyams glorifying the Lord Agnipuriswarar with his consort Karundar Kulali. Lord Siva felt that the time has finally come for him to show the world the intensity of Appar's devotion and what's more, his total dedication to service to the Lord and mankind. அந்நிலைமைதனில் ஆண்ட அரசு பணி செய்ய அவர் நன்னிலைமை காட்டுவார் நம்பர் திரு மணிமுன்றில் தன்னில் வரும் உழவாரம் நுழைந்த இடம் தானெங்கும் பொன்னினடு நவமணிகள் பொலிந்து இலங்க அருள் செய்தார். While Appar was cleaning the precincts of the temple with his hoe in hand, he caused sparkling gems and glittering gold to appear before him on the ground. But to Appar, they were not anything more than pebbles lying in the courtyard. He swept them all away into the temple tank. That was not enough. செம்பொன்னும் நவமணியும் சேண்விளங்க ஆங்கு எவையும் கும்பர்பிரான் திருமுன்றில் உருள்பெருக்கை உடனொக்க எம்பெருமான் வாகீசர் உழவாரத்தினில் ஏந்தி வம்பலர் மென் பூங்கமல வாவையனில் புகையறிந்தார். At the Lord's will, bewitchingly beautiful nymphs descended from heaven and danced before Appar. With ravishing movements of their lips, waist, hands, and feet to enchanting music, they showered flower petals on him and ran around with disheveled tresses and loosened waist garments. But all these were of no avail to Appar. The great ascetic that he was unperturbed and went on with his job of cleaning. ஆடுவார் பாடுவார் அலர்மாரி மேற்பொழிவார் கூடுவார் போன்று அணைவார் குழல் அவிழ இடைநுடங்க ஓடுவார் மாறவேளுடன் மீழ்வர் ஒளிபெருக நீடுவார் துகிலசைய நிற்பாரும் ஆயினார். He even told them through one of his Tiruthandagams not to persist in their attempts, for they had not been able to make even a small dent in his devoted heart, as he was ever an ardent devotee of the Lord and hence cannot be distracted at all. இத்தன்மை அறம்பெயர்கள் எவ்விதமும் செயல்புரிய அத்தனார் திருவடிக்கீழ் நினைவு அகலா அன்புருகும் மெய்த்தன்மை உணர்வுடைய விழித்தவத்து மேலோர்தம் சித்த நிலை தெரியாது செய்வனியின் தலை நின்றார். The nymphs, realizing the futility of all their wiles, paid homage to him and disappeared. தூய்மை என்பது அவாவென்மை, மற்றது வாய்மை வேண்ட வரும். Purity of mind consists in freedom from desire, and that freedom comes out of love of the Lord, the embodiment of truth. We may recall here a verse from Sekalar's Periyapuranam from the chapter covering the characteristics of these Nayanmars. Kedum ஆக்கமும் கெட்ட திருவினார் ஓடும் செம்பனும் ஒக்கவே நோக்குவார் கூடும் அன்பினில் கும்பிடலே அன்றி வீடும் வேண்டா விரலின் விளங்கினார். They have no worry whatsoever, none with any loss or gain, for they have attachments none. To them a piece of tile or reddish gold is just the same, except worshipping the Lord out of love that comes from within. They don't even seek freedom from rebirth. May we also recall a relevant couplet from Thirukkural, வேண்டாமை அன்ன விழிச்செல்வம் ஈண்டில்லை ஆண்டும் அகுதப்பதில். There is in this world no excellence equal to freedom from desire. Even in heaven, there is nothing like it. Thirunavukkarasar stayed there for some more days. He realized that his end was nearing. He sang his last padigam. எண்ணுகேன் என் சொல்லி எண்ணுகேனோ எம்பெருமான் திருவடியே எண்ணினல்லால் கண்ணிலேன் மற்றோர் கழைகண் இல்லேன் கடலடியே கைதொழுது காணினல்லால் உன்னுலே 9 வாசல் வைத்தாய் ஒக்க அடைக்கும் போது உணரமாட்டேன் புண்ணியா உன்னடிக்கே போதுகின்றேன் பூம்புகலோர் மேவிய புண்ணியனே. I am endowed with thinking, but what can I think about except your holy feet? I have no vision other than worshipping your ankled feet. I have no refuge. You have left in my body 9 gates, and when they are shut, all my consciousness will be gone. So please do accept me now, you, the Lord of Pumbugaloor. ஒருவனையும் அல்லாது உணராது உள்ளம் உணர்ச்சி தடுமாற்றத்து உள்ளே நின்ற இருவரையும் மூவரையும் என்மேல் ஏவி இல்லாத தரவருத்தாய்க்கு இல்லேன் ஏல கருவறை சூழ் காணல் இலங்கைவேந்தன் கடுந்தேர் மீது ஓடாமை காலால் செற்ற பொறுவரையாய் உன்னடிக்கே போதுகின்றேன் பூம்புகலோர் மேவிய புண்ணியனே. My heart will not go to anyone other than you. While I am emotionally involved, you let go on me the 2 karmas, the good and the bad, and the 3 gunas, sattvam, rajas and tamas. I am a destitute, but you abiding in holy mountain, crushed the king of Lanka with your feet and prevented his Pushpa Vimanam from moving further. It is to that holy feet of yours that I am now coming. With that padigam, his form became a rare blend of wisdom and bliss pertaining to Siva. On that Sadayam day, in the month of Chitrai, and after completing 81 years, he finally found his rightful abode beside the holy feet of Siva. மண் முதலாம் உலகேத்து மன்னுதிரு தாண்டகத்தை புண்ணிய உன் அடிக்கே போதுகின்றேன் எனப்புகன்று நுண்ணறிய சிவ ஆனந்த ஞான வடிவே ஆகி அண்ணலார் சேவடிக்கீழ் ஆண்ட அரசு அமர்ந்து இருந்தார். Flowers rained from heaven, drums and all musical instruments in heaven broke out into reverberating harmony. Yes, Upper had attained the state of nullified karmas, along with equanimity of mind to treat the good and bad just the same. Thus, he had attained the state of Iruvine Oppu. This was obviously followed by his getting the stamp of Satyanibadam, or the imprint of the grace of God. That is the state when one attains mukti or freedom from rebirth. This is in accordance with the canons of Saiva Siddhantam. வானவர்கள் மலர்மாறி மண்ணிறைய விண்குலகின் மேல் நிறைந்த 5 பேரிய ஒலியும் விரிஞ்சன் மிகல் யோனிகள் ஆயின எல்லாம் உள்நிறைந்த பெருமகிழ்ச்சி தான் நிறைந்த சித்திரையில் சதயமாம் திருநாளில். திருநாவுக்கரசர் பெருமான் மலரடிகள் போற்றி போற்றி. Part 2. Poetry of Thirunavukkarasar. Introduction. Thevaram consists of first 7 out of the 12 Thirumurais that we saw earlier. First 3 Thirumurais were sung by Thiruஞான Sambandhar. 4th, 5th and 6th Thirumurais were sung by Thirunavukkarasar alias Appar. 7th Thirumurai was sung by Sundarar. The 8th Thirumurai, known as Thiruvasagam, was sung by Manikkavasakar. The significant contributions made by these four saints, known always as Nalloor, are well brought out in the following Venba. சொற்கோவும் தோணிபுறத் தோன்றலும் என் சுந்தரனும் சிற்கோல வாதவூர் தேசிகரும் முற்கோலி வந்திலரேல் நீரெங்கே மாமரை நூலெங்கே எந்தைபிரான் அஞ்செழுத்தெங்கே. But for these four saints, namely Thiruñana Sambandhar, who rose from Thonipuram, Thirunavukkarasar, the king of words, Sundarar and Manikkavasakar, there would have been no Thiruneeru or sacred ash, no holy scriptures, no Panchaksharam, nor Namasivaya of Lord Shiva. There is a saying in Tamil attributed to Siva about what the first three saints sang about. Sambandhar தன்னை பாடினார், அப்பர் என்னை பாடினார், சுந்தரர் பொன்னை பாடினார். Sambandhar, said to be the son of God, sang about himself, Appar sang about me, Sundarar sang about gold. Chapter 1, Types of Thirunavukkarasar's Poetry. Out of these three, Thirunavukkarasar alias Appar is supposed to have sung about 4,900 padigams, but only 312 out of them were found by Rajaraja Cholan to be free from the damages caused by termites in the long-locked room in Thillai temple. At his instance, Nambiyandar Nambi classified them into three Thirumurais. Fourth Thirumurai with 113 padigams, fifth Thirumurai with 100 padigams, sixth Thirumurai with 99 padigams. Total 312. He sang those padigams in different forms of Tamil poetry: Nerisai, Virutham, Kurundogai, and Tandagam, according to Tamil grammar for poetry, Pa Ilakkanam. All padigams in Nerisai and Virutham forms were grouped together to form the fourth Thirumurai by Nambiyandar Nambi. They are now known as Thiru Nerisai and Thiruvirutham by adding the reverential prefix Thiru, for they are sung about God. All those in Kurundogai category were grouped together to form the fifth Thirumurai, and they are now known as Thirukurundogai. All those in Tandagam category were grouped together to form the sixth Thirumurai, and they are now known as Thiruthandagam. Now, let's have a quick look into these four forms of Tamil poetry. Nerisai. In Nerisai, each stanza of the padigam has 4 lines, and each line has 6 words or seers. Here is a typical stanza from a padigam from 4th Thirumurai, sung at Thirukkadavuur Veerattam. பெரும்புலர் காலை மூழ்கி பித்தர்க்கு பத்தராகி அரும்படு மலர்கள் கொண்டு ஆங்கு ஆர்வத்தை உள்ளே வைத்து விரும்பினல் விளக்கு தூபம் விதியினால் இடவல்லார்க்கு கரும்பினில் கட்டி போல்வார் கடவுர் வீரட்டனாரே. Devotees who are mad after the mad one bathe in the pre-dawn hour, and with buds and blossoms in their hands and zest in their minds, offer him with love the holy lamp and fragrant smoke. The god of Kadavur Veerattam is like the solidified sweet lump out of sugarcane juice to such ardent devotees. Thiruviruttam. This comes under the category of Kattalai Kalithurai. Each stanza of a padigam in this form consists of 4 lines, and each line with 5 words are seers. Here is a typical stanza from a padigam from 4th Thirumurai. Kattilen Kaligal Jnanam கற்றவர் தங்களோடும் குற்றிலேன் ஆதலாலே உணர்வுக்கும் சேயன் ஆனேன் பெற்றிலேன் பெருந்தடங்கண் பேதைமார் தமக்கும் பொல்லேன் எற்றுளேன் இறைவனே நான் என் செய்வான் தோன்றினேனே. I haven't learnt the Shastras, nor have I reached the learned. Hence, I have distanced myself from my own consciousness. I have not also gained anything that's good. What's more, I am resented by women with eyes broad and wide. Oh God, why am I then around? Why was I born at all? Thirukurundogai. Kurundogai is a form of Tamil poetry which consists of 4 lines stanzas with each line having 4 words or seers. Here is a typical stanza from a Padigam from 5th Thirumurai. வாழ்த்த வாயும் நினைக்க மடநெஞ்சும் தாழ்த்த சென்னியும் தந்த தலைவனை சூழ்த்த மாமலர் தூவி துதியாதே வீழ்த்த வாவினையேன் நெடுங்காலமே. Poor me, have wasted a long time without worshipping with fragrant flowers him who has given me mouth to praise, mind to think, and head to bow before him. Tiruthandagam. Thandagam is a particular form of Tamil poetry which has 4 lines, with each line having 6 or 8 words or seers. It also has a rhythm. Secondly, in the middle of each line, one feels a jump or a thandavam, and this is why it is called Thandagam. Appar was pretty adept at singing such mellifluous rhythmic Thandagams, hence he was known as Tiruthandaga Vendar or the king of Tiruthandagams. Here is a typical stanza from a Padigam from 6th Thirumurai sung at Thirukailayam. Pannin இசையாகி நின்றாய் போற்றி பாவிப்பார் பாவம் அறுப்பாய் போற்றி எண்ணும் எழுத்தும் சொல் ஆனாய் போற்றி என் சிந்தை நீங்கா இறைவா போற்றி வெண்ணும் நிலனும் தீயானாய் போற்றி மேலவர்க்கும் மேலாகி நின்றாய் போற்றி கண்ணின் மணியாகி நின்றாய் போற்றி கைலை மலையானே போற்றி போற்றி. Praise be to you who is the music in pun. Praise be to you who roots out the sins of those who contemplate you. Praise be to you who became numbers, letters and words. Praise be to you who never leaves my mind. Praise be to you who became either earth and fire. Praise be to you who are loftier than the loftiest. Praise be to you, the pupil of my eye. Praise be to you, the Lord of the holy Mount Kailas. Chapter 2, Thalams with Padigams. Holy places with temples visited, worshipped at, and sung by any one or more of the 4 saints are called Thalams with Padigams or Padal Petra Thalangal. Appar is supposed to have visited, worshipped and sung Padigams at 125 Thalams out of a total of 274 such Thalams. Believe me, Appar walked all the way. These Padigams help us a lot to have a peep into the flora and fauna, the life and culture of the people that were prevalent then in those places. They also tell us the Puranic stories about the place and the presiding deities thereof. Poetry, in general, is an alluring realm of artistic expression that makes its way into the depth of human emotions and unveils profound thoughts. It serves as a medium through which individuals can pass through the intricate landscapes of human experience. Poetry reflects the situation prevailing then in society in terms of life, philosophy, religion, and skills. What's more, it also tries to bring about changes in moral, spiritual, and educational attitudes of the people. Good poetry, it is said, should have 1. Unique style, 2. Strong emotion, 3. Clarity in message, 4. Rhyme and rhythm, 5. Figurative style, 6. Well-crafted line breaks, 7. Creativity, 8. Imagery, 9. Nayaga Nayagi Bhavam, 10. Inspiration, 11. Humor. With this backdrop on poetry in general, let's have an incisive look into the inspiring poetry of our Saint Thirunavukkarasar. Chapter 3, Features of Thirunavukkarasar's poetry. 1. Unique style. As we have seen earlier, Thirunavukkarasar has sung in the forms of Thirunerisai, Thiruvirutham, Thirukurundogai and Tiruthandagam. Of these, his Tiruthandagam has won the laurels of many learned men and have also won him the grand title of Tiruthandaga Vendar or the king of Tiruthandagam. Let's now therefore have a look at a stanza from one of those Tiruthandagams. வாயானை மனத்தானை மனத்துள் நின்ற கருத்தானை கருத்தறிந்து முடிப்பான் தன்னை தூயானை தூவெள்ளை ஏற்றான் தன்னை சுடத்திங்கள் சடையானை தொடர்ந்து நின்று என் தாயானை தவமாய தன்மையானை தலையாய தேவாய தேவர்க்கு என்றும் சேயானை தென்கூடல் திரு ஆலவாய் சிவனடியே சிந்திக்கப் பெற்றேன் நானே. He is the one who makes you speak, resides in your mind, forms your inner thoughts, gets the thoughts executed, is the embodiment of purity, mounts the white bull, sports the crescent on his matted locks, is my mother who abides even in me, is the incarnation of tapas or penance, and is far above all the devas in heaven. Blessed I am to think of the holy feet of the Lord of Thirualavai. 2. Strong emotion. Thirunavukkarasar, as one who has suffered a lot with Jains, has been emotionally pretty strong. Obviously then, his poetry is filled with such emotions. Here is one such verse from his Thiruvaanaikka Padigam. கோனிக்காவில் குளிர்ந்த மனத்தராய் தேனிக்காவி உண்ணார் சில தென்னர்கள், ஆனைக்காவில் அம்மானை அணைகிலார், ஊனைக்காவி ஊழி தர்வர் ஊமரே. People without any clarity in mind do not taste the honey sweet of Siva bliss. Also, those who do not go to Anaikka and offer their obeisance to the presiding deity, but only wander around caring for their bodies, are but dumb creations, for they praise not the Lord with the mouth that they have. 3. Clarity in message. Thirunavukkarasar's poetry is par excellence. Hence, his poems having clarity in what they are trying to convey is no surprise at all. For example, let's have a look at this verse from his Thiruaroor Padigam. என்பு இருத்தி நரம்புதோல் புகப்பெய்து இட்டு என்னை ஓர் உருவமாக்கி இன்பு இருத்தி முன்பிருந்த வினை தீர்த்திட்டு என் உள்ளம் கோயிலாக்கி அன்பு இருத்தி அடியேனை கூழாட்கொண்டு அருள் செய்த ஆரூரதம் முன்பிருக்கும் விதியின்றி முயல்விட்டு காக்கை பின் போன ஆரே. The god of Aroor gifted to me this body, bone by bones, woven well with nerves, and provided me with senses that could experience joy. Not only did he annul my heaped up karma, but also took my heart as his abode, and took me as his servitor. What a pity, I lost all these because of my fate. I am like the guy leaving the hare and went chasing a crow. 4. Rhyme and rhythm. The first word or seer of the first line of most of the verses in Saint Thirunavukkarasar's Padigams rhymes with those of the remaining 3 lines. Here is a stanza from his Thirukkurukkai Veerattana Padigam. கல்லினால் எரிந்து கஞ்சினாம் குணம் சாக்கியனார், நெல்லின் ஆர் சோறு உணாமை நீள் விசும்பு ஆள வைத்தார், எல்லியாங்கு எரிகை ஏந்தி எழில்துகள் நட்டமாடி கொல்லியாம் பண்ணுகொந்தார் குருக்கை வீரட்டனாரே. As you can see, Kalli, Nelli, Yelli and Kolli, the first words of all 4 lines, rhyme with each other. As for rhythm, here is an example. ஓசை ஒலியலாம் ஆனாய் நீயே, உலகுக்கு ஒருவனாய் நின்றாய் நீயே, வாச மலரலாம் ஆனாய் நீயே, மலையான் மருகனாய் நின்றாய் நீயே, பேசப் பெரிதும் இனியாய் நீயே, பிரானாய் அடி என் மேல் வைத்தாய் நீயே, தேச விளக்கென ஆனாய் நீயே, திருவையாறு அகலாத செம்பன் சோதி. 5. Figurative style. A figure of speech is a creative use of language to generate an effect and to emphasize a statement. This in Tamil grammar is called ani. So, we do have in Tamil poetry similes, metaphors, alliteration, etc. There are 2 kinds of similes or uvamai in Tamil grammar. Porul uvamai or object simile and nihalvu uvamai or event simile. Let's have a look at some examples from Thirunavukkarasar's poetry. கனியினும் கட்டிவட்ட கரும்பினும் பனிமலர் குழல் பாவை நல்லாரினும் தனிமுடி கவித்து ஆளும் அரசினும் இனியந்தன் அடைந்தார்க்கு இடைமருதனே. The Lord of Idaimarudur, to those devotees who worship him, is much sweeter than a ripe fruit, a lump of solidified sweet cane juice, a lass having cool, fragrant flowers, a crowned king. The poet has used 4 similes in this stanza to show the extent of bliss that he confers on devotees reaching him. This is an example for object simile. Let's now look at the one for event simile. காத்து ஆள்பவர் காவல் இகழ்ந்தமையால் கரை நின்றவர் கண்டுகொள் என்று சொல்லி நீத்து ஆய கயம்புக நோக்கியிட நிலை கொள்ளும் வழித்துறை ஒன்று அறியேன் வார்த்தை இது ஒப்பது கேட்டு அறியேன் வயிற்றோடு தொடக்கி முடக்கியிட ஆர்த்தார் புனலார் அதிகை கடில வீரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. A lad who is new to the village goes to a tank in the village. The guy who was supposed to be guarding the tank wasn't there. He asked the people standing around, "How deep is this tank?" "You get in and find it out yourself," was the unhelpful reply. He hadn't heard a reply like this before. He got into the tank and found it far too deep, couldn't either stand firmly inside or find the steps to get out of the tank. Oh, the Lord of Adigal, Virattanam, my own situation in Jainism was like this one. Now my colic is tugging at and twisting my innards, and it has disabled me totally. Metaphor. Here is a simple example. படைக்கலம் ஆக உன் நாமத்து எழுத்து அஞ்சு என் நாவில் கொண்டேன். I have taken the Panchaksharam which is from your name as arsenal in my tongue. Here is another one that's more elaborate. உடம்பெனும் அநேகத்து உள்ளமே தகழியாக மடம்படு உணர்நெய் அட்டி உயிரெனும் திரிமயக்கி இடம்படு ஞானத்தீயால் எரிகொள இருந்து நோக்கில் கடம்பவர் காளைதாதை கழலடி காணலாமே. If in your body the house, your heart the lamp bowl, your consciousness the ghee, your life the wick, is lit with Siva gnosis, the fire, and when you absorbingly look in the ensuing divine light, you can have that redeeming darshan of the holy feet of Him, the Father of the Sun, who wears a garland of kadamba flowers. Alliteration. Alliteration is a literary device widely used in poetry. It refers to the repetition of the initial alphabet or sound in several words that are in proximity in a line or lines. Here is an example from Thirunavukkarasar's Thiruvayaru Thevaram, in which the alphabet A repeats itself a few times in all the 4 lines of the stanza. The intention of the poet here is to stress the word Arakkan, the Asura king Ravana. Arakkin மேனியன் அம்தளிர் மேனியன் அரக்கின் சேவடியாள் அஞ்ச அஞ்சலென்று அரக்கன் ஈரைந்து வாயும் அலறவே அரக்கினான் அடியாலும் ஐயாறுனே. The presiding deity of Ayyaru has a complexion that is bright as red lac and a frame as tender as a sprig. Once, when goddess Uma with feet red like rubies got frightened, the Lord said to her, "Fear not," and with his toe pressed down upon Ravana, the Asura king, who with his 10 mouths cried out loudly for mercy. Paradox. Paradox is a situation or statement with 2 or more parts that seem strange to each other. Thirunavukkarasar has sung about one such situation when he went to Thiruaroor. He was standing before the Lord in the sanctum sanctorum, but he is at a loss to ask him for any wish. Why was he in such a situation? Here is the reply in one of his verses in Thiruaroor Padigam. கரும்பு பிடித்தவர் காயப்பட்டார், அங்கு ஓர் கோடரியாக இரும்பு பிடித்தவர் இன்புறப்பட்டார். இவர்கள் நிற்க அரும்பு அவள் தன் பொழில் சூழ் அணி ஆரூர் அமர்ந்த பெம்மான் விரும்பு மனத்தினை யாது ஒன்று நான் உன்னை வேண்டுவனே. O the Lord who is willingly abiding in Aroor amidst the cool gardens full of blooming buds, you stared at Manmatha, the wielder of sugarcane, and he was dead. Visarasarman, who sliced away the feet of his own father with a steel axe, was made as Chandigeswara, your power of attorney in temples. Hence, not knowing what your mind is after, I am at a loss to know what to ask of you, my Lord. 6. Well-crafted line breaks. The unit of a poem is a stanza, and the basic unit of that is a line. A line of poetry is said to convey something distinct and essential to the poem. It is in this context that the line breaks are important. Thirunavukkarasar has done an excellent job with the line breaks, more particularly in this Thiruthandagams. Here is a stanza from Thiruvadi Veerattanam Thiruthandagam. Aravu anayan sindithu aratrumadi, அருமறையான் சென்னிக்கு அணியாமடி, சரவணத்தான் கைதொழுது சாருமடி, சார்ந்தார்க்கு எல்லாம் சரணாமடி, பரவுவார் பாவம் பறைக்குமடி, 14 கணங்களும் பாடுமடி, திரைவிரவு தென்கடில நாடனடி, திருவீரட்டானத்து எம் செல்வன் அடி. These are the holy feet meditated upon and hailed by Thirumal, who has a snake as his bed. These are the holy feet that adorn the head of Brahma. These are the holy feet worshipped by Saravana with both his hands. These are the holy feet that become the refuge for those who surrender at them. These are the holy feet that quash the sins of those who hail them. These are the holy feet worshipped by the 18 Ganas. These are the holy feet of him whose abode is in the southern banks of river Kedilam. These are the holy feet of the presiding deity of Thiruvayaru, who is my Lord forever. 7. Creativity. Creativity is the ability to transcend traditional ideas into meaningful new ideas. Let's look at a verse from one of Appa's Padigams. கூவலாமை குறைகடலாமையை கூவலோடு உக்குமோ கடல் என்றல் போல் பாவகாரிகள் பார்ப்பு அரிது என்பரால் தேவதேவன் சிவன் பெரும் தன்மையே. Is your sea comparable to this well? The tortoise living in a well asks the tortoise in the roaring sea. So it is that sinners cannot comprehend the greatness of Mahadeva Siva. The inability of the sinners to comprehend the greatness of Siva is so creatively and thereby effectively shown to us by Appa, with an apparently simple question put by the tortoise in the well to the one in the roaring sea. 8. Imagery. Imagery is a literary device using expressive language to represent objects, actions, and ideas in such a way that it appeals to our physical senses. The poet helps the reader to visualize or to see in their minds what is being described. The images should appeal to one or more of the 5 senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell. Appa has used imagery in several of his padigams. Here is one of them in which he picturizes Lord Natarajar dancing in Ponnambalam at Thillai, now known as Chidambaram. குனித்த புருவமும் கொவ்வை செவ்வாயில் குவன்சிரிப்பும் பனித்த சடையும் பவளம்போல் மேனியில் பால் வெந்நீரும் இனித்தமுடைய எடுத்த பொற்பாதமும் காணப்பெற்றால் மனித்த பிறவியும் வேண்டுவதே இந்த மாநிலத்தே. Curved are his eyebrows, smile is sneaking out of his red-lipped mouth. That's like a kowai fruit. Wet are his matted locks due to river Ganges that co-resides on his head. Coral-colored physique is smeared with milk-white holy ash. His golden foot that's raised so stays blissfully. If only one is blessed to have a darshan of all these, then even birth as a human being in this world is most welcome. 9. Nayaga Nayagi Bhavam. It's a practice found among Tamil poets, more so with those poets who sang about God or kings. When the devotee is in extreme love with God or the king, he is said to take the form of a heroine and make the god or king as hero and express his or her love towards him. They are also said to send a messenger, generally a bird or cloud or southerly wind, to their love. Here is an example of a verse from one such poem from Appa's Thirumurai. Sonmalai payilginra kuilinangal sollire panmalai varivandu panmilattrum palanathan munmalai nagu dingal muhil விளங்கு முடிசென்னி பொன்மாலை மார்பன் என் புதுநலம் குண்டு இகழ்வானோ. O you coils, experts in rendering verse garlands endearingly, would you please fly out and request him who abides in the temple of Thiruppazhaiyaarai, where striped bees sing songs set to pun in praise of him, who wears in his matted locks a crescent that shines in the dawning dusks, and a Contd garland that glitters like gold, and who had revelled in my youthful womanhood, not to ignore me henceforth. 10. Inspiration. Inspiration is the process of being mentally or emotionally stimulated to feel, think, or act in a specific way. It can come from various sources such as personal experiences of people with high intellect or interactions with others. Exposure to new concepts and environments can also create the state of being inspired. Here is a verse from Appar's inspiring Padigam that we have seen earlier. நாமார்க்கும் குடியெல்லோம் நமனை எஞ்சோம், நரகத்தில் இடர்படோம் நடலையில்லோம், ஏமாப்போம் பிணியறியோம் பணிவோமல்லோம், இன்பமே எந்நாளும் துன்பமில்லை. நாமார்க்கும் குடியெல்லா தன்மையான சங்கரன்னர் சங்கவெண் குலை ஓர் காதில், கோமார்க்கே நாம் என்றும் மீளா ஆளாய் பொய்மலர் சேவடி குறுகினோமே. We are not the subjects of anyone, nor are we afraid of Yama, the god of death, nor will we be suffering in hell. We are without any falsehood. We will ever be happy. We know no unhappiness. We will not bow down to any one. There will always be joy for us and never misery. 11. Humor. Thirunavukkarasar's poetry is generally of a serious type, since its main theme is trying to make the unknown God as a known one. Hence, the poet has tried to smear in some humor in some of his verses, but he has been even then careful enough to maintain his standard. He has cleverly introduced humor within his own divine subject. Here is a typical example of one such verse. But before that, we must recall some information. As we know, Siva has some adornments in his matted locks on his head. River Ganges said to be a woman, a snake, a crescent of moon. Yet another set of facts for us to know are: Ganga, a woman, is afraid of snake. Snake is afraid of peafowl. Ganga is mistaken for a peafowl. Snake is afraid of lightning. Moon is afraid of snake. With this background info, let's now look at the verse of Thirunavukkarasar. நாகத்தை நங்கை அஞ்ச, நங்கையை மஞ்சை என்று வேகத்தை தவிர, நாகம் வேழத்தின் உரிவை போர்த்து பாதத்தில் நிமிர்தல் செய்யா திங்களை மின்னென்று அஞ்சி, ஆகத்தில் கிடந்த நாகம் அடங்கும் ஆரூரனார்க்கே. Snake on the head of Siva starts moving. Ganga on his head is scared to see the moving snake. But the snake gets frightened looking at Ganga and mistaking her for a peafowl, slows down its movement. Meanwhile, the crescent of the moon hidden behind the elephant skin worn by the Lord of Thiruaroor keeps peeping in and out of the skin to see if the snake is gone. But the snake mistakes this peeping in and out of the crescent for lightning, gets frightened and keeps quiet. But the crescent in its turn gets frightened of the snake. Apart from the obvious humor played out by the poet in this verse, he has also hidden a moral for us. Although all three of them, the snake, Ganga, and the crescent of a moon, are enemies to each other, but they are adorning the holy head of the Lord together and quite peacefully too. Praise from the Lord of Thiruvetkalam for Thirunavukkarasar's poetry. பாவுற்று அலர் செந்தமிழின் சொல் வள பதிகத் தொடை பாடிய பான்மையினால் நாவுக்கரசர் என்று உலகேழும் நின் நல்நாமம் நயப்புற நண்ணுக என்று யாவர்க்கும் வியப்புறு மஞ்சுரைவான் இடையே ஒரு வாய்மை எழுந்ததுவே. In appreciation of your poetic diction, couched in chaste Tamil, may you be affectionately known hereafter as Navukkarasar throughout these 7 worlds, said the divine voice from heaven that reverberated in the sanctum sanctorum of the temple to the surprise of all. Part 3. Teachings of Thirunavukkarasar. Introduction. Thirunavukkarasar lived for 81 years as compared to Sambandhar's 16 years, Sundara's 32 years, and Manikkavasaga's 51 years. During this long life, he visited and worshipped at 126 Thiruthalams from southernmost Rameswaram to northernmost Kailash. What's more, he is supposed to have reached and returned from all these holy places by foot. He was not doing sightseeing like a normal traveler. This mode of travel had obviously given him a glorious opportunity to see and study the lives of people of all levels living in all those places, to get to know the prevailing flora and fauna, to see the birds and animals, to bathe in the divine tanks, rivers and seas, to worship at the temples close to them, and to record all these in his mellifluous padihams. He, being a saint, diligently observed the conditions prevailing over there and came up with solutions to remove the hardships of those people, to make their lives pious and meaningful, and eventually to reach the holy feet of the Lord. These solutions that are sewn into the 310 padigams, or almost 3,100 verses that he sang during the 7th century, are still valid. They are valid not only to the people of Tamil Nadu in India, but to the humanity at large. Hence, it is certainly worthwhile for us to cull out at least some of the most important and noble teachings from out of that large number of verses for us to try and follow as many of them as possible. I have tried and grouped them into 10 categories. 1. Personal. 2. Social. 3. Spiritual. 4. Philosophical. 5. Revolutionary. 6. Concepts of integration. 7. Some strange concepts. 8. Miracles in his life. 9. Mukti or salvation according to Saiva Siddhantam. 10. Bhakti. In each of these groups, there are several lessons for us. I have given, following the pithy saying, only 1 or 2 examples for each of them would do out of the many that are available in his 310 verses. That pithy saying in Tamil is, Oru paanai sotrukku oru soru padam podum. It is adequate if you check just 1 grain out of a pot full of cooked rice to see if the rice is fully cooked or not. Chapter 1. Personal. Realize life is impermanent. Vaalkaiyin nilayamayai unar. He keeps drawing our attention to the impermanence of life and hence goads us to hurry up, go to the places of worship and fall at his feet. Here is a verse from Thirukkattupalli Thiruthandagam. இன்று நான் நாளை இல்லை எனும் பொருள் ஒன்றும் ஓராது உய்தரும் ஊமர்கள் அன்று வானவர்க்காக விடமுண்ட கண்டனார் காட்டுப்பள்ளி கண்டு உய்மினே. I am here today, but may not be there tomorrow. You dumb cattle, you don't seem to realize this truth. Hence, it is better that you go to Kattupalli and pay your obeisance to that Lord who drank the deadly poison to save the Devas. It is perhaps pertinent to recall here what the great Thiruvaallur has said and note that both great men have used the same simile to depict the impermanence of life. நெருநல் உளன் ஒருவன் இன்றில்லை என்னும் பெருமை உடைத்து இவ்வுலகு. Wondrous indeed is this world where one who yesterday was and today isn't. Be humble, பணிவுடன் இரு. Humility is the virtue for all, but it is yet more important for the learned and saintly. humility promotes kindness towards all, and that in turn results in the elimination of ego. Thirunavukkarasar lived as an embodiment of humility. Here is an episode from Periya Puranam in which Sekular brings out the humility of Thirunavukkarasar. This is the scene in which Thirunavukkarasar, the old veteran, meets Sambandhar, the child saint, at the outskirts of Sirgali. Having heard that Thirunavukkarasar is staying at Thillai, Sambandhar started moving towards Thillai with his servitors. Thirunavukkarasar also set out on his journey towards Sirgali, accompanied by his followers. The entourage of both met at the outskirts of Sirgali. Amidst the thronging crowd of servitors, Thirunavukkarasar swiftly moved and fell at the feet of the divine child Sambandhar. He in turn promptly lifted him up with his flower-like hands, saying, "O Father, Appare." Back came the politest reply from Thirunavukkarasar, "Here I am, your servitor, Adiyen." தொழுது அணைவுற்று ஆண்ட அரசு அன்புருகத் தொண்டர் குலாத்திடையே சென்று பழுதில் பெரும் காதலுடன் அடிபணிய பணிந்தவர்தம் கரங்கள் பற்றி எழுதறிய மலர்க்கையால் எடுத்திறைஞ்சி விடையின் மேல் வருவார்தம்மை அருகழைத்து கொண்டவர்தாம் அப்பரே என அவரும் அடியேன் என்றார். The saint teacher par excellence of Tamil, Thiruverumbiyur has sung several couplets on the importance of humility. Here is one of them. பணிவுடையன் இன்சொலனாதல் ஒருவர்க்கு அணியல்ல மற்று பிற. The jewels that adorn one are only humility and sweetness in speech. The rest are not. Let devoted service be your motto. திருத்தொண்டு செய்வதை உன் கொள்கையாக கொள். Devoted service is service done unselfishly, voluntarily, and without expecting anything in return to mankind and God. We may also recall here that out of the four paths to salvation, Appar chose the path of Sariyai or devoted service. Providing food for the hungry is one of the most important among devoted services. A couplet from Thirukkural to illustrate. அற்றார் அழிபசி தீர்த்தல் அஃதொருவன் பெற்றான் பொருள் வைப்புளி. Provide food to the hungry, that empty stomach is the best safe to store your wealth. We may recall here that Appar established a madam or chowaltry at Thiruppunduruthy to provide food to adiyars and the hungry. Now let's look at what Appar says as to what his own primary duty was apart from providing food for the hungry. நம் கடம்பனை பெற்றவள் பங்கினன் தென்கடம்பை திருக்கரக் கோயிலான் தன்கடன் அடியேனையும் தாங்குதல் என்கடன் பணி செய்து கிடப்பதே. The merciful Lord enshrined in Karakoil, situated at Kadambur, has his better half, Uma, who bore young god Muruga, the Lord has taken upon himself the loving duty to save and support even devotees like me, and my sole duty is to remain rendering devoted service. Set objectives for your life. வாழ்க்கைக்கு ஒரு குறிக்கோள் வைத்துக்கொள். Poets generally have a peculiar habit of taking upon themselves anything that's not so desirable and then advising us how to avoid or overcome such situations. Here is a verse from one of Appar's Padigams in which he has done this in his desire to goad us to set objectives for our lives. பாலனாய் கழிந்த நாளும் பனிமலர் கோதையர்தம் மேலனாய் கழிந்த நாளும் மெலிவொடு மூப்பு வந்து கோலனாய் கழிந்த நாளும் குறிக்கோளிலாது கெட்டேன் சேலுலாம் பழனவேலி திருக்கொண்டீஸ்வரத்து உளானே. I wasted my boyhood days. Then I wasted my manhood days too by going after women with cool flowers. Then came my old age with all its disabilities. Thus, I did spoil my life by not setting and pursuing any right objective for my life. O Siva, the presiding deity of Tirukondishwaram, and in whose fields sealfish flourish, please do help me set objectives for my life and save me. Have a determined mind. திட்பமான மனத்துடன் இரு. The mind is often understood as a faculty that manifests itself in mental phenomena like perceiving, thinking, reasoning, memory, desire, emotion, and motivation. But one serious problem with the mind is that it tends to keep vacillating. Hence, it is important that we control our minds and prevent them from vacillating once we decide on any issue. Even the minds of saints are no exception. But Appar had a determined mind and asks us to have such a mind in this verse from one of his Thiruppukaloor Padiyams. தன்னை சரணென்று தான் அடைந்தேன் தன்னடி அடைய புன்னை பொழில் புகழூர் அண்ணல் செய்வன கேண்மின்களோ என்னை பிறப்பறுத்து என் வினை கட்டறுத்து ஏழ் நரகத்து என்னை கிடக்கலோட்டான் சிவலோகத்து இருத்திடுமே. O the Lord of Pugalur, you are my sole refuge. Saying so, I surrendered at his holy feet. Now listen to me as to what he did. That very moment, he annulled my cycle of birth and death, as well as my karma that was fettering me. Thus, he protected me from falling into the treacherous 7 worlds. What's more, he made me abide in Sivaloka forever. Here are a couple of couplets from Thirukural about having a firm mind. வினைத்திட்பம் என்பது ஒருவன் மனத்திட்பம் மற்றைய எல்லாம் பிற. Firmness in action is one's firmness of mind. All other abilities are different. எண்ணிய எண்ணியாங்கு எய்துவ எண்ணியர் திண்ணியராகப் பெறேன். The deed that's desired will certainly be achieved if the mind that desires is strong indeed. Be undaunted. அஞ்சாது இரு. Be not afraid of anything or anybody other than God is the hard-hitting message that Appar gives us in quite a few of his padiyams. Here is one from one of his Tiruthandagams that we have seen earlier. நாமார்க்கும் குடியெல்லோம் நமனை எஞ்சோம் நரகத்தில் இடர்படோம் நடலை இல்லோம் ஏமாப்போம் பிணியறியோம் பணிவோமல்லோம் இன்பமே எந்நாளும் துன்பமில்லை. தாமார்க்கும் குடியில்லா தன்மையான சங்கரன்னல் சங்கவெண் குழையோர் காதில் கோமார்க்கே நாம் என்றும் மீளா ஆளாய் கொய்மலர் சேவடி இணையே குறுகினோமே. We are not the subjects of any king, nor are we afraid of Yama, the god of death. We will not suffer in hell. We are without any falsehood. We are without any ego. We know no illness. We do not bow down to anyone other than God. It's only ecstasy that resides in us forever and never misery. Know that we are the servitors of Sankara, who wears in one ear a pure conch shell as kulai. He is the sovereign and a subject to none. We are blessed to be beside his flower-fresh holy twin feet. Here is an appropriate couplet from Thirukural. ஆக்கம் அதர்வினாய் செல்லும் அசைவிலா ஊக்கம் உடையான் உழை. Wealth will find the way on its own to the one with unfailing courage. Be without arrogance. ஆணவம் இன்றி இரு. Arrogance or ஆணவம் is one of the 3 taints or malangal that we are born with. It can be erased out of one's mind only with the grace of the Lord. Here are 2 verses from Appar's Padiyams. The first one metaphorically tells us of the disaster that one with arrogance must suffer, and the other shows us the way to correct ourselves. மனமெனும் தோணி பற்றி மதியெனும் கோலை ஊன்றி சினமெனும் சரக்கையேற்றி செறிகடல் ஓடும்போது மதனெனும் பாறைதாக்கி மறியும்போது அறிய ஒண்ணாது உனையுனும் உணர்வை நல்காய் ஒற்றியூர் உடையதேவே. My mind is my boat, my intellect is my oar, anger is my commodity in the boat. When I am sailing with these in the dense sea of life, the rock that's my arrogance hits my boat and capsizes it. At that hour of my distress, I will not be able to worship you, my Lord of Ottriyur. Hence, please do grant me the grace to worship you right now. How do we then get this arrogance removed and purify our minds? Appar promptly shows us the way. This perverted mind can be purified by developing compassion or love towards all beings. திருகு சிந்தையை தீர்த்து செம்மை செய்து பருகி ஊறலை பற்றி பதமறிந்து உருகி நைபவர்க்கு ஊனம் கொன்று இன்றியே அருகு நின்றிடும் ஆனைக்கா அண்ணலே. The Lord corrects the perverted mind, making it sweet as honey oozing within to those who realize His nature true and melt in love for Him, the Lord of Anaika. He will bestow His grace, totally free them out of their faults, and will always stand close to them. Here is a couplet from Thirukkural on Aanavam or conceit. பெருமை பெருமிதமின்மை சிறுமை பெருமிதம் ஊர்ந்து விடல். Greatness is being without conceit. Meanness is riding on vanity supreme. Always use sweet words when you speak. இனியனவே பேசு. Pleasant words are like honey sweet to the soul and health to the bones. அல்லவை தேய அறம்பெருகும் நல்லவை நாடி இனிய சொல்லின். When one seeks the good and speaks sweetly, his sins will diminish and virtues will increase. Here is a lovely verse from one of Appar's poems that stresses the importance of such sweetness in talk by drawing our attention to what would happen if we don't practice this dictum. வாக்கினால் இன்புரைத்து வாழ்கிறார் தம்மையெல்லாம் போக்கினால் புடைத்தவர்கள் தம்மை உண்டு மால்தான் தேக்கு நீர் செய்த கோயில் திரு ராமேஸ்வரத்தை நோக்கினால் வணங்குவார்க்கு நோய்வினை நணுகுவன்றே. Mouth has been given to us to speak words that are good and sweet. Sri Rama fought with those asuras who would not speak such sweet words and did away with their lives. Rama then built a dam in the sea and on its shore the temple of Thirurameswaram. Diseases and evil karmas of those that are blessed with darshan here will disappear in no time. Avoid craving for anything. ஆசை அகற்றி இரு. It is important in life that we get rid of all our cravings, be it for worldly things or even for going to heaven. Poet Thiruverumbiyur has said in his magnum opus, யாதனின் யாதனின் நீங்கியான் நோதல் அதனின் அதனின் இலன். From whatever thing one has renounced, he will not get any pain from that thing. Thirumular was even more explicit. He says, even if it is towards your God, come out of that infatuation. According to him, once you get rid of all your worldly attachments, God will go to you on His own. You don't have to separately wish for Him. ஆசை அருமீன்கள் ஆசை அருமீன்கள் ஈசனோடு ஆயினும் ஆசை அருமீன்கள் ஆசை படப்பட ஆய்வரும் துன்பங்கள் ஆசை விடவிட ஆனந்தமாமே. Get rid of your cravings. Get rid of your cravings. Even if they be with your God, get rid of them. The more you crave, the more problems will come for you. The more you leave your cravings, the more happiness will you get. Now let's see what Appar says about these cravings or attachments. ஆசை வன்பாசம் எய்தி அங்குற்றேன் இங்குற்றேனாய் ஊசல் ஆட்டுண்டு வாழா உழந்து நான் உழிதராமே தேசனே தேசமூர்த்தி திருமறைக்காடு மேய ஈசனே உந்தன் பாதம் ஏத்துமாறு அருள் எம்மானே. Having been tied and controlled by my strong attachments to worldly things on one side and to you on the other, I am wasting my life by being tossed about hither and thither like a swing. You, the effulgent one, the Lord of all the world, and the resident of Thirumuraikaadu, please do grant me your grace to be free and bless me to hail your holy feet. Have a pleasant relationship with others. அடுத்தவருடன் இனிமையான உறவுகள். Most people, while talking highly of their own good qualities, make it a point to list out the not so desirable qualities of others. There is another group that extols the good of others and confess their own faults and seek the help of Lord Siva to correct them. Here is a lovely verse from Appar's Thirukadambur Karakoil Padiyam that pretty deftly deals with this behavioral science. குணங்கள் சொல்லியும் குற்றங்கள் பேசியும் வணங்கி வாழ்த்துவர் அன்புடையாரெல்லாம். வணங்கி வான்மலர் கொண்டு அடி வைகளும் கணங்கள் போற்றுதைக்கும் கரக்கோயிலே. While devotees do extol the good qualities of other devotees, they do confess their own faults, and to correct them, they bow before and seek the blessings of the Lord of Thirukkadambur Karakkoil by offering heavenly flowers to his holy feet. Here is a couplet from Thirukkural with a similar thought. ஏதிலார் குற்றம் போல் தம் குற்றம் காண்கிற்பின் தீதுண்டோ மன்னும் உயிர்க்கு. If one observes one's own faults as he does the faults of others, would any evil happen to him? Hurry up to worship God before death catches you. சாவு வருமுன் இறைவனை அடைய விரை. Art is long and time is fleeting, said Henry Wordsworth Longfellow. Upper draws our attention to the last deeds that would take place when one breathes is lost. He exhorts us to make haste and worship the holy feet of the Lord before life comes to such an end. ஐயனால் மிடறு அடைப்புண்டு ஆக்கை விட்டு ஆவியார் போவதுமே அகத்தார் கூடி மையினார் கண்ணெழுதி மாலை சூட்டி மயானத்தில் இடுவதன் முன் மதியஞ்சூடும் ஐயனார்க்கு ஆளாகி அன்புமிக்கு அகங்குழைந்து மெய்யரும்பி அடிகள் பாதம் கையினால் தொழும் அடியார் நெஞ்சினுள்ளே கன்றாப்பூர் நடுதறியை காணலாமே. Before the throat gets choked with phlegm and life leaves the body, those in the house gather and paint the eyes with collyrium, garland the dead body and take it to crematorium. You had better become an ardent devotee and heart-melting with love, adore the holy feet with folded hands. You can then have darshan in your heart of the one who wears a crescent and abides in Naduthari of Kandrapur. Note, Nadutharinadhar is the presiding deity of Kandrapur. Here is a couplet from Thirukkural that draws our attention to the advantage of reaching the holy feet of the Lord. மலர்மிசை ஏகினான் மானடி சேர்ந்தார் நிலமிசை நீடு வாழ்வார். Those who are united with the holy feet of the Lord, who abides in their own minds, will live long in this world. Chapter 2, Social. No discrimination among humans. மானுடருள் வேற்றுமை பார்க்காதே. Upper was totally against any type of discrimination among humans, be it based on sacred texts or caste or clans or sects. சாத்திரம் பலவேசும் சழக்கர்கள் கோத்திரமும் குலமும் கொண்டு என் செய்வீர் பாத்திரம் சிவமென்று பணிதிரேல் மாத்திரைக்கு அருளும் ஆர்ப்பேரரே. You wretched men who yell about sacred texts and caste, what good would you get with your caste and clan names? Instead, if you would accept what matters is only Sivam and worship him at Thiruvarperu, he would grant you his grace in plenty. Here is one more verse of his that vehemently hates this attitude of discrimination. சங்கநிதி பதுவநிதி இரண்டும் தந்து தரணியோடு வானாளத் தருவரேனும் மங்குவார் அவர் செல்வம் மதிப்போம் அல்லோம். மாதேவர்க்கே காந்தரல்லாராகில் அங்கமெல்லாம் குறைந்து அழுகு தொழுநோயராய் ஆவுரித்து தின்று ஊழலும் புலையரேனும் கங்கைவார் சடைக்கரந்தார்க்கு அன்பராகில் அவர் கண்டீர் நாம் வணங்கும் கடவுளாரே. Even if we get Kubera's wealth from Sangu and Lotus, along with authority to rule heaven and earth, we do not deem them as worthy, for they are from those who are not devoted to Mahadeva, and hence would fade away soon. On the other hand, if they are from those who suffer from acute leprosy, and who kill a cow and eat its meat, but are devotees of him who conceals Ganga in his matted locks, then they are those whom we adore as our God. It is pertinent to recall here the 12th sutra in Maigandar's Svajnanabodham, one of the most important canons of Saiva Siddhantam. செம்மலர் நோந்தாள் சேரலொட்டா அம்மலம் கழி அன்பரொடு மறி மாலரநேயம் மலிந்தவர் வேடமும் ஆலயம்தானும் அரணெனத் தொழுமே. Jivatmas are prevented from reaching the red lotus flower like holy feet of the Lord by the three malas they are born with. Wash off with jnanam the dirts of these three malas, namely anavam, arrogance, karmam, results of the deeds of previous births, and maya, a mystic concept that conceals the true character of spiritual reality. To prevent those malas from reaching you again, join the group of adiyars of the Lord who have already become close to Him. Treat the sacred appurtenances of such genuine adiyars and the temples that you see as Lord Siva Himself and worship them. Acceptance of the importance of womanhood, Venmai Erpu. Appar took to Jainism as a young man. He remained in Jainism and rose to become Dharmasena, a coveted status among Jains equivalent to that of a senior teacher or guru. As we know, Jainism as a religion is totally against women. When he returned to Saivism, he was already pretty old and was totally dedicated tondu or service to Lord Siva and his adiyas. Under these circumstances, it is no wonder that he not only remained as a bachelor, but also had nothing to do with women except his own sister Tilagavadiyar, who had also dedicated her life to the service of Lord Siva. It is in this context that Lord Siva wanted his ardent devotee Appar to realize the importance of women in life. It is no surprise because Lord Siva is pretty well aware of the importance of his better half. Adi Shankara has sung 100 verses in praise of his wife Parvati in his Saundarya Lahari. The very first verse says that he cannot move even a little without the help of his wife. Thingalai chadayil tharitthudum sivanbal தேவினி அன்புடன் ஒன்றி தங்கிடலன்றி இயங்கிடும் திறமும் இறைவனை இழந்திடும் என்னில் கங்கைவார் சடையன் அயன் திருமாலும் கைதொழுது ஏத்தியே போற்றும் பங்கைய செல்வி புண்ணியமிலார் நின் பாதமே தொழுவதும் எளிதோ. When Appar was on his journey to Kailash, Lord Siva appeared before him in the guise of a yogi and dissuaded him from going to Kailash. Instead, he asked him to have a dip in the tank nearby and get up in river Kaveri in Thiruvaroor, where he would get a darshan of Siva with his consort. Appar did that and came out of river Kaveri at Thiruvaroor. This is when Lord Siva wanted him to realize and accept the importance of womanhood. So, he made him see all species of life, humans, animals, birds, etc., going towards the temple as female and male couples. Sakti Sivan, female elephant, male elephant, hen, cock, pedai, koil, peahen, peacock, sow, pig, doe, deer, female stork, hen, parrot, cow, bull. Here is an oft-quoted verse that Appar sang on seeing this spectacle. Although we had seen it earlier, let me recall it here. மாதர்பிறை கண்ணியானே மலையான் மகளோடும் பாடி போதொடு நீர் சுமந்து ஏத்தி புகுவார் அவர் வெண் புகுவேன் யாதும் சுவடுபடாமல் ஐயாறு அடைகின்ற போது காதல் மடப்பிடியோடும் களிறு வருவன கண்டேன் கண்டேன் அவர் திருப்பாதம் கண்டறியாதன கண்டேன். After this spectacle, Appar reached the temple of Ayyarappan. Lo and behold, he was given the grand darshan that he was keen to see at Kailash. Yes, Lord Siva as Ayyarappan, and of course with his consort Parvati as Arambalatha Nayagi was coming towards him in procession. Appar's joy knew no bounds then. It is in this Padiham or decade that Appar had listed out the 10 couples that he saw on getting out of river Kaveri. Each verse in this Padiham ends with the most important phrase, Kandu Ariyadana Kandeen. He must have, of course, seen such pairs earlier in his life, but never had he discerned their depiction, nor had he realized the importance of womanhood in life. Chapter 3, Spiritual. I am being tortured by my five sense organs. Like thieves, my five senses surrounded me and made me flutter in fear. A tortoise placed inside a large vessel with water that was slowly heated up was dancing without knowing what would happen to it when the water started boiling. I too, with no clarity, like the tortoise, was wasting my life, roaming about and getting fatigued. I am wondering why I was born at all. வளைத்து நின்று ஐவர் கள்வர் வந்து என்னை நடுக்கம் செய்ய, தழைத்து வைத்து உலையை ஏற்றி, தழல் எரி மடுத்த நீரில், திளைத்து நின்று ஆடுகின்ற ஆமை போல் தெளிவிலாதேன். இளைத்து நின்று ஆடுகின்றேன், என் செய்வான் தோன்றினேனே. I am being tossed about by my desires. My cruel attachments and insatiable desires toss me here and there. I have thus become like a swing and I am wasting my life doing nothing. Please do help me get out of this rut. You are the effulgent one and God of all. You who abide in Thirumuraikaadu, please do bless me with your grace to hail your holy feet. ஆசைவன் பாசம் எய்தி அங்குற்றேன் இங்குற்றேனாய் ஊசல் ஆட்டுண்டு வாளா உழந்து நான் உழிதராமே. தேசனே தேசமூர்த்தி திருமறைக்காடுமேய ஈசனே உந்தன் பாதம் ஏத்தும் ஆறு அருள் எம்மானே. Respect this birth of ours and learn to serve him. We have been blessed with a peerless birth. Let's learn to respect it. He who gave Arjuna the Pasavada Astra, who burned the 3 fortresses of the Asuras with a single arrow, is the dancer at Thillai Ambalam. To serve him as a slave is our lot in this birth. வாய்த்தது நந்தமுக்கு இது ஓர் பிறவி மதித்திடுமென், பார்த்தற்கு பாசுபதம் அருளி செய்தவன் பத்தருள்ளீர். கோத்து அன்று முப்புறம் தீ விளைத்தான், தில்லை அம்பலத்து கூத்தனுக்கு ஆட்பட்டு இருப்பது அன்றோ நம்தம் கூழைமையே. Your body is his temple, hence keep it clean. My body is his holy temple. My mind that detests all evils in this world is his slave. With my mind that has been made pure by making it free from all malas, and my soul, the pearl of my mind, as the linga, with my love alone as ghee and milk, and with abundant holy water, I bathe him and offer my ardent devotion as Naivedya, and thus do I perform my worship. காயமே கோயிலாக, கடிமனம் அடிமையாக, வாய்மே தூய்மையாக, மனமணி லிங்கமாக, நேயமே நெய்யும் பாலா, நிறைய நீர் பூசனை ஈசனார்க்கு போற்று அவி காட்டினோமே. Appar also tells us metaphorically the result of this worship in another verse. If truth is stilled, seeds of love are sown, untruth is weeded out, watered with patience, guarding done with self-introspection, fencing done with worthiness, and living with rectitude, then the yield would obviously be Siva's benediction. மெய்மையாம் உழவை செய்து விருப்பெனும் வித்தை வித்தி, பொய்மையாம் களையை வாங்கி பொறையெனும் நீரை பாய்ச்சி, தம்மையும் நோக்கிக் கண்டு தகவெனும் வேலியிட்டு செம்மையுள் நெற்பராகில் சிவகதி விளைவன்றே. In this context of identifying Siva within oneself, it is better to recall and get to know some principles enunciated in Saiva Siddhanta in this regard. According to Saiva Siddhanta, Lord Siva's relationship with humans, or for that matter with any being, is said to be in 3 states. Staying as one with them, ஒன்றாதல்; staying together with them, உடனாதல்; staying as different from them, வேறாதல். One with us. A being has a soul and an external body. Lord Siva is said to merge with the soul and become as one with it. Together with us, it is here that the concept of Advaita comes in. Advaita does not mean one, but it means without a second. So this implies being together, or in other words, the Lord exists as one with, but different from, the soul of the being. Being different from us, although the Lord exists with the soul of the being in the body, the soul of the being cannot become the Lord, Hence, the Lord obviously exists as different from the soul in the being itself. This apparently difficult concept could be understood with a simple example. Take a glass of water, add salt and mix. Salt dissolves in water and disappears. Yet, salt is still inside the water. When water is boiled and allowed to steam away, salt would still stay back. Upper apparently had felt and personally experienced these three states of Siva. How was it possible for him? According to him, it must be done in stages. 1. Know yourself first. 2. You will then realize that the Lord Siva is within you. 3. How to find him? Know yourself first. One who has tried and succeeded to discern and cognize who he himself really is will certainly be able to realize that the Lord is within himself. He who is not able to do this will not be able to discern the Lord who is within him. Tannil tannai ariyum தலைமகன் தன்னில் தன்னை அறியல் தலைப்படும். தன்னில் தன்னை அறிவிலானாயிடில் தன்னில் தன்னையும் சார்தற்கு அறியனே. Realize that he is within you. He stays obscured as fire in the arani wood, as ghee in the milk, as glitter in the uncut gemstone. But if you install the pole of relationship with him and with the rope of your feeling, churn vigorously, he would appear before you. விறகில் தீயினன் பாலில் படு நெய்போல் மறைய நின்றுளன் மாமரை சோதியான். உறவுகோல் நட்டு உணர்வு கயிற்றினால் முருக வாங்கி கடைய முன் நிற்குமே. The Holy One with matted locks enters and abides in the bosoms of those who melt while thinking of him. But if you are not genuine and are trying to please him with flowers and holy water, he will stand far away from you and laugh at your hypocrisy. நெக்கு நெக்கு நினைப்பவர் நெஞ்சுளே புக்கு நிற்கும் பொன்னார் சடை பொன்னியன். பொக்கம் மிக்கவர் பூவும் நீரும் கொண்டு நக்கு நிற்பவர் அவர்தம் நாணியே. How to find him? Your body is his house or temple. Your mind is the bowl for the wick. Your consciousness is the ghee filled in the bowl. Your life is the wick in the bowl. Now light the wick with your gnosis or wisdom. In the light that ensures within, if you eagerly look, you can have darshan of the holy feet, of the father of Muruga who wears the garland of Kadamba flowers. உடம்பெனும் அநேகத்துள் உள்ளமே தகலியாக மடம்படு உணர்னை அட்டி உயிரெனும் திரிமயக்கி இடர்படு ஞானத்தீயால் எரிகுள் இருந்து நோக்கில் கடம்பவர் காளைதாதை கடல் அடி காணலாமே. Contemplate him with single-pointed devotion. Go to Thillai and worship. With a contemplating mind that has merged with him, who knocked down Yama to death with his holy feet to save his Adiyar. He will be happy to ask you to, just with a gesture, when did you come? ஒன்றியிருந்து நினைவின்கள் உந்தமுக்கு ஊனமில்லை. கன்றிய காலனை காலால் கடிந்தான் அடியவர்க்கா. சென்று தொழுமின்கள் தில்லையுள் சிற்றம்பலத்து நட்டம் என்று வந்தாய் என்று எம்பெருமான் தன் திருக்குறிப்பே. What is the most effective mantra to repeat while worshipping? It is Namah Shivaya, the most effective mantra that I am skillful at. It is Namah Shivaya that's learning and its result, the wisdom or gnosis. It is Namah Shivaya that my tongue keeps continuously repeating. It is Namah Shivaya that shows the right way to salvation. Namachivayave ஞானமும் கல்வியும், நமச்சிவாயவே நான் அறிவிச்சையும், நமச்சிவாயவே நான் அவின்று ஏத்துமே, நமச்சிவாயவே நன்னறி காட்டுமே. Chapter 4, Philosophical. Daya Moola Dharmam. In the Thirumurais of Upper, he has introduced this concept of Daya Moola Dharmam in a couple of places. Daya Moola Dharmam appears to be a new term coined by Upper with 3 words, Daya, Moola and Dharmam, which mean compassion, primary reason and righteous path. He bestows goodness to the downtrodden based on his philosophy of compassion-based righteous path. தயாமூல தன்மம் என்னும் தத்துவத்தின் வழி நின்று தாழ்ந்தோர்க்கெல்லாம் நலம் கொடுக்கும் நம்பியை. He who abides at Thirumuravadi helped me correct my mind with his philosophy of compassion-based righteous path. தயாமூல தன்மவழி எனக்கு நல்கி மனம் திருத்தும் மழபாடி வைரத்தானே. Concepts simplified through proverbs. Here is one of those famous padigams. Every stanza of this padigam ends with a proverb. Although all these proverbs appear to be about repenting his journey with Jainism and returning to Saivism, they are relevant lessons to us too. So, let's have a quick look at them and keep them in our minds for recalling whenever the need arises. 1. Instead of worshipping the Lord at Thiruaroor, who is wearing the holy white ash, I wrongly went after Jainism. This is like plucking the raw fruit, leaving the readily available ripe ones. Kaniruppa kai kavarndattре. The Lord of Thiruvaroor made me into a being with bones, nerves, skin, and annulled my karma. What's more, he converted my mind into an abode of his. Yet, I forgot all these in my life. This was like running after a crow, leaving the hare. முயல் விட்டு காக்கையின் பின் போன ஆரே. Remaining 8 stanzas are also in the same manner of recalling the good done to him by the Lord of Thiruvaroor, repenting his going after Jainism and ending with an apt proverb. Hence, let's recall here only the remaining 8 proverbs. Buying sin, leaving righteousness that's available free of cost. Aramirukka maram vilaikku konda aare. Trying to create a solid doll out of liquid water. Paniniral pavaisaya pavittene. Like a fool leaving the ever-helpful Lord of Thiruvaroor and getting involved with strangers and suffering. Edenborku adanai ahapattene. Leaving the nectar like Aroor and getting tired by milking a barren cow in a dark room. Iruttarayil maladu karandu eithu aare. While the burning light is close by, seeking the light of glowworms to warm myself. Vilakkirukka minminitti kainda aare. Leaving the Lord of Aroor, who was ready to take me into his fold, and getting tired by begging for alms in a deserted village. Paaluril paikkombukku eithu aare. Leaving behind the glorious tapas and loafing around haughtily in pursuit of sinful ways. Tavamirukka avam seidu tharukkinene. Instead of biting the sweet sugar cane, getting tired by biting a hard piece of iron. Karumbirukka irumbu kadithu eithu aare. This padham with all the built-in proverbs incidentally reminds us of a couplet from Thirukkural. Niraimoli maandartham perumai nilathu maraimoli kaattividum. The greatness of the sages in this world is borne out by their prophetic utterances. Concept of a ladder and boat. Have you ever seen a baby cat carried by its mother? What does the kitten do? The kitten does nothing. It just submissively hangs there in surrender while the mother carries it in her mouth all around. Thus, like in cat family, the believer is dependent upon the God for salvation as well as grace. One only needs to surrender. And the mother, the God, protects and saves the baby. This is known as Marjara Nyayam. On the other hand, imagine how a mother monkey carries her baby. She doesn't. Mother monkey barely pays attention to the baby monkey. The baby monkey must hold on to her mother firmly for its dear life. Like in monkey family, salvation is got done by the effort of the believer. God is available for sustenance while not even being aware of the believer. Here, God is seen as a source of strength and love, but a source that is available only by the participation of the individual. This is known as Markada Nyayam. These examples for these Nyayams are oft quoted from Shastras, but involve poor animals. Upper conveyed the same concepts of bhakti, through objects that we see every day, a ladder and a boat. If you want to climb up using a ladder, you must hold the ladder firmly and climb up step by step. But if you get into a boat, the boatman takes you across while you are just sitting inside the boat. In this verse from one of his Tiruthandagams, Appar has effectively employed these similes of ladder and boat to depict the two different types of devotees aspiring to attain salvation or mukti. The Lord, sporting a crescent on his matted red locks and conch shells in his ears, lets his devotees who are mad after him climb up to mukti like with a ladder. And to me, caught up in an awful storm, he is the boat that carried me safe to the shore. He is the touchstone of the glittering gold coin. He is Siva who abides at Thiruvadurai, and I am the lowly cur that reached his holy feet and got blessed. பேணியனல் பிறைதவள் செஞ்சடையினானை பித்தர்தம் அடியார்க்கு முக்தி காட்டும் ஏணியை இடர்க்கடலுள் சுழிக்கப்பட்டு இங்கு இளைகின்றேற்கு அக்கரைக்கே ஏறவாங்கும் தோணியை தொண்டனேன் தூய சோதி சுலா வெண்குளையானை சுடர்பொன்காசின் ஆணியை ஆவிடுதன் துறையுள் மேய அரணடியே அடிநாயேன் அடைந்து உய்ந்தேனே. Chapter 5. Revolutionary concepts. Apart from being a saintly poet, Appar was a revolutionary too. While going through his life earlier, we saw glimpses of his revolutionary concepts strewn into his simple-looking verses. Here is a collection. Anti-monarchy slogans at Thiruvadi. Namarkum kudiyallom. We are not the subjects of anyone. Hunger strike at Pazhaiyaarai. வண்ணம் கண்டு நான் உம்மை வணங்கியன்றி போகேன் என்று எண்ணம் முடிக்கும் வாகீசர் இருந்தார் அமுது செய்யாதே. Without having darshan of your winsome charm, I will not move out from here, said determined Vageesar, and sat there without eating any food. Anti-casteism. அங்கமெல்லாம் குறைந்து அழுகு தொழுநோயராய் ஆவரித்து தின்று உழலும் புலையரேனும் கங்கைவார் சடை கறந்தார்க்கு அன்பராகில் அவர் கண்டீர் நாம் வணங்கும் கடவுளாரே. Be they who are suffering from leprosy, killing a cow and eating its flesh, but are the devotees of him who conceals Ganga in his matted locks. Behold, you people, they are the ones whom we worship as our gods. Concept of trusteeship. Everyone must live happily. If wealth is given to someone, it is certainly not for his own consumption. It must be obviously shared with the needy. Thus, Appar sowed the seed which later blossomed as concept of trusteeship. He made the haves to gracefully give to the have-nots and bless the givers. He created terrifying hells for those who concealed their wealth. He rested on his matted crest Ganga that came down so boisterously. He even bestowed his grace to the undeserving Ravana the Asura. Yes, he is the helpful one that abides in Thiruvaroor. இறப்பவர்க்கு ஈய வைத்தார், ஈபவர்க்கு அருளும் வைத்தார், கரப்பவர் தங்கட்கெல்லாம் கடு நரகங்கள் வைத்தார், பரப்பு நீர் கங்கை தன்னை படர்சடை பாகம் வைத்தார், அரக்கனுக்கு அருளும் வைத்தார் ஐயன் ஐயாரனாரே. It is pertinent to recall here a relevant couplet from our magnum opus Thirukkural. ஊருணி நீர் நிறைந்தற்றே உலகவாம் பேரறிவாளன் திரு. Wealth in the hands of a wise person is like the village tank that is full of drinking water. Treat God as your relative. Appar sees God as a close relative, whereas we have the habit of treating God as God and going to Him occasionally with a lot of reverence. Appar says, treat Him as your own relative. Don't distance Him away. Instead, keep close contact with Him. The only permanent relative to your soul is God. We do not know what we were in our last births, nor do we know who our relatives were. Even those who are with us now, they are not going to be with us from our birth to death. Hence, let's treat God who was, is, and will be with us always as our relative and love him with all our might. You are my father, mother, and brother. You are my uncle as well as aunt. You are my beloved wife and my sinless wealth. You are my family, relative, and village. You are the source for my sustenance and salvation too. You are this gold, this gem, this pearl. You are God and one that rides the holy bull. அப்பன் நீ, அம்மை நீ, ஐயனும் நீ, அன்புடைய மாமனும் மாமியும் நீ, ஒப்புடைய மாதரும் ஒன்பொருளும் நீ, ஒரு குலமும் சுற்றமும் ஓரூரும் நீ, துய்ப்பனவும் உய்ப்பனவும் தோற்றுவாய் நீ, துணையா என் நெஞ்சும் துறப்பிப்பாய் நீ, இப்பொன் நீ, இம்மணி நீ, இம்முத்தும் நீ, இறைவன் நீ, ஏறூர்ந்த செல்வன் நீயே. Chapter 6, Concepts of Integration. 1. Language. It is now more realized than ever before that it is important for the growth of humanity that people learn as many languages as possible. Appar had drawn our attention to this fact several centuries ago. He exhorted us to learn at least 2 of the languages that were popular then, namely Tamil and Sanskrit, by equating the Lord himself to Tamil, Sanskrit, as well as to the 4 Vedas, which are in a script like Sanskrit. He is from heaven. He is far above the celestials. Sanskrit and Tamil he became the 4 Vedas too. He bathes in the Panchakavya, the 5 holy products got from a cow. வானவன்கான் வானவர்க்கும் மேலானான்கான் வடமொழியும் தென்தமிழும் மலைகள் 4 ஆனவன்கான் ஆனைந்தும் ஆடினான்கான். To humanity. Appar dreamt of a unified humanity at large, even as far back as in 7th century. It is unfortunate that it still remains as a dream. You, the omnipotent indeed, constitute all the worlds and are immanent therein too. You are the one who aptly abides in Egambam to shower your blessings on mankind. Again, it is you who knows the worth of the worthy ones. And as a radiant lamp of gnosis, you glow. எல்லா உலகமும் ஆனாய் நீயே, ஏகம்பம் மேவி இருந்தாய் நீயே, நல்லாரை நன்மை அறிவாய் நீயே, ஞானச் சுடர்விளக்கு ஆய் நின்றாய் நீயே. 3. Religion. Even in Hinduism, there are 6 different sects, but Appar has tried to unify them by saying that despite those sects and divisions, it is Siva who is immanent in each of their gods. It is the Lord of Thiru in number who has apparently split into 6 different sects and have become inherent in and not different from their respective lords. His holy feet grant them grace too from such a position. They are respected by the celestials. They are equaled or exceeded by none. Even if earth and heavens perish, they remain unaffected. 6 ஒன்றிய சமயங்களின் அபவர்க்கு அப்பொருள்கள் வேறு ஒன்றிலாதன விண்ணோர் மதிப்பென மிக்குவ மண் மாறு ஒன்றிலாதன மண்ணொடு விண்ணகம் ஆய்ந்திடினும் ஈறு ஒன்றிலாதன இன்னம்பராந்தன் இணையடியே. Chapter 7, Some Strange Concepts. Unstolen time. Time is precious and hence must be utilized fully and utilized in a useful manner. The footprints of time that had elapsed has to be reckoned by its achievements or usefulness. It is only such a time that could be called time that has not been stolen. Appar calls this time as Kalavu Padadador Kalam. Time spent in the worship of God is said to be time that has not been stolen. For instance, Appar, who had a dip in the tank in Kailayam, rose up in river Kaveri at Thiruvayaru without losing any time. Praising the Lord of Thiruvayaru, who is wearing a waxing crescent and is consort with her dense tresses, I lovingly stood at the threshold of his shrine without losing any time from my dip in Kailash, rose up at Ayyaru. What did I see then? Saw a young cow coming together with a bull, its mate. Lo and behold, I saw them as Siva and Shakti. I also had the holy darshan of his sacred feet. And this spectacle, made me realize that was Sivanandam, which I had never before known or realized. வளர்மதி கண்ணியினானை வார் குழலாளோடும் பாடி களவுபடாததோர் காலம் காண்பான் கடைக்கணிக்கின்றேன். அளவுபடாததோர் அன்போடு ஐயாறு அடைகின்ற போது இள மன நாகு தழுவி ஏறு வருவன கண்டேன். கண்டேன் அவர் திருப்பாதம் கண்டறியாதன கண்டேன். Plowing in the same furrow. Right way of plowing in a wide field with a bullock-drawn plowshare is a very difficult job. Yet the farmer must do it. What he must do is to carefully avoid plowing repeatedly in the same furrow. Appar, who hailed from a farmer's family, uses this as a simile to tell us that we should not follow our skillful mind, which always tends to pull us, follow the same path repeatedly, irrespective of the results thereof. He was a staunch bachelor. Yet to make us understand and avoid such a situation, he has sung this verse as if it happened to him with a damsel. Leaving the picture-perfect damsels aside, it is him and him alone that I keep adoring. Even then, my petty mind keeps surrounding and pulling me towards those damsels and bothers me to plow in the same furrow. எழுது பாவை நல்லார் திறம்பிட்டு நான் தொழுது போற்றி நின்றேனையும் சூழ்ந்து கொண்டு உழுத சால் வழியே உழுவாம் பொருட்டு இழுத நெஞ்சம் இது என் படுகின்றதே. Throwing things into a river and searching for them in a tank. Appar has quite often used very apt examples or similes to drive home a point or a concept. Here is such an example about people leaving the Lord who is abiding in a temple close by and roam around the whole world searching for him. While Siva is available with adequate clarity as the presiding deity at Thirunalloor itself, the devotees, due to their ignorance, roam around the whole world swifter than wind looking for him. They are like the nitwits who lost their things in a river and were searching for those in a tank. தேற்றப்பட திருநல்லூரகத்தே சிவனிருந்தால் தோற்றப்படச் சென்று கண்டு கொள்ளார் தொண்டர் துன்மதியால் ஆற்றில் கெடுத்து குளத்தினில் தேடிய ஆதரைப் போல் காற்றின் கடுத்து உலகெல்லாம் திரிதர்வர் காண்பதற்கே. 5 merchants in our body. This verse from one of the padiyams of Appar beautifully brings out the true relationship between our body and our life. The body can act only as long as it has the life. However, life is said to be the head of our body. That's only for namesake, for while the life is still there, our 5 senses take over and make us act according to their whims and fancies. They become like traders and start dealing with our lives. What's more, they effectively prevent us from getting near our Lord. To make matters worse, added to these 5 are the 96 tattvas, which are the constituent principles in a human body. The apparent chieftain of our body, that's hardly 1 foot wide, is equated to a place. Our 5 senses who act as merchants, along with our 96 tattvas in that place, selling our body earthly pleasures and buying for it karma vinays. This makes our body perplexed. And what's worse, they prevent me from getting near you. But when the life departs from the place, that's our body, they also run away. And here I am totally oblivious about the date of their departure. O the Lord of Thirukandiswaram, it is only you who could pull me out of this rut. சாண் இருமடங்கு நீண்ட சழக்குடை பதிக்கு நாதர் வாணிகர் 560 மயக்கம் செய்து பேணிய பதியின் நின்று பெயரும்போது அறிய மாட்டேன் சேணுயர் மாடநீடு திருக்கொண்டீச்சுரத்து உளானே. Mind and swing. It is important that we engage our mind every day in rendering pure love, service, serene worship, and make it enjoy doing all these. But this requires learned leadership. People who do not have this quality let the mind go on its own way. But then our mind keeps jumping from one to another, finding no satisfaction or gratification in any of them. As a result, it gets exhausted and tired. This chain doesn't stop here, for whatever is the suffering of the mind, it gets transferred to our soul. Even our body and our five senses too must partake. Upper aptly likens this wandering mind of ours to a swing that keeps moving forward and backward. Us to the base plank, and our desires and attachments to the ropes that hold the base plank. In the event of the ropes giving way, the plank with its occupants that are the purified us, without the hold of our desires and attachments, would fall on the floor, and that's the holy feet of our loving Lord. ஆசையும் பாசமும் அறுபட்டு தூய்மை பெற்றவராக நிலையான தரையாகிய இறைவன் திருவடியில் வீழ்வோம். My mind keeps hopping from one desire to another, like the ropes of a swing that's moving forward and backward. If the ropes of the swing snap, it is the flow that supports the falling swing. Thus, it is your holy feet, the fail-safe armor for my humble soul, my Lord of Adigal with matted locks. உருகையிறு ஊசல் போல ஒன்று விட்டு ஒன்று பற்றி மறுகையிறு ஊசல் போல வந்து வந்து உழவு நெஞ்சும் பெருகையிறு ஊசல் போல பிறை புல்கு சடையாய் பாதத்து அருகையிறு ஊசலானேன் இரட்ட நீரே. Human being worse than a worm. Appar compares himself with a worm in this verse from 5th Thirumurai. It is to be noted that poets in general take it upon themselves when they are talking about any bad habit of people. This is one such situation. He compares himself with an ordinary worm and concludes that he is worse than a worm, or in other words, we are worse than worms. Let's then look at the verse and see how he comes to such a conclusion. A worm has qualities 4, and so do I. But the worm does not have one more quality that I do have, and that is my wickedness. Hence, I am worse than a worm. In such a situation, how could I go and join the august assembly of the devotees of holy Siva? புழுவுக்கும் குணம் 4 எனக்கும் அதே, புழுவுக்கு இங்கு எனக்கு உள்ள பொல்லாங்கு இல்லை, புழுவினும் கடையேன் புனிதன் தமர் குழுவுக்கு எவ்விடத்தேன் சென்று கூடவே. Doesn't that leave a pertinent question before us? Of course it does. What are those 4 qualities common between a worm and a human? Well, here they are: searching for food, consuming the food, sleeping, putting up with happiness and sorrow. But then, what is the 5th one that Upper says he has and the worm hasn't? Pollangu, wickedness. Lighting a lamp inside a temple. Upper has always been advising us to do service in and around any temple. In this verse from one of his padigams, he is progressively listing out the benefits that would accrue to the devotees at every stage of their service. He is particularly happy with those who light lamps inside the temple, for it would dispel the darkness inside the temple as well as the one inside their own minds. The joy of mopping the floor of the temple is 10 times greater than just sweeping. Weaving a garland for him with hand-picked serene flowers would take you to heaven itself. And the boon for those who light the lamp in his temple is the gaining of wisdom or gnosis. And to those who hail him with hymns aplenty, there is no limit to the grace that he grants them. விளக்கினால் பெற்ற இன்பம் மெழுக்கினால் பதிற்றியாகும், துளக்கி நன்மலர் தொடுத்தால் தூயவன் ஏறலாகும், விளக்கிட்டார் பேரு சொல்லின் மெய்நெறி ஞானமாகும், அளப்பில கீதம் சொன்னார்க்கு அடிகள்தாம் அருள்மாறே. Doctor for reducing or removing the ill effects of karma. Upper has at several places referred to Siva as one who cures the ills that befall on humans due to their karmas. Vinay Tirpavan. Karmas are the consequences of deeds, good and bad, done in one's previous births. If one ardently worships him, he would then be kind enough to grant pardon and reduce the evil effects of his karmas on him. Could I ever forget him who removed the ill effects of my karma and took me unto his fold? Would I ever be able to survive if I forget this dazzling Lord of Thiruvannamalai who destroyed the triple cities of the hostile Asuras? மின்னனை வினைதீர்த்து எனையாட்கொண்ட தென்னனை திரு அண்ணாமலையானை என்னனை இகழ்ந்தார் புறம் மூன்றும் எய்த அண்ணனை அடியேன் மறந்து உய்வனோ. Chapter 8, Miracles in his life. A miracle is an event that is inexplicable by natural or scientific laws and accordingly gets attributed to God. Several of them happened in the life of Appar. They have already been seen by us with all its details as parts of his journey of life. However, here is a recollection of those incidents as miracles. Getting his acute colic disease cured by the Lord of Thiruvadi. Getting the name of Marulneekiyaar changed to the name of Thirunavukkarasar by the Lord of Thiruvadi. Coming out alive after the 4 grueling punishments given by the Pallava king at the instance of the Jain monks, was shut inside a burning kiln for a week, being fed with milk and rice mixed with poison, trampled him with the royal elephant, tied him down to a heavy stone and threw it with him into the sea. Getting ensigns of Siva embedded on his shoulders by the attendants of the Lord of Thiruppukaloor, followed by Thiruvadi Thietchai by the Lord of Nalloor. Getting gold coins to feed famine-struck people at Thiruveezhimizhalai. Opening the long-locked front doors of the temple at Thirumuraikaadu. Getting darshan of the Lord at Thiruvaanaikka. Reviving the snake-bitten son of Appoothi Adigal at Thingaloor. Dipping in the pond in the sacred hill of Kailai and getting out of river Kaveri at Thiruvaroor. Being fed when hungry with Podisoru by the Lord at Thiruppazhaiyaarai. Being tempted by the Lord with glittering gold and gems and dances by the celestial damsels at Thiruppukaloor. Mukti or salvation according to Saiva Siddhantam. The ultimate objective of every human being, as we have seen at the beginning, is to attain mukti or salvation, or to put it simply, to attain freedom from rebirth. Well then, how do we go about it? Every religion or a saint shows its or his own way, but we are now obviously looking at Appar's way. It is almost the same as methods prescribed in Saiva Siddhantam. Let's then deviate a little and have a quick peep into Saiva Siddhantam. 3 eternal entities. According to Saiva Siddhantam, there are 3 eternal entities: God, soul and matter. Irai, Uyir அல்லது ஆன்மா, தலை. They are also called Padi, Pasu and Pasam, respectively. As we have seen earlier, they have neither beginning nor end. This is the central doctrine of this creed, and on this vital axis do revolve all the other tenets and dogmas of this school. Let's try and get to know each of them briefly. God or Padi or Irai. No better definition of God than that by Saint Thirunavukkarasar has ever been given by any other faith. Love and God are different, quoth the fools. That love alone is God, no one knows. Thirumandiram. What has all the science and philosophy of the world done for the thought of the mankind to be compared with the one doctrine that God is love? But God is not merely love. He is also wisdom and bliss. Hence, he is called Satchidanandam. Sat, Sit, Anandam. He is omnipotent, omnipresent and supremely independent. He is both transcendent and immanent. He is a form of no form and is neither. So, Saiva Siddhantam says he has Rupam, Arupam and Rupa Arupam. Though matter and soul are also eternal like God, neither of them is independent of him nor is like him. They cannot exist without God. They live, move and have their being in him. soul or pasu or uir அல்லது ஆன்மா. Saiva Siddhantam holds that the souls are distinct centers of knowing, feeling and doing. The souls are numberless. Each soul is different from the other and distinct from God as an entity, though it is pervaded by God. Its characteristic nature is to become that to which it is attached. It can never exist by itself. It must always be in union with either matter or God. The whole purpose of the creation and the goal of each soul is to terminate its union with matter and effect its merger with God. The soul has intelligence, but it is limited and it knows nothing without instruction. Matter or pasam or Thillai, this is also called malam, which always attach itself to the souls. It is again divided into three, namely Anava malam, Karma malam and Maya malam. Of these, Anava malam is pretty powerful and pervading through the numberless jivas like dirt in copper. It prevents them from getting gnosis, jnanam, or elevated wisdom and kriya or activity. It is ever the source of ignorance, beginningless and unaccountable darkness that envelops the soul and steeps it in a stupor of senseless numbness. It blocks all the chances of a soul's emancipation and salvation. Karmamala is the binding fetter forged by soul's own deeds in the previous birth. Karma means action. Vinay is the Tamil word for it. Every action in every birth has its own consequences, and everyone must experience those consequences in one's same or succeeding births. It is said in one of the Tamil Sangam literature, good and evil do not come to us from others. Thidum nandrum pirardara vara. This is the theory of karma in short. This karma mala is divided into three kinds. While we are born, we bring with us a heap of karmas, which are the balance of karmas out of what we had collected and spent during all our previous births. This is known as prarabdham, or in accountancy parlance as brought forward karmas, for being experienced and expended during our current birth. Then there are the ones that are the results of our actions during the current birth. This is called agamyam. The third one is a net balance of karmas at the end of our current birth. These are called carried forward karmas to the subsequent birth or sanjidam. The third mayamalam is the prakriti or maya sakti of God, which constitutes the substance of the universe and with which alone souls are given the indispensable instruments of Tanu, Karanam, Bhuvanam and Bhogam, body, intellect, world and experience, for it to expend its brought forward karmas and without which salvation is impossible. Thus, we have seen the three malams which are called by the generic term matter. But we must note the distinction between Anava malam on the one hand and the karma and maya malams on the other. The detachment of the soul from Anavam and the attachment of it to God is the sole purpose of creation. It is to bring about this attachment to God that the other two malams are used. Anavam binds the soul, but the other two aid its release. Anavam, the ego, is darkness, the other two are lamp light. With the help of this lamp light, the soul must see its true path towards the limitless and effulgent lustre of the lovely sun that is Siva. Dr. Johnson said, human life is everywhere a state of misery where much is to be endured and little to be enjoyed. The soul then realizes the utter worthlessness of matter and arrives at a state of mental equipoise wherein it views both pleasures and pains with equal indifference. In Siddhantic parlance, this is called Iru Vinay Oppu. Next comes the stage of Mala Paribhagam, when the malas get ripened and are ready to drop down. The merciful and gracious Lord duly takes cognizance of this repentance of the soul and its rigorous penances, and appears before it in the shape of a human guru, and blessing it with his grace, he beckons it unto himself. Thus descends the Arul Sakti of God on the soul. It is the descent of the dove of grace and the divine baptism of the soul. This is what Siddhantis call Sakti Nibadam. This is the disappearance of the soul from the world and the soul reaching the lotus feet of Siva and attaining mukti, the very objective of the soul. With this background info on Saiva Siddhanta, let's see how Upper reached the holy feet of Lord Siva. 4 parts to mukti. As we have seen earlier, Saiva Siddhanta has devised a practical method of 4-fold ways or margas. Through these margas, the soul, by loving God with all its heart and with all its strength, is trained to reach and even see God, who is all love. Human love is normally divisible into 4 kinds. They are viewed from 4 different standpoints. The love of a servant for his master, the love of a child for its parent, the love of a friend towards his friend, and the infatuation of the beloved for her lover. Thus each soul may love God as its master, or father, or friend, or as its lover. These 4 margas are respectively called Dasa Marga, Satputra Marga, Sahamarga, and Sanmarga. They are respectively also known as Sariyai, Kiriyai, Yoga, and Jnanam. 1. Sariyai. The followers of this path do cleaning the pathways on the inside and outside of temples, gathering flowers early in the morning for the deity, do any service that's required inside the temple like cleaning, washing, etc. Truthfully and humbly worship the Lord inside, singing songs in praise of Him or meditating on Him. And what's more, do service to His devotees like giving them clothes, rudrakshamalas, and feeding them. This, in short, is external worship done physically. The goal of this path is reaching the Salogam or the realm of God, Siva. 2. Kriya. The followers of this path perform devotional tasks such as worshipping the idol of Siva, sing devotional songs, recite the mantras, narrate stories about Siva, do personal service to Siva like what a son does to his father. This, in short, is the external and internal worship of God. The goal of this path is gaining samipyam, or proximity to Lord Siva. 3. Yogam. The followers of this path practice yoga exercises like asanas and discipline the body. Do breathing exercises and discipline the mind. Perform meditation and discipline the thoughts. This, in short, is the internal worship of God with the help of this body and antakaranas, which is a group of mind, intellect, will, and ego. The goal of this path is gaining sarupyam, or the form of Lord Siva. 4. Jnanam. The followers of this path worship the omnipresent, omnipotent, and immanent Siva through knowledge, comprising listening, contemplating, getting clarity, and attaining a trance-like state. Kertal, Sindithal, Telidal, Nitte Koodudal. The goal of this path is gaining Saijyam, or being at the holy feet of Lord Siva and with no rebirth. The 4 Saints of Saivism followed the 4 different paths as follows. Upper allies Thirunavukkarasar, Sariyai, path of service. Thiruñana Sambandhar, Kiriyai, path of a son. Sundarar, Yogam, path of a friend. Manikyavasar, Jnanam, path of knowledge. Yes, as you would have rightly guessed, Upper diligently followed the path of service and reached the lotus feet of Lord Siva. Chapter 10, Bhakti. With these concepts of Saiva Siddhanta at the back of our minds, let's now look at a simpler way of showing affection to the good Lord and worshipping Him by simple, ordinary people. It would, in a way, come under Sariyai of Saiva Siddhanta and is known as bhakti or devotionalism. Bhakti is a love, adoration, or in other words, deep affection and undeterred devotion to one's personal deity, who in this instance is Siva. Bhakti encompasses all the three cardinal virtues: faith, hope, and charity. Bhakti is not a work. The fruit of work is transient. That of bhakti is mukti. Devotion is the seed, faith is the root, service to adiyars is the shower, self-surrender is the flower, communion with the Lord is the fruit. This is bhakti. In bhakti, no learning, no deep erudition of Vedas is needed. What is needed is a devotional, sincere heart. Anyone can apply the holy ash on his forehead, wear the Rudraksha Mala, and sing or repeat his name or Namasivaya, the Panchakshara, several times. Love or bhakti in religion is the outpouring of the heart of a devotee on his beloved, the God. It is the natural outcome of a devotee when he is freed from impurities and distractions of his mind. There is ananda in love. Love is the mysterious divine force that transforms a human into divinity. It is this love or bhakti that sets up a real communion with the Lord. Bhakti is compatible with everyday worldly texts of the common villager. Pilgrimage, practice of austerities, and learning of sacred texts are not necessary. The only requirement is a mind that's always fixed on God. Perhaps this is nowhere better expressed than in these verses by none other than Appar. Appar says simple forms of worship are adequate. Appar, in fact, was not at all happy with those who do only rituals like bathing in holy waters but do not try to reach him mentally. Gangai Adilan, Kaviri Adilan, Kongudan Kumarithurai Adilan, Ongu Magadal Odam Neer Adilan, Yengum Eesan Yenadavarkku Illaye. Why bathe in Ganga stream or Kaveri? Why go to Comoran in the Kongu's land and bathe in the waters of the sounding sea? Release is theirs, and theirs alone who call for the Lord Isa. It is pertinent to recall here what Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa said. It goes somewhat like this. Yes, river Ganges is really holy. Fishes and frogs live inside that all the time. But they don't attain mukti, for it is not their objective, nor do they wish for it through their body, mind and soul. Appar recalls the fruitlessness of these acts of people one after the other. In these subsequent verses, Vedam Odilan, Velvigal Seiyilan, Nidinul Palanithil Paitrilan, Odiyangum Gorarum Unarilan, Isanai Ulhuvarku Andri Illaye. What if one chants Vedas, or is making sacrificial offerings, or is learning ethical texts every day, or even mastering the 6 Angas of the Vedas? All of them will be of no avail to those who do not meditate in their minds and realize that Siva is the omnipotent God. Kananadu kalandu thiriyilen, eenamindri irundavam seiyilen, ஊனை உண்டல் ஒழிந்து வான் நோக்கிலன் ஞானன் என்பவர்க்கு அன்றி நன்கு இல்லையே. Of what use is it, even if you wander around the forest and do painful penance, avoiding eating meat, although being a meat eater? Even this single-pointed penance looking at the heaven will be of no avail except for those who have the gnosis to place faith in him. நன்று நோக்கிலன் பட்டினி ஆகிலன் குன்றம் ஏறி இருந்தவம் செய்யிலன் சென்று நீரில் குளித்து திரியிலன் என்றும் ஈசன் என்பார்க்கு அன்று இல்லையே. Even doing religious rituals in proper manner, or fasting persistently, or performance of tapas on hilltops, or going to holy rivers and bathing therein will not bring any benefit to those who do not faithfully hail him as Isa. கோடி தீர்த்தம் கலந்து குளித்து அவை ஆடினாலும் அரனுக்கு அன்பு இல்லையேல் ஓடு நீரினை ஓட்டை குடத்து அட்டி மூடி வைத்திட்ட மூர்க்கனோடு ஒக்குமே. Even if you collect numberless holy waters, mix, bathe and dance in them, if you don't have genuine love for Siva, the Haran, it is like the act of a dunce who tries to store running water in a pot with a hole. Upper has, through these verses, told us in an abundantly clear manner that whatever grueling worships that we do will not get us any benefit unless we have genuine love for our bhakti towards Siva in simple terms. This is not all. Upper shows us in a lovely little verse how keen and kind is the good Lord from his side to take his devotees to his fold. Lord of Ayyaran even provides a ladder for his devotees to progressively climb up to his realm, step above step, and reach his holy feet, which are like the ruby, the emerald, the diamond, and the pure gold that are studded in the crown of the Devas. பேணித்தொழும் அவர் பொன்னுலகு ஆழ பிறங்கு அருளால் ஏணிப்படி நெறியிட்டு கொடுத்து இமையோர் முடிமேல் மாணிக்கமுத்து மரகதம் போன்று வைரம் மன்னி ஆணி கனகமும் ஒக்கும் ஐயாரன் அடித்தலமே. Let's then compare that keenness of the Lord with that of his devotee, found in one of his own verses. Upper has shown us the genuine love or bhakti of a devotee in a verse in his Thiruaroor Tiruthandakam. The verse is in Nayaga Nayagi Bhava. That's perhaps the best way to depict genuine love and its consequences. Here is a lass who has come of age. She had heard of him through a friend, perhaps. Now she sets out to find everything about him. Here are her inquisitive questions, one after the other. What's his name? What are his looks? Where is he from? That's all. She was totally enamored of him. She forsook even her own mother and everything else too. She not only moved away but also away from her own traditions. She forgot her own self and what's more, her own name too. She was already on her way to reach her beloved. முன்னம் அவனுடைய நாமம் கேட்டாள், மூர்த்தி அவன் இருக்கும் வண்ணம் கேட்டாள், பின்னை அவனுடைய ஆரூர் கேட்டாள், பெயர்த்தும் அவனுக்கே பிச்சியானாள், அன்னையையும் அத்தனையும் அன்றே நீத்தாள், அகன்றாள் அகலெடுத்தார் ஆசாரத்தை, தன்னை மறந்தாள் தன்னாமம் கெட்டாள், தலைப்பட்டாள் நங்கை தலைவன் தாளே. Doesn't it beautifully depict the love of a being progressively climbing up the ladder led down by him and reach the lotus feet of its creator, Lord Siva? This is what bhakti is all about. Apart from the story of this unknown lass in love, there is also a clipping of the biography of Appar himself hidden in this lovely Tiruthandakam. When he left the abode of Jains and reached his sister's place at Thiruvadi, he fell at the feet of his sister Thilagavadiyar. She asked him to get up and gave him Thiruneer, the sacred ash, and formally took him into Saivism. This is what we have seen earlier. Now let's look at this verse again. That lass in love was none other than Appar himself in Nayagi Bhavam. His sister said, let's go to the Thiruvetkalam temple. He heard the name of the Lord. Munnam avanuடைய நாமம் கேட்டாள். They went inside the temple and he saw the Lord with all his adornments. மூர்த்தி அவனிருக்கும் வண்ணம் கேட்டாள் அல்லது கண்டாள். He had already heard the name of the place as Thiruvadi. பின்னை அவனுடைய ஆரூர் கேட்டாள். That was all. He became madly in love with him. பெயர்த்தும் அவனுக்கே பிச்சியானாள். He left the abode of Jains, where he lived for quite a few decades and had learnt all about Jainism. He left behind all their religious customs as well as the name of Dharmasenar. That he got there. அன்னையையும் அத்தனையும் அன்றே நீத்தாள், அகன்றாள் அகலெடுத்தார் ஆசாரத்தை, தன்னை மறந்தாள் தன்னாமம் கெட்டாள். Forgetting all that, he moved over to Thiruvetkalam temple. தலைப்பட்டாள் நங்கை தலைவந்தாளே. Conclusion. The evolution of a nascent being from its physical, emotional and intellectually dark state into an enlightened spiritual being is a big climb. It obviously needs a ladder like step to climb up. These are provided by the holy scriptures like Thirumurais, Thiruneris, etc. and the hagiographies of fully evolved beings like Thirunavukkarasar, who descended to this earth for this specific purpose. Learning the hagiographies of such elevated saintly souls thus inspire us and make us move towards Siva, the Lord in heaven. Here is a confirmation from Thirunavukkarasar's hagiographer, Sekar himself. அலகில் கலைத்துறை தழைப்ப அருந்தவத்தோர் நெறிவாழ உலகில் வரும் இருள் நீக்கி ஒளி விளங்கு கதிர் போல மலரும் அருள்நீக்கியார் வந்து அவதாரம் செய்தார். For the flourishing of limitless sacred scriptures as well as the holy paths of saints, like the sun that dawns to dispel the darkness around, Marulneekiyaar descended to this earth. And now with 3 verses, a verbal photograph of Thirunavukkarasar snapped by Sekar on his final day in this world. மார்பார பொழிகண்ணீர் மலைவாரும் திருவடிவம் மதுரவாக்கில் சேர்வாரும் திருவாயில் தீந்தமிழின் மாலைகளும் செம்பரும் தானே சார்வான திருமணமும் உழவாரத் தனிப்படையும் தாமுமாகி பார்வாள் திருவீதி பணி செய்து பணிந்து ஏத்தி பரவிச் செல்வார். Tears raining down on his chest, garlands made in sweet Tamil on his lips, mind that craves to reach the golden feet of the Lord, hand that's holding the ulavaram, the hoe used for removing grass in the precincts of temples and streets. That the world might thrive, he humbly moved on with his hymns, hailing the Lord. மண் முதலாம் உலகேத்து மண்ணு திரு தாண்டகத்தை புண்ணியா உன்னடிக்கே போதுகின்றேன் என புகன்று நன்னறிய சிவானந்த ஞான வடிவேயாகி அண்ணலார் சேவடிக்கீழ் ஆண்ட அரசு அமர்ந்திருந்தார். He sang the unique Tiruthandagam, ending with the sacred line, "O my Lord, I am coming to thine holy feet." He completed the decade and with his body filled with rare to reach Siva's blissful gnosis, gladly sat beside the glowing feet of the Lord of Thiruppukaloor. வானவர்கள் மலர்மாறி மண்ணிறைய விண்ணுலகின் மேல் நிறைந்த 5 பேரிய ஒலியும் விரிஞ்சன் முதல் யோனிகளாயின எல்லாம் உளம் நிறைந்த பெருமகிழ்ச்சி தான் நிறைந்த சித்திரையில் சதயமாம் திருநாளில் flowers showered from heaven filled the earth, blowing of celestial tundubis echoed all over. Hearts of all devas in heaven, including Brahma, the creator, were filled with happiness in plenty. On this venerated day, with Sadayam as its star and Chitrai as its month. Let's then conclude this humble attempt to sketch the life, poetry and teachings of Saint Thirunavukkarasar, who lived in this world for 81 years to evolve the mankind spiritually in keeping with the Saivite canons. அப்பருக்கு 81, அருள் வாதவூரருக்கு செப்பிய 4 தெய்வீகம், இப்புவீர் சுந்தரருக்கு 3, தொல் ஞான சம்பந்தற்கு அந்தம் 16 அறி. திருநாவுக்கரசர் பெருமான் மலரடிகள் போற்றி போற்றி. வான்மையில் வழாது பெய்க மலிவளம் சுரக்க, மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்க குறைவிலாத உயிர்கள் வாழ்க, நான்மறை அறங்களோங்க நற்றவம் வேள்வி மல்க, மேன்மைகள் சைவநீதியை விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம். தென்னாடுடைய சிவனே போற்றி, எந்நாட்டவர்க்கும் இறைவா போற்றி, அண்ணாமலையும் அண்ணா போற்றி, கண்ணாரமுதற் கடலே போற்றி, காவாய் கனகத் திரளே போற்றி, கைலை மலையானே போற்றி போற்றி.